to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty
and
and
justice.
justice for all.
Can I get an acknowledgement of the certificate of posting, please?
Also move.
You have a first and second? All in favor, say aye.
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 5-0. That's a beautiful number, 5-0. Okay. Presentations and recognition? No? We don't have any? I thought we, okay. Okay. So the department head announcements?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we do have some announcements. I'd like to ask Enrique, representing CSWD Health and Human Services. He has an announcement. Tracy and Enrique. Is he on? I know this is just, well, we'll go ahead and move on to someone that I know is here. We'll have Mike Chambliss, our interim RMA director, and we'll get back to Enrique after.
Good morning, Supervisors.
Good morning.
Two announcements. It is on. First is we are looking at December 10th for the grand opening of the Hospital Road Bridge.
Yes.
We need to finalize that date, and you'll be receiving an email once it's finalized. We're pending a response back from the PIO, but it's our plan to do it then and then have traffic on the bridge as of December 11th.
Wow.
And then the other announcement I have is actually on behalf of Chris Mangano. She's on vacation this week, but we did learn last week that the state has preliminarily approved the disaster declaration for the damage that we received last January.
Good.
So we have a meeting scheduled on December 6th to discuss it, and we'll have more information at your December 14th meeting.
Thank you, Mike. And that's apropos of the questions that the board had asked last meeting, so
Yeah.
it's great
Well,
timing.
I just say that's great news, and it's nice to get the money, if we do get the money, before the anniversary of when we applied for it. So, at any rate, that's great. And great news about the Hospital Road Bridge. I don't know how many years it's been, 20 plus, I would year.
A long time.
Something like
Yeah.
that. So that's great news. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. We also have another announcement out of administration. I'd like to invite up Dulce Alonso. She's our management analyst.
Good morning, Board. I wanted to let the board know the county applied for a micro business grant offered through the State Economic Office of Economic Development. San Benito County would be assigned approximately $80,000 to support micro businesses in the amount of $2,500. So I want to thank our staff, Gracie and Jeanette, and leadership from Ray to move forward and apply for the grant. And we just applied early last week, so hopefully the county is awarded this money and we can support our local businesses. And there's no match requirement too.
Good.
Thank you, Dulce. Is Enrique available? Enrique on the phone? Is he on the phone?
Did you want to go to board announcements and then if he?
Yeah, if that's okay with
Is he
you.
online? No, okay. So,
Well, I also have David Westrick.
okay,
He wanted to go ahead and share some work that the PIO's done as well as Health and Human Services. So, David?
Good morning, board and chair and the board. We've done a lot of work here when it comes to outreach for our COVID-19 push for vaccinations. I wanted to share with you this morning a video that we had Luis Valdez, Teatro Campesino, do for us. It's really good. I appreciate the work that Public Health did and for getting this put together. So if we could play that video, please.
Open this up. Go to press that one.
There's no volume.
There's no volume.
He can share his screen. Does David want to share his screen?
Yeah, I can share my screen. Let me pull it up real quick. All right. Okay. I'll share. Okay. I'll pull that up right now. As you can see, great work by Public Health, and appreciate Luis for doing this for us. Thank you.
Sorry for laughing at you, but we didn't see the video at all.
Yeah, we didn't see it.
Oh wow, that's terrible.
Madam Chair, maybe we can share it on social media and
Yeah,
just
well-
point people to that.
Yeah, we'll work on that. So.
It's actually on social media right now.
Good.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So with that, thank you, David, as well as team. I think that's all we have. So back to you.
And Enrique didn't chime in.
Oh, that's right. Sylvia Hawkes, is she on the phone? Can you, or on Zoom, can you connect her?
Good morning. This is Sylvia. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, we can, yes.
Hi, my apologies. There were some technical difficulties and I started driving over here to the meeting. So just a brief report from Health and Human Services and Community Services and Workforce Development. Good morning, board members and members of the public. My name is Sylvia Hawkes and I'm the program manager. And I wanted to report some wonderful and exciting news. The California Housing and Community Development, the HCD office, and the Office of Migrant Services received a $37 million investment from the governor's office to rehabilitate 24 migrant centers throughout California. So our migrant center was awarded the highest amount in the state, which we are expected to receive $2,385,974. And with these funds, we're going to be able to upgrade and do the following, which is to get carbon monoxide detectors, accessibility for non-conforming entry landings, ceiling stain and drywall damage, repair the kitchen wood cabinets and replace them, replacement of all the roofs in the units, to renovate laundry facilities, repair water leaks, replace gutters and downspouts, replace windows with double pane, and paint exterior and interior of all the units. In addition, OMS awarded a rehabilitation contract in the amount of $141,000 for tree maintenance, sewer line repairs, to reseal the asphalt driveway and parking, purchase of blinds and all units, and replace furnaces and bathroom upgrades to the manager and maintenance staff units. So all of this work will be able to extend the life of our center. And this announcement was officially made to the public on November 16th at our Migrant Center, where state representatives from HCD and the Office of Migrant Services, along with our county board supervisors and Senator Caballero were in attendance. So OMS expects that these projects are going to be completed within a year. And we're looking forward to this amazing work to begin so that we can continue to provide housing to our migrant family farm workers. This pretty much concludes my great announcement. So I am available if you have any questions.
In terms of the contractors to do the work, I know that I received a few phone calls after the article aired on KSBW and so forth, and so I didn't have an answer for those individuals that called me.
I'm sorry, most of your conversation was cut off. Can you repeat the question?
I was asking if the work is going to be done by local contractors for the work that needs to be done, conducted out at the Margaret Center with the grant money.
Okay, I believe the RMA department may be the ones to answer that question for you. I know we're going to be working closely with them, as far as, the releasing the bids and so forth.
So we had our first meeting yesterday. We are looking at 2 projects. One that has to do with immediate repairs due to leaky roofs and the damage that those caused to get done prior to the April deadline when the folks come back to move in, and then a longer-term project for the other items on the list. That'll happen after the people are back, but before the year deadline. Both of those projects will be required by state law to be bid out, and then whatever procedures are in place for local preference will be followed according to state law.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mike. So with that, Madam Chair, now we'll hand it back to you. A little bit of a colorful there.
That's okay.
We had a faulty, there was a switch
It's one of
issue.
those
that we had
Murphy
to-
Law
yeah,
days,
we had to-
just have to kind of go with the flow. Okay, so board announcements. Do any of the board members have anything they would like to announce out? Yes, okay.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay.
First off, just want to say happy Thanksgiving to everyone in the community. I hope everyone gets a chance to spend time with family and can cherish that time with their family, especially with the pandemic and everything. So just wish everybody well over the holidays. The Luis Valdez video, thank you to our public health staff for that. It's one of those things we had talked about in the ad hoc committee as far as getting outreach and getting personalities in the community. And Luis Valdez is a San Juan resident. I want to thank him. I would say there's nobody that's maybe more famous or iconic in our community than Luis, so it's a big deal, and thank him for that. And then I personally received my vaccine booster. I felt it was especially important with the holidays and winter around the corner. I want to protect my family. I want to protect the people around me. So I encourage others to sign up on myturn.ca.gov for the first doses or the booster, which is now eligible to everyone 18 and older. Attended the LULAC Veterans Day breakfast. Congratulations to the Veterans of the Year, Maria Spandry and Joseph Lira, and I want to thank LULAC for your continued support of our veterans. I met with Sean Tenenbaum, the San Benito High School District Superintendent, and discussed some of their prospects for future improvements on the campus. I attended the aforementioned migrant camp ribbon cutting regarding the $2.4 million to rehab 67 units benefiting 242 residents. I'm happy to see that going forward, and thank you to all the state representatives who helped out with that, and thank you to our staff at HHS for applying for that and the work they did on that. Just a reminder to everyone, the Lights On celebration is this Saturday in downtown Hollister, and the Holiday of Lights parade in San Juan Bautista is December 4th. I attended I listened in on the Monterey County Board of Supervisors recent meeting last week where they discussed the Monterey and San Benito counties joint 5-year plan to end homelessness in San Benito County. So I'm looking forward to having that discussion further here. And then the congressional redistricting issue we all are aware of, the concern that we have on the board. We sent out the letter urging the commission to reconsider placing San Benito County in the Cupertino section, which is basically southern Silicon Valley. And so I attended I appreciate some of the supervisors went to the press conference, and then some of others of us spoke at this meeting. And so thank you to everyone. And again, I urge that they reconsider, as others have on the board. And then lastly, we're all aware of this senseless act of violence that occurred against members of the Solano family. A retired Hollister police sergeant recently moved to the Colorado area from San Benito County, longtime residents, active residents of the community. The shooting resulted in the death of the recently retired police sergeant's 14-year-old son, Dominic, and left his 12-year-old son, Dylan, in critical condition. And so for any parent, this could happen to anyone, and it's an absolutely unimaginable loss and tragedy. And so my thoughts and prayers go out to the Solano family, and I'd like to propose that we end the meeting with a moment of silence for Dominic Solano and the Solano family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll just, not to repeat myself, but as far as the vaccine and the boosters available, and of course under 12-year-olds now, would encourage, as we have been, to continue to get your vaccines, particularly during this time when families are going to be getting together, and we are seeing in some areas start a bit of a surge again. So we need to just be vigilant in that regard. And I would encourage everyone to get their booster shots, or if they haven't gotten a shot yet, to get it. We still have $200 incentive out there for those who have not gotten their shots yet. So would encourage everyone to do that. I also attended the Veterans Day breakfast hosted by LULAC. And as Supervisor Kuzmicki said, it's been a long time event, and thank you for LULAC for sponsoring that. Lastly, I'll just mention, which is Supervisor Kuzmicki mentioned, I spent a tremendous amount of time over the last 2 weeks, and actually prior to that, on this redistricting issue. We're going to be talking about redistricting here in a minute for our own county, but right now, it's frankly a huge issue for our community that currently, under the draft map, the congressional district for San Benito County, we are lumped in with South San Jose, South Santa Clara County, removed from the Central Coast, which we've been connected to for over 50 years. Anyway, I would encourage, I keep running into many people who have no idea about this. And like everything, it's hard to get information out in our county. Just recently, Dave Westrick, our public information officer, got something out on Nixle. I saw something in Benito Link. But I would encourage everyone that's listening in to continue to send in comment. The more they hear from us, the better. As was mentioned last week, Supervisor Chris Lopez from Monterey County organized a press conference that took place in Gonzales. In Monterey County, they have several cities that are split off from their main district. And so Supervisor Hernandez and myself, along with Vice Mayor Cesar Flores and council member San Juan Bautista, John Freeman, we all went to Gonzales along with our CAO, Ray Espinoza and Dave Westrick. And we're there with a multitude of mayors from Gonzales, King City, Soledad, Greenfield, Salinas, and other supervisors from Monterey County, Supervisor Lopez, Supervisor Luis Alejo, and others. So the reason for the press conference was to bring attention to the issue, and it's a joint issue between Monterey County and San Benito County because we're both being carved out from the Central Coast. And it was great to work collaboratively with Monterey County, and I appreciate Supervisor Lopez including us in there. I know that although no one from the Hollister City Council could attend because of conflicts, they have also come out strongly against this move and I believe sent a letter into the state. A number of us have spoken at the State Commission as well. I've done that twice now. And there's still an opportunity to send in a written comment. So anyway, it's a big deal, and we still have time to try to move us back into our traditional congressional district. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate, I was able to also go to the LULAC breakfast, and I want to thank LULAC for continuing to honor our veterans. And just to reiterate what Supervisor Kosmicki said, they specifically honored Maria Spandry and Joseph Lira at the breakfast. I was also able to attend the VFW ceremony as well, where again, Maria Spandry was honored along with a number of people who are currently serving in San Benito County. Their banners will be up in the veterans, in front of the Veterans Memorial Building for the next year. So I encourage, as you walk through that area, to take a second to look to see and honor those who are currently serving and have served. And I just want to reiterate again, I know it's Veterans Month, and so I just want to make sure that anytime anyone sees anyone who has served, to just continue to thank them this month. I also was able to go to the Migrant Housing Center celebration of the funds that have been received, the $2.3+ million. Senator Ana Cabrera was there, along with numerous other people. We were also able to hear from a person who has been able to be a resident of the Migrant Center, and all the things that she's looking forward to as well for the upgrades that are going to be used. I also was able to attend Spring Grove School, their annual turkey trot. It was nice to see that that event was able to take place again this year. My 5th grader ran. He got 4th place in his grade level. But I want to congratulate all of the students who participated. It's a big feat. Kindergarten through 3rd grade runs 1 mile, and everyone else, 4th through 8th grade, runs 2.5 miles, and almost every single student participates and is able to finish that race. It's a big deal. I also, too, spoke to the State Commission for the congressional districting, as well as Supervisor Tiffany has said. This is a really important issue. I don't need to reiterate everything he said, except to say, please reach out and also voice your concerns that you may have. I haven't encountered a single person who did learn of this who was against doing this. So we really need to keep our communities together and in line so that we're a louder voice, not just at the state level, but at the national level too. And it's really important that our communities are represented, and we have in Monterey and Santa Cruz County, San Benito County, a large Latino population who needs to stay together. And in Monterey County and San Benito County, we have one of the largest migrant communities in the entire nation. And so we need to make sure that we continue to be able to be represented together as well in order to make the most change that we possibly can. I also want to say happy Thanksgiving to everyone, and I hope everyone gets to spend time with their loved ones. And I want to encourage people to attend the Lights On celebration. I know I'll be there on Saturday. You can find more information online about that as well. And again, I want to reiterate the condolences to the Solano family. My daughter, who's 14, actually had a couple of classes with Dominic, and she was pretty shaken about it. She talked to me and came and talked to me about it last night. And so while she didn't know him well, she did know him and, was very troubled by this turn of events. And so I want to send my condolences out as well.
Thank you. Supervisor Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be brief. It's pretty much along the same lines. This is definitely a time to be grateful. So I want to reiterate that Thanksgiving is a time for family and for honoring God. And I think it's an opportunity for us to come together. So I just wanted to, I'm hoping everybody has a very happy Thanksgiving. On the congressional redistricting issue, without reiterating what everybody said, go to wedrawthelinesca.org, wedrawthelinesca.org, and try to put yourself in the queue to speak up and make your voice heard. And I would say the main consistent message from every elected leader in the Monterey region, including San Benito County. And thank you, Supervisor Tiffany, for inviting me and having me be a part of this, because I think it is a really big deal. But the main sentiment is the breakup of our current representation that is the communities of interest, which seems to be one thing that is it's still to be clarified to the public a little bit more, and maybe that's why there's not an understanding of the importance. But just along those lines, there's a shared agricultural farm worker migrant community. We're very rural. There's a different element to the representation in Santa Clara, right? They're densely populated. They're definitely not farm worker and not rural. So it's just two different, in a sense, two different regions vying for the same voice in the federal government. So that's how important it is. If we want to keep our voice in the federal government, we have to protect the community of interest, which seems to be very clearly and consistent. And it was very frustrating to those leaders when they knew that November 2nd, that visualization was consistent, because it was the mid-coast visualization. Basically, the map was including Monterey and basically the previous type of district that we had before. And then within a week, it changed to where now they included us in Santa Clara. So there's a big, it's a head scratcher, right? We don't understand what happened within 1 week, where everybody just all of a sudden flipped to changing that congressional map. And that's where a lot of the anger and frustration that I heard from the leaders was, it just felt like it was a slap in the face to our community, that it's not considering the needs of our community. Instead, it almost seems like there's questions of incompetence basically with this process. But then the last thing I wanted to mention is there is actually a prayer vigil being held this evening at 6:00 at the police department for anybody who wants to attend, for the retired police sergeant Solano and his family. And there's such a tragic thing that I think coming together and honoring that family in that way would also be good. And I appreciate the sentiment of the moment of silence also. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Without the risk of sounding redundant, I'm just going to go ahead and wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. This is the time of the year where family gets together, and we have to stop and take stock to really appreciate all that we are thankful for. So when you gather this week with your family, just look around the table and, love your family, give them an extra hug, because it's been a long time since we've been able to join and gather together. So on that note, I've attended a few of the other meetings that the other supervisors had mentioned, so I'm not going to repeat it. It's been a very busy couple of weeks with the redistricting and the map and so forth, but that is an item on the agenda, so I'll hold my comments for that. But we'll go ahead and move on to the next item, public comment then. Thank you.
I'd like to make a comment in chambers. Please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, press the raise your hand icon on your screen or *9 on your phone. In chambers, Elias Salinas.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. I have a question with regards to the IHSS. I don't understand whether they're employees or what it is that they do receive county funds, and they are also requesting benefits. So technically, does that make them employees? And if so, are they also going to be required to be vaccinated or to wear, or subject to, if not vaccinated, to the testing and being having to wear masks? I have a question with regards to that. I don't know the answer, so I'm reaching out and hoping somebody will come up with an answer. With regard to the migrant camp, that's so great. Congratulations. My question is, they stated that the manager's bathrooms were going to be. What about the residents? Are all the bathrooms, or just the managers, or the residents' bathrooms all in good shape that they don't require that? And also, are the walls insulated? And does that also require, with regards to going out and getting contractors, does that fall under the PLA as well? And then Government Code 54954-2A3. No action or discussion shall be undertaken on any item not appearing on the posted agenda, except that members of the legislative body and or its staff may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by persons exercising their public testimony rights under Section 5494.3. One example of violation of 54954.2A3 is on August 24th, Supervisor Hernandez began making a comment on my public comment at 11:47, and it was not until 3.5 minutes later that the chair reminded the supervisor that he was gone beyond having just to make a brief statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Belen Martinez.
Buenos días, supervisores. Mi nombre es Belén Martínez. Hoy también estamos aquí porque queremos hablar con ustedes individualmente.
Hi, supervisors. My name is Belen Martinez. Good morning. We are here today because we would like to be able to speak with you all individually.
No estamos pidiendo que ustedes negocien con nosotros, solo queremos tener una conversación con ustedes.
We are not asking to be able to negotiate with you all. We are just asking to be able to have a conversation with you.
Y darles la oportunidad de hablar con otros proveedores que no pueden estar aquí en estas reuniones.
And to also be able to give an opportunity to speak with other home care providers who are not able to join these reunions here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Evangelina del Toro.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Evangelina del Toro y cuido a mi hijo de 34 años. Solamente estamos aquí para, una vez más, insistir en nuestras necesidades que tenemos como miembros de casa. Si ustedes tuvieran un familiar, una persona que estuvieran viviendo esas condiciones, harían lo mismo que nosotros estamos haciendo, insistiendo que nuestra voz sea escuchada y que ustedes sean la voz que llegue a los que están más arriba y que tomen en cuenta nuestras necesidades personales. Les pedimos que por favor un momento piensen en las necesidades de nosotros.
Hello, my name is Evangelina. I take care of my son who is 34 years old, and we are here to ask you all that you take into consideration what we're asking from you. If you all were in the position that we were in right now, you all would be doing the same thing, being up here, asking for you all to listen to us and to provide for us the things that we need as home care providers.
Nosotros no tenemos esa voz y ustedes desconocen nuestras necesidades porque desconocen nuestra vida personal, trabajando con nuestros hijos y trabajando tantas veces con las personas que quizás son hasta familias de ustedes, y con mucho gusto hacemos ese trabajo y que no nos es considerado. Entonces les pedimos de favor que sea nuestra voz ante los demás.
You all don't do the work that we do. You all don't fully understand the work that we do as home care providers. We take care of people, sometimes family members, sometimes people who are not family members, but we do great work taking care of these people. And
Que sea nuestra voz ante los demás, ellos.
it is also our voice that is here for those people that we take care of as well.
Con ese poder que ustedes pueden y que tienen, yo les agradezco y les pido que tomen un minuto para pensar en nosotros, que siempre estamos a lo último cuando nuestra necesidad es tan importante en nuestra vida personal y con nuestros hijos. Muchas gracias y que pasen un buen día.
I ask you all that you take a minute to consider our situation. When we are, as home care providers, always seem to be put at the end of everything, almost as an afterthought. Consider us in this time, and thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ana Rosa Heredian.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Ana Heredia.
Good morning. My name is Ana Heredia.
Soy trabajadora del IHSS. Como saben, estamos nuevamente aquí
I am a worker with IHSS. As you all know, we are here again.
para que consideren en nuestro contrato seguro médico y salarios justos.
So that you will consider in our contract better wages and health insurance.
Callister ya dejó de ser el pequeño pueblo al cual me mudé hace más de 10 años.
Hollister is no longer the small town that I once moved to 10 years ago.
Como resultado, se ha vuelto más costoso que cada vez se necesita más ingreso para cubrir nuestros gastos básicos.
As a result, it has turned into more costly every time, and we need better wages to cover the costs of basic needs.
La pandemia lamentablemente ha dejado muchas secuelas.
The pandemic,
Consecuencias.
unfortunately, the pandemic has left many problems,
Por lo que se puede ver afectada nuestra salud y la de cualquier persona,
from which could have affected our health and any person,
llevando esta situación a necesitar atención médica o tal vez en una enfermedad inesperada.
Taking into this situation, it is necessary, having necessary medical attention or even an unexpected illness.
¿Y qué se hace cuando no se tiene seguro médico ni ingreso suficiente para cubrir estos gastos?
And what happens when we don't have health insurance or the sufficient wages to cover these costs?
Este trabajo es realmente demandante, física y mentalmente.
This job is really demanding, physically and mentally.
Y sin olvidar que hay veces que no tenemos ni descansos ni horas de comer.
And don't forget that a lot of times we work without having breaks or even time to eat.
Increíble que esto no sea considerado a la hora de tomar decisiones en el condado.
It's incredible that this is not taken into consideration at the time that we make decisions in the county.
Mejor salario y derecho a un seguro médico. Eso es lo único que pedimos. Gracias.
Better wages and a right to having health insurance. That's all we are asking for. Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Thank you.
María de Jesús Peña Sánchez.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Vengo a hablar con ustedes acerca de las necesidades que tenemos como trabajadores.
I'm here to talk to you about the needs that we have as workers.
Mi familia depende totalmente de mis ingresos. Trabajo 13 horas diarias con un salario básico.
My family depends on my wages and on what I earn. I work 13 hours per day, and I earn very just basic wages.
para pagar un seguro médico o una aseguranza médica no sé, me es difícil,
To pay for health insurance, it's very difficult.
el cual el trabajo que realizo no nos los provee.
And the work that I do doesn't provide it for us.
Solo busco el beneficio de mi familia, tanto como ustedes tienen sus necesidades, como darle lo mejor para su familia. Es lo mismo que yo pido que se considere también los deseos para mí, para mi familia.
I just look to be able to provide the best for my family, just like you all try to provide the best for you all. That's all we're looking for.
No tenemos el mismo privilegio de tener un buen trabajo donde se nos ofrece buen pago y buena aseguranza. No tenemos la misma suerte de contar con un buen trabajo donde se nos pague mejor y tengamos mejores oportunidades.
We do not have the same privilege and the same luck to be able to work in something where they offer better wages or health insurance.
O trabajar para el gobierno mismo. Trabajamos lo que podamos y en lo que podamos para tener lo mejor para nuestras familias.
We work in what we can get, and we work to be able to provide the best for our families.
Les agradezco que tomen en cuenta nuestras necesidades, que creo que son para todos, tanto de baja ingreso como de alto ingreso.
I ask you to take in consideration what we're asking.
Cuando es tu ingreso muy bajo, como tu income.
Pero quieres que decimos que ellos
Que-
estén tomando en cuenta
yeah.
okay. And we just ask you to take into consideration the wages that we earn right now.
Gracias y que tengan felices fiestas.
Thank you. Have a happy holidays.
Thank you, you too.
Josefina León.
Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Josefina León.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Josefina Leon.
Trabajo para el IHSS. Tengo un hijo con autismo. Estoy trabajando desde casa.
I work for IHSS. I take care of a son who has autism from the home.
En este momento necesitamos de su ayuda para que nos ayuden, por favor, a tener un mejor salario y un seguro médico.
At this time, we need your support. We're here to ask you all that we get better wages and health insurance.
Un ejemplo de esto soy yo. En este momento me he sentido mal. He tenido que ir al doctor, lo cual ha sido costoso. He tenido que unos análisis médicos, lo cual también ha sido costoso y lo he tenido que pagar de mi bolsa.
A good example of this is myself right now. When I've been feeling sick, I had to go to the doctors, which was very costly. I had to do medical diagnosis, which was also very costly, and all this has had to come out of my own pocket.
Les pido por favor que nos consideren un poco, por favor, se los suplicamos. Espero que nos puedan ayudar.
I ask that you again take this into consideration, that you hear us out, and we're hoping that you all can help us.
Es todo. Muchas gracias por su atención.
That's everything. Thank you so much for your attention.
Happy
Thank you.
Thanksgiving.
Robin Pollard.
Good afternoon. I came down to talk about something else, but since I made it to public comment, I've been kicking around this idea in my head about all of the traffic accidents that are happening in the county. I don't know if it's just, I know it's the traffic, but there's lots of accidents. And I'm wondering if we could not consider a campaign, having billboards coming into county telling about how many accidents are happening and how many people are being killed in the last few years since we've expanded to this point. I hope you can come up with some sort of plan for reducing how often the fire department and the police have to come and tow cars away. Thank you.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please press *9 on your phone and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and Madam Chair. My name is Richard Pettis Sr., and I am a member of the Latino Coalition and also the president of LULAC. My remarks today are on behalf of the Latino Coalition. We are requesting that the Board of Supervisors continue its consideration of the new redistricting maps for at least a week to allow us more time to. Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, that isn't during that agenda item, and that's actually item number 2, the public hearing.
Madam Chair, if
And
I may.
The clock, yes.
Yeah. I would, because the statute requires that the redistricting hearing be conducted as near to 10 o'clock, I would request that the chair take the 2 public hearing items out of order and begin the hearing on redistricting. And then Mr. Perez can address his comments, his request during the public comment portion
He'll
of
come
that.
back on, but not at this moment.
Correct.
Okay. So, Mr. Perez, did you hear those instructions? We will be reversing the order of the 2 public hearings. We'll take item 2 first. Statutory, we need to go ahead and take that as near as possible to 10 a.m. So we're going to have to wrap up item number 1. But because of the extensive public comment, we've gone into the 10 o'clock hour. So we will be doing that item first. Item number 2. Item number 2 first. So hold your comment, and we will stay on the line, and we will come back to you. Okay? Are there any other public comments?
No other comments.
Okay. So then on that note, we will then go to the regular agenda as opposed to going to the public hearing number 1. We will go to public hearing number 2. Is our registrar here? Yes, okay, great. So let's open up this public hearing as soon as you get to the podium. Officially at 10:05 a.m. on November 23rd, 2001.
Let's straight sides.
2021. It came out of my mouth wrong, sorry. November 23rd, 2021. I think I said 2001, my mistake. 2021. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, and members of the public. Joe Paul Gonzalez, County Clerk, Auditor, and Recorder. Today is the 4th public hearing on the subject of redistricting of supervisorial maps. Last meeting 2 weeks ago on November 9th, for the first time, you were presented maps for viewing and for your review and consideration. This time, you will be presented in a PowerPoint presentation by Dr. Tilton from NDC, maps, additional maps that contain demographic information as well. That's new to you. This demographic information really changes the dynamics of redistricting. He will be going through that presentation. In that presentation, there's one slide where our Assistant County Counsel, Joel Ellingwood, will be talking about the constitutionality and other legal requirements concerning redistricting. And so with that, I will give it to Dr. Tilton.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Again, it's great to see everyone. It's great to be back in the county. Beautiful fall morning.
That's not the right presentation.
Are we okay?
Okay, I'm assuming so. I don't hear an objection of, maybe I do.
Yeah, it's it. It is. So yes, so we've been at this, as you know, for quite some time. I'm sorry, I have to take this off. With a variety of meetings and outreach opportunities through town halls, et cetera. As you know, the census was delayed in its release. For California, we finally were able to receive the census data on September 27th to meet a December 15th deadline. And for all intents and purposes, it's highly likely we will meet that deadline pending the outcome of today's meeting. As you know, again, we must follow federal laws in this process, that each of the 5 districts must be an equal population. We must follow the federal voting rights. And when I talk about equal population, we can have a deviation of 10% or less. I love to have it in single-digit numbers instead of double. We want to follow the Federal Voting Rights Act, and there can be no racial gerrymandering. Under the Fair Maps Act, for California, criteria for counties, our districts must be geographically contiguous. To the extent practical, we do not want to divide neighborhoods or communities of interest. And we want, the same would apply for cities and census-designated places. And we want to have easily identifiable boundaries, and we like to have our districts to be compact. So we're looking at the 2020 census data as it relates to California's adjusted data. The current deviation is 17.11, and we need to pare that down to 10% or less. To get to that ideal 0% deviation, we'd have to have 12,867 residents in each of the districts. Now I'm going to turn it over to council.
If I will beg your indulgence, I'll give my remarks from the dais rather than the podium. The federal standard for equalization of district elections is the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Law. However, that has only been applied by federal courts to voting at the state district level since 1962. So the law is an evolving in this area. In 1968, it was applied to local governments by the federal courts, by the U.S. Supreme Court. In addition to that, in 1965, the Voting Rights Act prohibited discrimination in election practices, and that includes redistricting. That discrimination provision is in Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and that essentially requires that it doesn't, you don't have to show racially discriminatory intent or purpose. Discriminatory effect is sufficient to require scrutiny. What the way, the common terms for how, and that applies to language minorities as well. So Hispanic population, obviously San Benito County is approximately 61% Hispanic population, and that's what is the primary focus in terms of the Voting Rights Act for San Benito County. And there are 2 common terms that apply to how that is considered. The one concept is known as packing, in which there's an over-concentration of a protected class, in this case Hispanics, in a few districts, which dilutes their ability to have a fair representation of Hispanic population in the county as a whole. That's if you went back to the slide of the current demographics, you would see, unfortunately, unless we could increase the magnification of that, but if you look at those numbers, you'll see that currently we have 2 districts where there's a high concentration of Hispanic population. That's in districts, the current districts 3 and 5. And can you read those numbers for me, Joe Paul, please?
Sure. District 3, the citizen age population is 7,996, that's 60%. And District 5, it's 6,237. The citizen voting age population is 75% Hispanic.
Right, so there is an overconcentration in the current districts. So part of the redistricting process and the second priority consideration is to have a non-discriminatory effect, not packing a Hispanic population into only two supervisorial districts. The other concept is cracking, which would mean to divide the Hispanic population among the districts so that they don't have an effective voting opportunity to elect a representative in any of the districts. So we want to avoid either packing an overconcentration or cracking a dilution of Hispanics so that they have an opportunity to be represented in proportion their population in the county as a whole. So with 60%, you do the math, that's 3 districts would be the closest alignment. So that what you will see in the presentation of the alternative maps is that the citizen proposed map that was generally considered the preference of the board does not achieve that objective. It retains the overconcentration of Hispanic population in just 2 of the supervisorial districts. On the other hand, what was not understood, and because we didn't have the demographic data to present to you previously on November 9th, was that the 2 NDC proposed alternative maps, which were considerably different in their configuration from the existing district configuration, did achieve, NDC 1 creates a Hispanic population majority in 4 of the 5 districts, and NDC 2 creates a Hispanic majority population in 3 of the districts. Again, that's the second criteria for constitutionality. The first is that they be as close to equal in population as possible. So the lower the deviation number, the better from the equal protection perspective is concerned, and a representative distribution is desirable from the Voting Rights Act perspective, which is the second priority consideration. So as you review the maps, having seen that, a member of the elections office staff created a new alternative map that also achieves the same objective with 3 Hispanic majority districts, and but has a lower population deviation. So those will be presented, and that's the perspective from the Federal Constitutional and Voting Rights Act law, and I'll be happy to address any questions related to that later in the presentation.
Thank you, Counselor. In addition to the work here, the staff and NDC facilitated, as I mentioned, a variety of opportunities to gather information on neighborhoods and communities of interest through not only the public hearings, but also through the town hall meetings that were set and scheduled throughout the county. So as Counselor had mentioned, we have a number of maps to review. There were some of the what we call the public maps that were submitted via a tool called District R. 3 of them here were not population balance. So you can see on the slideshow and your hard copy, if you have that, the deviation clearly is beyond the 10% acceptable minimum in this respect. We had public map 77572, which is a District R map, and as the councilor was mentioning, it only has 2 minority-majority Hispanic districts using citizen voting age population. And you're going to see a pattern of this. The next map, the same thing, ending in 269, 2 citizen voting age population minority-majority districts. Same would apply with 263. And you're going to see the pattern is in districts 3 and 5. And when you see, particularly like 263, when you see in District 5 a citizen voting age population of 75%, that's when you start hearing things about packing. That's a pretty high number as it relates to the entire county as with respect to a draft map. So from the last time we met, the board recommended we go forward with a map created from District R, ending in 963. However, that map also only has 2 minority-majority districts, but Supervisor Hernandez had made a request and the board approved it, if you will, of taking some of the park in his district, and in doing so, staff worked with NDC and came up with some alternatives. But as you can see, the first one in 963A, again, only has 2 minority-majority district citizen voting age population Hispanic. In trying to adjust with 963 to try to get to that 3 minority-majority district outcome, and the next iteration of 963B, we ended up with having a non-contiguous district in District 2, where you can see District 3 points kind of south and a little bit to the east, and it splits up District 2, and that's not allowed under the Fair Maps Act. And then we go to 963C, and again, we only have 2 minority-majority Hispanic citizen voting age population districts. And NDC had presented its 2 maps, and one of the maps was, it had 4 minority-majority districts in districts 1, 2, 3, and 5, but it wasn't favorable by the board at our last public hearing. While there was some favor with NDC 2, it has 3 majority-minority districts, citizen voting age population Hispanic, in districts 2, 3, and 5. And then with the staff working to meet the favor of the board from the last time we met, it came up with an alternative, which is, as you see, ending in 953. And that has 3 majority-minority districts, citizen voting age population Hispanic, in districts 2, 3, and 5. And here is a representation as it relates to continuity with the existing district boundary lines. And that will conclude my presentation. If staff wants to add to this with respect to the rationale for the recommended map to the board, I'd be happy to defer. Thank you.
Okay, so in essence, before you are 3 compliant maps from equal population standpoint and from the Voting Rights Act. That's NDC 1, NDC 2, and the last map shown as a staff alternative, D83953. All 3 maps comply with all the imperatives associated with redistricting. We have the staff is prepared today with attachments and a resolution for adoption of any one of those 3 maps, if the board so desires. Or the board can simply say, no, we want you to do something else. We only have until December really the 14th, because that's when the next meeting is, to be able to adopt a map. So, the time is getting short. After the public hearing, after your board has provided some preliminary discussion, we could take the public hearing and take comments from the public. There are some letters that have come in as of yesterday. They came in that need to be read into the public record. If the writer of those letters comments, we will simply provide them as part of the public record. They won't be read into the record. So with that, I would defer to the chair to begin the discussion, or we may open up for public hearing right away.
Okay. And so question for you then, December the 14th is our very last drop dead date to approve. So if for some reason, something where we could not come with a consensus today, any kind of rework would have to be approved on the 14th, December 14th?
That's right.
Okay.
If I may, with the proviso that if the board does not timely adopt a map, then folks can go to the Superior Court and have the court adopt a map for the county.
I just wanted to see the parameters, that's all. Okay, so do the supervisors have any questions for clarification right now? We're going to go ahead and go to the public, and then we'll bring it back to the supervisor. Any questions for clarification on the presentation to Joe Paul or Dr.
Tilton?
Tilton, thank you.
Madam Chair, just a quick question, and frankly, this is, not in my mind as critical as certainly these other issues we're talking about. But this did come up at the last minute, and I received a phone call. I know there's a letter that we received this morning. In regards to this last map that the staff put together, D83953, which seems to be to work relatively well. Obviously, other board members will have comments. One thing it does do is that it splits San Juan Oaks in that pending community in half, essentially, and essentially half of it is, or maybe 3/4 of it would be in District 4, which is my district, and the other half would be in Supervisor Kosmicki's district. And I think the people, the new owners, San Juan Oaks, and there is going to be a development there, make a reasonable argument that it would make sense to have that in one district or the other for representation purposes. Currently, there's essentially no population there, so my question is there a reason why it was done that way? And if not, assuming that we as a majority decide to let it go to December 14th, seems like that might be a relatively easy tweak to the map, but that's my question. I don't know whether there may be a reason I'm not aware of. Thank you.
Frankly, I don't believe it was intentional, other than the fact that we were trying to meet the Voting Rights Act requirement to make 3 districts majority Hispanic population, and to keep the deviation as low as possible. And this map actually has the lowest deviation of the 3 maps at 3.95%. The others maps have over 7%. So from, the first requirement is, equal population, this map, it does pretty well. It was not something that we thought about when this map was drawn up.
Question?
Madam Chair, yeah. Quick question. So if we didn't, and I have no idea which way the board's going to go, but if per se we didn't approve a map today, I'm assuming we would have to come back for a special meeting by November 30th or so in order to have the 2 weeks notice before the 14th. Is that correct?
Well, it's actually, we have actually a 3-day notice requirement.
Three?
To post a new map for consideration by the board. Because the law allows for, if you're within 28 days of the deadline, the posting requirements change. They're more condensed. You know, obviously, the census information came out very, very late, and so there was special legislation that allowed for this to happen. And so the board has 3 days to, you know, actually post a new meeting requirement.
Three days before the hearing to adopt it.
Right. So if you want to have a special public hearing, what is it, 10 days from now? Is the requirement 10 days or?
No. We just need to post 3 days before. And because we're within that 28 days of December 15th. They would have to get with legal on the 10-day. I don't believe it's a 10-day window for public hearings as it relates to redistricting. There's a different day on that. But I want to make sure that I don't give you incorrect information. So we can get back to you on that, though. But the 3 days was posting of a map. And the map in question, I believe, was posted Friday afternoon.
It was.
So it's been 4 days plus. And so there's been plenty of opportunity for folks to review that map.
There is not a 10-day public hearing notice publication requirement for redistricting.
3 days.
The notices can be given by posting on the county website, and for a special meeting, that would be in accordance with the Brown Act requirements for publishing the agenda for a special meeting in advance of that.
So it is 3 days?
Right.
Okay.
Madam Chair, just a quick follow-up. So my understanding is as long as, if we don't make a decision today, which I know we still might, we could, and we ask you to tweak it for whatever reason, as long as that map was out and published prior to our next meeting, and it could be the December 14th meeting, that would still be, as long as it's 3 days or more prior, then we're still within the legal requirements. So we don't necessarily have to have a special meeting. We could have it completed on December 14th.
That's right. So, you know, a new meeting, a new map could be posted on the website, and it could be posted as late as 3 days before the meeting of the 14th, so December 11th.
Madam Chair, I'll just point out that we've had issues along the way here, so do I have faith that new map, that we're not going to have questions? So if we post a map and we have questions, then we would still need to have a special meeting. So just to point that out, I want to be clear. Thank you.
Yes. To be cautious, I agree. Supervisor Hernandez, did you have any questions for clarification?
No.
Not commentary, but just questions right now?
Having a special meeting.
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. Then can we go ahead and go to the public on these maps? And if Mr. Perez is still on the line, we can pull him back in, however you set up the public comments.
In chambers, if you'd like to make a comment, please provide a speaker card. We'll start with Elias Salinas.
Thank you. I stood before you the last meeting and asked you not to select something that was self-serving. And that's exactly what I felt was happening. After I spoke, you continued to speak, and then you decided on a district, and then I questioned that it sounded to me that that was actually being racist. I'm not accusing you of being racist. I'm saying that you were placing, and by staying with the old map, you were placing all the Latinos in one area, and I felt it should be divided so that they can have a voice in different districts instead of just one. I still feel that way. I know that you all feel that way. You were just trying to stay with a map that changed it as little as possible. And including or not including San Juan Oaks, San Juan Oaks population, we don't know what it's going to be until it's all built out. And that'll happen in the new census. So there's time for that to be included, but not now. So it's not something that should be considered. With regards to, you have somebody on the line that's saying that the Latino Coalition wants it to be this way. It's not about the Latino Coalition. It's about what the entire county and what's best for the entire residents of this area. The Latino Coalition is handpicked with one individual. I'm getting political on it. They have actually no influence on the Latino community. You have the influence on what you decide is the best for the entire county. When you select a district, you're going to select it based on the best possible outcome and not self-serving. Thank you.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hello again. Yeah, this is Richard Pettis Sr. And I would just like to, address that. We're not trying to influence anybody, but we do have the right to make our comments known in public. And so that's what we're doing. I was chosen to do this on behalf of other members in our coalition. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and read our statement. And on behalf of the Latino Coalition, we are requesting the Board of Supervisors continue its consideration of all new redistricting maps for at least a week to allow for more time to consider these submissions. We are concerned that the board's stated desire to protect incumbents under any map significantly compromises the integrity of the map and opens the county to possible litigations under the California Voting Rights Act. At this point, we strongly favor the map labeled NDC2, which the county's demographer drafted and far better maintains communities of interest in our county. But we would also like to have consideration be given to NDC1, which allows for Latinos to be spread across all districts and have a voting power in those districts. It is our hope that the board will strongly consider these maps or something similar and abandon its supports for any preferably drawn maps, which would keep incumbents out of each other's districts. There is no urgency to act on this map today. As you're aware, under the Fair Maps Act, the county has until December 15th to complete the redistricting process and adopt the final map. Monterey, for example, has extended its process and adopted a deadline of November 30th to submit proposed maps. A similar extension of San Benito County constituents will allow further time for the full consideration of the map or drawn under new unbiased map that protects the interest of all citizens.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the Board of Supervisors. My name is Dr. Parveen Sharma. I live in San Juan Bautista. My district is 2. I would like to thank you for your efforts in being fair to the community in your decisions in the redistributing maps. I would very humbly like to remind you that your individual interests should not be the main consideration in your decision, and you have to be fair to the community. And that is all I have to say. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
No further comments.
We do have the the letters that were provided to us to be read into the public record. So if I can ask my staff member, Ana Magista Carasto.
Thank you.
On behalf of Jose Martinez Saldaña, a San Juan Bautista resident, honorable supervisors, on behalf of my family and other Latinos who may also feel disenfranchised by initial discussion of a redistricting map 1963, I am requesting the Board of Supervisors continue its consideration of the new redistricting map
for at least a week to allow us more time to consider better alternatives. We are concerned the board's stated desire to protect the incumbents under map 1963 significantly compromises the integrity of that map and opens up the county to possible litigation under the California Voting Rights Act. At this point, we strongly favor map NDC 2, which the county's demographer drafted and better maintains communities of interest in our county. It is our hope that the board will strongly consider map NDC 2 or something similar and abandon its support of map 1963. There is no urgency to adopt the map today. As you're aware, under the Fair Maps Act, the county has until December 15th to complete the redistricting process and adopt the final map. Monterey County, for example, has extended its process and has adopted a deadline of November 30th to submit proposed maps. A similar extension for San Benito County constituents will allow further time for the full consideration of map 1963 or the drawing of a new unbiased map that protects the interests of all citizens. Respectfully submitted.
And since we did not have the public testimony from San Juan Oaks, we'll read the responses to the inquiry.
Board of Supervisors, Madam Chair. On November 22nd, the County Clerk's Office received the Community of Interest Worksheet. The Community of Interest Worksheet provides the public the opportunity to provide feedback to county staff and also the board. The Community of Interest Worksheet proposes 3 questions. The first question is, what is the nature of a bond or common interest of your community? You can describe what the common interests of your community are and why or how they are important. The first response for this was, San Juan Oaks is an approved community that includes the existing San Juan Golf Course and Clubhouse and envisions the addition of 1,017 active adult 55-plus neighborhood, 67 non-age restricted homes, 200 room hotel, up to 6,500 square feet, 65,000 square feet of neighborhood commercial, 1,000 acres of conservation area, and both public and private parks. As a standalone master plan community that is currently separated within 2 districts. We believe that legislative mandated redistricting is the appropriate process to consolidate the entirety of the approved community within one supervisorial district. The second question in the Community Interest Worksheet asks, where is your community located? You can define it by neighborhood, streets, address, a key landmark such as school or church or other boundaries. The response was, the San Juan Oaks community entry is located at the intersection of Union Road and San Juan Oaks Drive. The existing golf course address is 3825 Union Road. A map of the approved specific plan area is attached for reference. And the final third question asks, what is the rationale for your community of interest to be used in this redistricting? Please describe how the uses how issues have unique impact on your group. And the response is, San Juan Oaks was designed as a consolidated community whose concept was based on intra-related infrastructure that serves its varying land uses. A single integrated master plan community, it makes sense that it's contained within a single supervisorial district to ensure consistent oversight of it as a whole. Now, the person who submitted or group that submitted this community interest worksheet was San Juan Oaks Owner LLC, Dustin Bogue at 3825 Union Road, Hollister, California.
Thank you. There was a third letter or communication that was from LULAC, but that was read into the record already by the president of LULAC. So I believe that concludes all the public testimony. At this point, I would ask the board to consider the three maps that are before them today, and the board may move to adopt one of the maps, or the board may direct us to ask us to bring forth some sort of changes or a different map for consideration if you're not satisfied with any of the three maps.
I have a question regarding the San Juan Oaks property specifically. can we legally consider a potential, well, not even a potential, a development that will be there eventually at this point when there is not any population at the moment?
I think is one of the directions that the board provided is that we consider growth areas, that were, going to be eminently developed. We try to do that, but that's a difficult task. Because, we don't know who's going to live, how many people are going to live there, what the composition of the people are going to live there, the demographics associated with it. And not to mention, map building is very difficult because changing, little areas in the map creates huge deviations right away. I know that some of you actually tried using the mapping tool, and it was it's a lot of work. That's not to say that we're not willing to do that. We're certainly willing to do that on behalf of the board. We just need to know what the board's direction is.
So,
Madam Chair, another quick question.
yes.
So if theoretically, if we chose multiple maps and said these, for instance, 3 maps would be workable, but we want to maybe have more time for the community to digest those, would that be an option, a feasible option for us?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The board has until December 14th at the next public hearing to make a final decision.
Okay. So then go ahead and if whoever might have a comment and want to add to the discussion, so then we can
Just
make a decision of some sort.
Also, and I hear what you say about, the difficulty of mapping, but if we choose to push it off to give more time, we could conceivably ask you to take this one map, a given map, and say, try to have San Juan Oaks within one district or the other. I mean, and potentially take a look at that as well as a fourth alternative. That would be an option we could look at, if it works, I understand.
It could, but keep in mind that whatever we do on any map, there is always going to be an unintended consequence.
Right. I mean, conceivably, you could come back and say, it won't work. But we could direct you to at least look at that, if we choose not to make a decision today.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, and I appreciate the work that was done. And it looks like the latest map really does do a good job of the deviation, minus the San Juan Oaks issue. So I'd be interested to see what that might look like in either District 2 or District 4. But as you've said, anytime we make a change, it's going to maybe change something else.
Does the board have an interest in possibly doing a special meeting so that way we can make sure there aren't any issues? Because I know that was something that Supervisor Kosmicki had mentioned, potentially to look at.
As long as we can provide multiple maps, I don't necessarily
need one.
And we could always schedule that if there was some level of urgency that comes up. But if we have 3 or 4 maps, it seems to me that we're capable of choosing one out of the 3 or 4 maps.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the December 15th deadline and the courts being able to choose. And I would like for us to find a consensus here from the dais as opposed to giving a different authority. Yeah.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Sorry, go ahead, Supervisor Hernandez, and then Supervisor Kosmicki.
Yeah, I appreciate the sentiment. I think, we really got to get to a place where we at least finalize. I would say at least talk about 2 maps. I don't mind. To me, I think NDC 2 and the 83-953 seem to be pretty strong. I think they're following the rules and they support the community. So my main point is I'm really worried that if we're not funneling this down to a decision, then we ask for any new drafts. That's gonna might alter the situation. And I'm totally hearing what Joe Paul is saying is basically is even if you pick one map and you just say, well, let's just change that a little bit. If we decide to do that, that might create a bunch of questions. about why that map might not be something that you're expecting, and I feel like we got to funnel this down to a decision. So, or at least something that we're in some sort of a direction. Because right now I'm not hearing any kind of direction, and that worries me about that deadline for sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a few comments. So first off, I was really disappointed to find out Thursday that I feel like we were misled about the compliance of the map. And I'm disappointed in the work of the demographer. Just to be frank, I was going to hold back on those kinds of comments last time around because there was an assumption that we found this map that was workable, the public map. But lo and behold, 2 days after our last meeting, we find out that only 2 of those districts were Hispanic majority. And I, for one, had the presumption that because it's compliant, that there were at least 3 Hispanic majority districts. And I will say also, with regard to the incumbency discussion, that also was under the umbrella of the notion that we were following all the rules, that we were compliant and following all the legalities, and there were at least 3 Hispanic majority districts. That's what I believed when we had that discussion, and I certainly wouldn't have gone down the path of bringing up incumbency until we had figured that part of it out. And so now that we have, I appreciate that there is this recognition. It sounds like there's consensus that we certainly have to at least have 3 Hispanic majority maps. Again and again, I've stated my main concern throughout this process is ensuring equity for communities of interest, primarily Latinos. And again, it was implied at the November 9th meeting that we fulfilled that objective. So let's just make that clear. Unfortunately, so now we're in this situation, and we know we can't go the route of the map that we preferred. Unequivocally have to choose a map that provides at least 3 Hispanic majority districts. And like I said at the last meeting, I'll fully embrace, representing whatever district I have, and I'm ready to hit the ground running, and that has nothing to do with my decision. So initially, though, as I stated, I did have concerns about, and we saw the Joel Ellenwood's description of packing versus cracking, and my concern with District 5 was the potential of the cracking. Splitting that district up. But certainly, if there are no other options, and to abide by the 3 district majority, Hispanic majority, then we have to go that route. So I'm willing to basically, I tend to agree with Supervisor Hernandez. I think the map that was submitted by staff, along with NDC 2, to narrow it down to those, and then I'm willing to listen as far as Supervisor Tiffany's concerned of potentially having a third alternative that simply just addresses the San Juan Oaks issue. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me just, a couple comments. First of all, I'm going to totally concur with Supervisor Kuzmicki's comments. It's very frustrating, frankly, that here we are, and we were led to believe for whatever reason, I realize it's only done once every 10 years, but that these maps were compliant at our last meeting, and now we find out that in essence, and I don't know, maybe technically they're compliant, but in essence, this one map that we were leaning toward is not. So, and I appreciate the staff putting together this draft alternative. From my point of view, I still think it is, with the changes that you made to get us fully compliant with the Voting Rights Act, the 3 districts that are now majority Latino, I think it makes the most sense. And let me just mention that when I look at both NDC 1 and NDC 2, my concern is, and I realize they also address the issue with the Latino majorities, which is the first priority, I would agree. But my concern is if you look at NDC 1, District 4 takes an enormous geographical area, including pretty much all of North County. So there's one district that is just this enormous rural area. Personally, I don't think that makes sense to our community. And then NDC2, although not quite as bad in that regard, it doesn't take in the northern part of the county, but it goes way west. So again, a huge geographical area for one district, which again, I don't personally feel that makes sense. That's the reason why I would lean heavily at this point to the staff draft alternative map D83953. The San Juan Oaks issue, if it can be tweaked to resolve that issue, I think that'd be ideal. It certainly can't be the overriding concern at this point. And then last comment, I would be okay with a special meeting if we can find a date that works for all of us. But as long as we feel like we're going to have some maps to make a final decision on the 14th, I'm okay with that too. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate what Supervisor Tiffany just said about the rural districts. We heard from people at the November 9th meeting with that concern. What I do like about the new map that staff provided was it maintains the 3 Latino districts so that it's spread out some. But in addition to that, it actually expands rural representation by including 4 out of the 5 districts having some rural representation. So it changes District 5 some to include that. And because a large portion of our county is rural, I really do feel like that is a really big deal. And that is a part of that community of interest, and making sure that kind of, more people have a stake in it, a horse in the race, so to speak, to make sure that everyone's represented at that level as well. And so it seems to me that we're able to kind of hit all those areas. However, the San Juan Oaks issue, I think is also very valid. So if we need to have a special meeting, of course, I'll make time for that. It's really important that the public also, feels really confident in the decision that we're making here as well.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Yeah, I guess I'm okay with another meeting, but for me, between NDC2 and 83953, the staff alternative, I think it addresses all the concerns. So 83953, I think, is the one that makes the most sense. But I'm willing to consider NDC2. So whatever the will of the board is if we want to go out a week and consider those 2 and then basically finalize, or just pick one and then alter it, I'm okay with either one. Thank you, Madam Chair. The audio's off.
Oh, narrow it down from the public map and the NDC2 map, and perhaps public map Part B for the San Juan Oaks consideration, and then post those and come back and make a decision on the 14th. That we can do that without the special meeting, correct?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
We had not considered the issue of San Juan Oaks being in one district or another. It is consideration of future development is in the 3rd category of considerations for drawing maps. In other words, it's not it's not a federally constitutionally mandated consideration. It's not a Voting Rights Act consideration. It's not a Fair Maps Act consideration in terms of existing communities of interest. This is a potential future community of interest. It's undergoing development now. How long it will take to build out, what the population demographics will be, are all speculative at this point. And while if the board chooses to ask us to prepare an alternative map that puts San Juan Oaks in one of 2 supervisory districts, we can do that. It will not have any demographic impacts.
Right.
Because there is no population there. Likewise, we're anticipating the build-out of Santana Ranch within District 1, which is currently below the average population, and anticipating that build-out will result in greater equalization of the population among the districts. So those were the thoughts involved in the staff. So again, perhaps Dr. Tilton could address the issue of consideration for potential future development.
Since I had the floor, I don't really see the need for that. I just asked a question of whether we can, thank you for that, but it really didn't answer my question. I just asked a question of whether we can put these maps post these maps and make a decision on the 14th. That was it.
We can certainly try to, attempt to do that, create a fourth map that accomplishes what you wish. What there seems to be a consensus growing that you really want to see the alternative staff map, that one changed, tweaked to take care of this San Juan Oaks division issue, right? We can try to do that, and we can certainly we can try, but there's no guarantee that it's really going to work,
Right.
honestly.
So- Yeah, now, excuse me, I would just say, if we had to make a decision today, I could vote for the draft map. So if you can't do it, you can't do it. I understand that.
Yeah.
And my expectation is just, and it would have to be the majority of the board giving you this direction, is that we ask you to look at, see whether we can. But again, I'm okay with the draft map that you've done as it is, if we can't tweak it.
One of the things that the items that Assistant County Counsel Ellingwood brought up, it was that areas large areas oftentimes have to be split anyway. Like the Villahermosa area has to be split because there's too much compaction there, and it had to be split with District 2 and District 5, and there's a huge community of interest there.
Huge.
The discussion we're having right now is about a future community of interest, which may end up being best represented by 2 districts.
And that's why I was asking you legally, do we have any obligation to look at that future development? But it sounds like county council told us at this point, we have to look at future development, but that's not one of the main criteria in terms of the Voting Rights Act. And so I just want to make sure that we are on point, that we are looking at the legalities and the contiguousness, the communities of interest, equal population, and the compliance again with the Voting Rights Act. So let's take it back to the board then.
Madam Chair, to be clear, I'm not saying that you have to consider
Oh, no, I'm agreeing
future
with you
development.
that we do not. I mean, it's an element, but it's not one of the priorities that we as a board need to focus on. We must consider it, but that does not have to be a determining factor.
You can consider it as a low priority item. You don't have to consider it.
Yeah, Dr. Tilton didn't cover it on item 3 of redistricting rules and goals. Other traditional redistricting principles: minimize voters shifted to different election years, respect voters' choices, continuity in office, future population growth, preserving the core of existing districts. Those were the things that we tried to incorporate in the map. In this map, preserving the core of the existing district was a high priority for the board. We think we did that with this map alternative. Some consideration was done to future population growth. But that's a really hard thing to do at the same time considering future growth and its impacts. So,
Supervisor Dirks has a question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The letters that were read, when were those letters submitted? Was it before the new map from staff or after? Were they able to look at that map?
it was after the map was published on Friday, the 22nd, yeah.
At the last hour.
So, and did they specifically reference this map, or were they still referencing the prior map? I just want to make sure I have that right.
Well, in the
The
case
map from November 9th.
In the case of the LULAC letter, it was referencing the old map, the first map that was, not this map that's being considered here by the board, not the staff alternative, but the first 963 map.
Okay, and so without speaking for them, do you feel like it was addressed, their concerns with this new map? I mean, you can't really speak for them.
I think that in their letter, they made it clear that they'd like to have time to consider the alternatives.
I actually took about 2.5 hours last night after I received that email about 5 o'clock, and I looked at NDC 1, NDC 2, D83953, and I literally wrote out the population of each of the districts, and I was looking at predominantly only 2 categories, the Latino Hispanic and then the non-Hispanic white, and I was looking at the percentages in terms of, and all of these 3, NDC 1, NDC 2, and 83953, all serve the purpose of where I'm looking at. I'm not even looking at voting age, but I'm looking at total population, that there's potentially 4 in each of those that are predominantly Hispanic. And so I could go anyway. If we voted on a map today, I would probably go with the staff recommended one, because they listened to us with the concerns that we expressed at the last meeting, and they worked on it. They gave all but District 3 has a portion of rural, where we are a rural community, RCRC, and my prior experience had very little knowledge and experience with rural. So I like the way it's broken up. I'm not even considering San Juan Oaks issue that was raised. It's kind of see it being raised at the last hour, and it's kind of hard to, I gave the analogy last night that somebody's calling at midnight hour right before an execution and asking for a stay. And it's like, we've been working on these maps for months and months, and there was an ample opportunity to bring the community in for public involvement. And why some chose not to be publicly involved until the 11th hour, I can't say, but I'm just concerned about that December 14th deadline. That's where I'm at. So, but I'm not set on any one particular map. I just want it to be fair. There's going to be changes in all the districts, and it'll be something new for us next year. So,
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to propose that we move forward and bring back the NDC 2, 83953, and 83953B alternative for the December 14th meeting. I'll put that in a form of a motion if possible. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a second on that?
Can I ask for clarification? The alternative would be?
Yeah, the alternative would incorporate the, even if the staff can take 10 minutes to cajole that a little bit, to include the to include San Juan Oaks in one of the 2 districts. I think there's a valid argument. It's not a big priority. It shouldn't be a primary priority, but if it takes a small amount of staff time to have that as an additional option, I see no problem with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll second that motion.
Okay. So I have a first and a second to bring back NDC 2 as well as D83953, and then an alternative to that one, augmenting the San Juan Oaks property. So 3 maps will be coming back to us, and only 3. Okay. So any further questions, concerns regarding that motion? I have a first and a second. If not,
Chair.
yes.
And I'm ready to support the motion. My only comments is of those three, we pick one, and that way we're not going back to changing the map. We have to be at a place of moving forward, Madam Chair.
On the December 14th meeting, whether we're
Yeah.
here till midnight or not, it has to be decided.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a motion, I have a second, we've had a little bit discussion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, so you have a 5-0 vote on that, and we will see you on December the 14th.
Right. Thank you. I would also like to acknowledge the work of my staff. They've done a super job in trying to keep up with the many demands of redistricting. And Mike Parson, who is our principal map drawer, he's done an outstanding job. I want to acknowledge him publicly. Thank you.
All right. So it is 11:09. Do we want, we'll close that one at 11:09. That's item number 2. Do we have time to go ahead and go to 1, or does anyone need a break? Does anyone need a break?
Board, if you want to take a 5-minute break.
Okay,
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break.
Okay, so let's go take a 5-minute break. Come back at 11:15. Okay, a 6-minute break. Thank you.
Thank you.
for item number 1 at 11:18 a.m.
Good morning, Chairs. Good morning, Supervisors. So I'm going to introduce Selena. We also have Rose, our consultant from R3, on the line, and they're going to go over the edible food recovery ordinance that we've drafted to be in compliance with that lovely state law 1383 that is coming more and more to affect the way we operate. So, Selena.
Okay, good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. As Mike mentioned, we've got Rose on the line. She assisted us, or R3 assisted us, in developing the Memorandum of Understanding and the countywide edible food recovery ordinance that we are going to be discussing today. As a reminder, the Joint Powers Integrated Waste Management Agreement, signed in 1995 between the county, Hollister, and San Juan Bautista, formed the Integrated Waste Management Regional Agency, and the county was placed as lead agency in order to staff integrated waste management programs to meet waste and recycling state mandates, as well as reporting requirements for the agency members to the state. In October, the Board of Supervisors passed a resolution that will enable the county as lead agency to apply for an SB 1383 rural exemption on behalf of the regional agency. If approved by the state, this will exempt the agency members from mandatory organics collection requirements and several other associated SB 1383 requirements until December 31st of 2026, or until we reach a population of 70,000. However, regardless of the exemption, there is compliance still needed at each jurisdiction in establishing an edible food recovery program with enforceable mechanisms and inspection, among a few other requirements that we will dive into later. Before we hold the public hearing and waive the first reading of the ordinance, we will be providing you with a presentation and opportunity for questions. It is our first recommendation today that you accept the Memorandum of Understanding between the member agencies for establishment of a regional agency edible food recovery program and to define member agency roles. Secondly, it's our recommendation that you hold the public hearing for an edible food recovery ordinance that is consistent and compliant with SB 1383 requirements. I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to Rose, who will be walking us through this presentation. Rose.
All right, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Thank you so much for having me. It's my pleasure to be here this morning. So as Selena mentioned, I'll be presenting on Senate Bill 1383, specifically the ordinance and memorandum of understanding, which would implement the edible food recovery program, which is required under that state law. So Selena provided a presentation on this topic during your October 26th meeting. So therefore, this presentation will be focused mainly on the direct impacts of the ordinance and the memorandum of understanding, which is before you today. So next slide. So first, I will be providing an update on the Senate bill itself. Then I will describe the requirements of the edible food recovery program, and then describing how that is implemented in the ordinance. We'll discuss the city and county responsibilities, which are described in the Memorandum of Understanding, and then briefly go over other requirements of the state law. Next slide. So Senate Bill 1383 is otherwise known as the Short-Lived Climate Pollutants Reduction Act. And this can really be seen as a climate change related bill. So this is a successor of AB 32 and is really focused on specifically methane emissions. Landfills are responsible for 21% of the state's methane emissions, and that's because 2/3 of the waste that goes to landfills currently in the state is actually organic waste, which decomposes and produces methane. So the state law really focuses on two main goals here. One is diverting those organics from landfill and turning that organic waste into compost, which is a valuable resource. And two, to reduce the emissions of methane from those landfills. There's a second important component of this law, which is diverting edible food from landfill, and that would be targeting food security throughout the state. Next slide. So Senate Bill 1383 is an unfunded state mandate. It requires local governments, every government agency throughout the state, to pass an enforceable ordinance or other enforceable mechanism. And for most agencies, that also includes organic waste collection and mandatory service. As Selena mentioned, you passed a rural exemption. So that portion of the law is not going to likely going to apply to you until you reach certain thresholds, which we'll discuss very briefly. The requirement that you're not exempted from is the requirement to establish an edible food recovery program, and that will be the focus of most of the remainder of this presentation. Next slide. So the rural exemption, just as a refresher, applies to counties with less than 7,000 people and only applies until the end of 2026. So the rest of the requirements will be coming, maybe coming before 2026, depending on the population growth in the county. So what we're providing right now will buy you some time and to really be able to implement the remainder of the programs and phase those in. Next slide. So the edible food recovery program that's described in the law has a few basic requirements for each jurisdiction. So you're obligated to provide education to the businesses that are covered under the law, post a list of the food donation services that they can use, and ensure that each of these businesses that are covered under the law actually have a formal agreement, like a contract with a food donation organization. That would be accomplished through inspections. And then there's another component, which is specifically an obligation of the county, which is to evaluate current capacity for edible food recovery and determine if additional capacity is needed, and if so, financially support increasing the capacity so that all of the businesses that are required to donate are actually able to. Next slide. So the businesses that are covered under the edible food recovery portion of the law are split into two categories. The first is tier 1, which is large wholesale food vendors, food distributors, and very large grocery stores. These businesses actually tend to already have donation programs in place if they're large enough. And that's what we found in evaluating these tier 1 generators in other counties. These generators are required to begin complying starting January 1st, 2022. The second tier is tier 2. So this is going to be more expansive and includes very large hotels, very large restaurants, health facilities, and large events and venues. These entities are likely to have a different category of food. It's going to be more prepared food, for example. They are required to begin participating starting in 2024, although they, of course, can begin participating earlier than that. We do think, based on preliminary estimates, that it's likely that there are very, very few, if any, tier 1 generators and very few, again, tier 2 generators that are located within an unincorporated county. And again, your ordinance would be covering only those generators in unincorporated county. Next slide. So the ordinance itself obligates the covered generators to recover as much edible food that they can. So that means donating it. They need to maintain a contract and also maintain records about where the food is going, keep their contracts at hand, and what exactly that food is. Again, I want to emphasize that this ordinance is required by Senate Bill 1383. So the state has required all agencies to pass an ordinance. And also the ordinance that's before you today is reflective of the very basic minimum standard that the state has offered. So we're not presenting something that goes above and beyond the basic requirements. Next slide. There's additional requirements on the food recovery organizations and services. They're required to maintain records and report quantities. So this is the active reporting that helps us benchmark the program success. And also provide information to the county about additional capacity that is maybe available for capturing edible food, or if there isn't any, what resources might be needed for that. It's also important to note here that most food recovery organizations already have systems in place for keeping track of this information. And so what we would expect is just additional reporting. Next slide. So as a summary here, in 2021, the requirement would be to adopt a food recovery ordinance and begin outreach. Starting in 2022, the large supermarkets and grocery stores would begin donating food, and inspections would begin for the state compliant program. In 2024, the large restaurants would begin to donate food, and then inspections for those entities would begin. And also in 2024, enforcement begins. So again, this is an enforceable mechanism, but the state doesn't require active enforcement to occur until 2024. And what that enforcement would look like is a potentially notice of violation, a 60-day period, and then a gradual ramp up of penalties, which, you know, you always have discretion in terms of exactly what that enforcement would look like and what's appropriate depending on the entity and whether they're making an effort to comply. Next slide, please. So the key dates here, again, in 2022, the tier ones, and you've got the edible food recovery capacity planning piece. You would begin food recovery education and planning for the program. In 2024, that's tier 2, and also the enforcement action. Next slide, please. So for you as the county, you have slightly different requirements. You are required to look at the amount of edible food that is estimated to be disposed currently and identify how much capacity is available to capture the edible food that's disposed. Coordinate with the food recovery organizations and create a plan if needed to expand the capacity for recovery. Next slide, please. So the memorandum of understanding would facilitate the county-wide approach to an edible food recovery program, which is a really important detail here. There's a lot of efficiency gained by having a county-wide approach in one lead agency. And the county is already situated as the lead agency, as Selena mentioned, for solid waste related activities. This memorandum of understanding, which is before you, designates the county as the responsible entity for most of the requirements. So that is the development of this edible food recovery program, notification of the businesses, inspections, enforcement, and also the reporting and tracking and reporting to CalRecycle. There's other requirements that are described in the MOU as the cities and unincorporated county itself would be responsible for. So adopting the ordinance and MOU, each individual entity must do that. So that includes the 2 cities within your county. Coordinating, of course, if additional outreach if needed, and also cooperating with the county if there are any issues in non-compliance. Next slide, please. The other pieces of the sort of local requirements, which need to be implemented by each local agency, is to buy recycled content paper, and so that's writing and other paper products, to track those paper purchases, require the vendors to certified recycled content. That can be pretty easily accomplished, but isn't normally a part of normal procedures. And also comply with California Green Building Code and the Model Water Efficient Landscaping Ordinance, which are existing requirements that are just further supported by the state law. And again, these are, we're describing them as other SB 1383 requirements because they're not included in the ordinance or the MOU. Next slide. All right, so that concludes my presentation. I hope that that was informative, and I'm very happy to take any questions you might have on this.
Questions from the board?
One quick question, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I talked to Selena about some of this stuff yesterday, but just maybe to reiterate for public, before our time, the board approved the organics collection. So you get the 3 bins. One of them's garbage, recycling, organics. Can you explain again why we have organics? Just because it's not required yet, we could have a waiver on that, I guess, until. Maybe you can tell me
Sure,
the
yeah. I
date
mean, that agreement with Recology, who was selected as the franchised hauler, was before my time, but I assume that I know that we're not still compliant with a lot of the CalRecycle state mandates, and so we were under a more stringent review by CalRecycle every year and working with them to get towards compliance and improve our programs. With the franchise agreement, when that was established and it implemented these programs, it put us in a better light, I guess, with CalRecycle, I would say, because we increased our diversion significantly through that agreement by starting it early. And so now we don't have as much of a stringent CalRecycle review process because of that. So that would be my response.
Okay, that was all. Thank you.
Yeah.
I can add just a little bit, if I may.
Yes.
Just to emphasize, I may have misstated. So organics collection is already required by the state. And so SB 1383 is a successor to other state laws. So when we're talking about CalRecycle taking a look at the county-wide programs, that's because there are other state laws that still do apply to you. And what I described when I said SB 1383 and the mandatory organics requirements just take a step above those existing state laws.
Madam Chair. Hello?
Muted, obviously, because we can hear him. So Peter, go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay, I'm just making sure you can hear me because it got silent on my end a little bit. So I had a question, ma'am, on the Miss Rose. So on the, you mentioned that this is an unfunded mandate. So how important is it for the state to implement these, to address climate change when they don't fund the very programs that they supposedly believe in?
So I can speak to this a little bit. I would say that I think that the state identified local agencies as the best entities to specifically regulate on the solid waste matters, because unlike many other utilities that are regulated by the state directly, solid waste, each jurisdiction tends to have their own separate contract for solid waste collection services. And I believe that that's part of the reason that the state has asked local agencies to implement these programs specifically. I'd also like to say, so until recently, it was a completely unfunded state mandate. The governor very recently signed a small grants program. So it's $6 million, and that some grant funding will be available to jurisdictions starting next year, as long as the ordinances are passed, to help support the initial development of these programs.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And obviously I can't expect you to speak for the state, but it's still, I mean, grants are still pennies on the dollar. I mean, I'm really, really concerned. And these are one of those feel good things that it's trying to address something, but it's making local municipalities basically implement the will of the state without paying for it. So it's pretty much putting the burdens on localities to address these issues. So, you know, one of the other questions that I had is you mentioned educating local businesses. Where's the fiscal analysis to tell our residents their quality of life will go down? And I don't mean that facetiously. It's gonna, there's different elements to what I just said. You know, if we're basically gonna expect businesses to implement this, I know just as an example, there's a 4-hour timeline for you to be able to capture the food. So if they throw it away, it sounds like there's even going to be an expectation to measure something. It really is hard to measure, and that's people, you know, restaurants throwing away their food because there's a reason for it. There's liability. You know, there's a lot of layers to this, and if you're now having a packaged product, maybe even for diversion purposes, then there's going to be an added cost to the business, which by default will be an added cost to the community. So so how many, and with that, you know, I know that we have a recovery park across from the landfill. So how many added trucks are we going to have to deal with from out of town waste to have to implement this program? We already have a big issue with our landfill, and that's, you know, I don't want to get into the weeds of that, but I know that this is going to add to that. And it doesn't seem like this bill almost seems to be making this problem, our community's problem, worse.
I'll try to respond to a part of your question here in terms of the donation of edible food and what qualifies as edible. And what I would say there is that there are protections that are granted by other state law. The Good Samaritan Act does not makes businesses not liable for donating food that may end up being not edible. So there's no liability exposure on the side of the businesses. And then in terms of the standards that might be set by food recovery organizations, they already have standards for what they will accept as donations. The law does not in any way infringe upon that. So the food recovery organizations still are able to set their own standards. And if food is not able to be donated, then we wouldn't consider that edible food anymore. That would be for disposal.
Well, and I appreciate that. I mean, it still creates the question, which is going to be a hard metric, is the business donates the food. You're not, once you hand it off, you're basically handing off that responsibility to that agency. And if for some reason someone consumes that food with outside of the 4-hour window, I don't know how environmental health is going to get involved in making sure to mitigate that, and who's going to be liable if someone does get food poisoning because the food, you know, basically our local environmental agency, health, requires 4-hour window. You got to keep it at a certain temperature, and there's all these expectations to protect the public. I don't see that in this bill having anything to address protecting the public from food poisoning and that's just one simple example of kind of the holes that I'm seeing in this bill. Then the other thing I was going to mention is item E says not intentionally spoil edible food that is capable of being recovered by a food recovery organization. How do you have a metric on not intentionally spoiling food? Like, how do you know that a business isn't intentionally trying to throw it away? Most businesses don't, you know, I mean, every business I would say doesn't like to waste money, and spoiling food is based off of their own business model and their metric to say, I'm going to produce X amount of food, I'm going to buy X amount of food to produce X amount of food so that my consumer or my customer gets fresh quality food, right? That means that they might have to make sure that they're tight on their ordering. So if they end up having to be tight on their ordering because of not wanting excess compost, as an example, or be fined for this, then I would imagine that means they're going to have to they're going to have to basically set a tighter bar, which means they might end up running out of food. And if they're not making their bills, then all of a sudden costs increase, right? Maybe you're going to have to charge more per item because you're going to still have to make sure you cover your bills. You know what I mean? Like, I can totally get into the weeds about this, that this is just very, very, it puts such a heavy burden, and I could see so many different issues coming up with this. And the landfill in and of itself, again, it's going to be an issue that we're going to have to deal with, that this is going to basically increase that problem. That's it, Madam Chair.
All due respect, I believe Supervisor Hernandez was combining the next item and this item. The next item talks about the recycling and the resource recovery park. This item is purely a legislative item setting up the ordinance and the MOU with the cities for the regulation regarding edible food. The next item will handle organics that are inedible.
Okay.
I get that, Madam Chair, but just really quick, no disrespect, Mike, but I'm sorry, it's SB 1383. It's all one thing. We're talking about basically supporting what the state says, and then we're going to deal with the impacts with that next item. Potato, it doesn't matter. They're all interrelated, and the impacts are still going to be just as equal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So can we go, there are questions? Yes, because otherwise we're going to go to the public for questions.
Two questions, kind of different questions. The first one is, I know, and I realize this doesn't fall under this, but the waiver, 70,000 people, and we fall under that category. My question is, how do they, is the 70,000, which were roughly 65,000 with the new census, does that get updated regularly? Or, I mean, in other words, could conceivably we hit the 70,000 mark before December 2026? And how does it get updated? So that's my question, is maybe we don't have as much time as we think, depending on, the population growth. Is that a concern that I'm raising?
I think it's very likely that we would hit that 70,000 mark before the 2026 date. But for IWM, I think it's great that we're applying for the rural exemption, because it buys us that maybe extra year or 2 years that we really need. And so it's not ideal. We'd love to wait till 2026, but it does buy us still that extra time that we need.
Who defines, does the state take a look at our population? I mean, how does that?
I think we report to CalRecycle, and I'll let Rose correct me if I'm incorrect, but the U.S. Census, that would be the population, and they update that every April,
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. So the state, as a part of the annual reporting cycle, in every August 1st, an annual report is due to the state. In that report, the state states the population for that jurisdiction. And so I would expect that if the population that the state it distributes exceeds the 70,000, then that would be the trigger at that point in time. And I believe that is based on the census data.
Question specific to this, the edible food that we're talking about here. What you're talking about these two tiers. One is the larger supermarkets or restaurants. That's the first tier is larger supermarkets. The second tier is restaurants, hotels. Do we have? You're saying large. Do we have existing businesses in our county that would fall under the so-called large category on both of those?
Yeah, so for, Rose mentioned, we don't think that in the unincorporated area, there might be near to none. I'm thinking maybe Bellotto Park would be an event center that might fall in for one or two of their events that year, and that's in Tier 2. For Hollister and San Juan Bautista, again, just in conversations with Recology, our franchise hauler, who's out at the businesses once a year, and then Environmental Health, who's inspecting many of these businesses, but not all once a year. We're not seeing that many would apply, but grocery stores, supermarkets that are in San Juan Bautista and Hollister, we're thinking those would. And our health facility, so the hospital doesn't have 100+ beds, as Kosmicki told me yesterday, that they would not apply. So again, we're thinking there's very few that would apply to this, and we're working on narrowing that list down.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any further questions? Okay, so what we need then is, what is the will of the board regarding this item? It looks like there's the suggestion to introduce it and waive the first
I'm not
reading.
sure if we open it to the public.
The public, oh. And I had mentioned that earlier. Sorry. Yes, let's go to the public.
In chambers, we have Elia Salinas.
I'm sorry about that.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. So Supervisor Hernandez and Supervisor Tiffany, you bring up questions that I had as well on the sizes of the hotels and the restaurants that we don't have. The city has hotels, but they're not that big. So how big is the size? Because, you know, how do you educate? How are you reaching out to educate all these businesses where they qualify, they don't qualify? And with regards to, we have packing companies. What size of the wholesale packing companies are going to, I'm talking of ag packing companies, they qualify under, what size do they have to be? Does it have to be the size of Earthbound, or they're not Earthbound, Taylor Farms? Or is it somebody like Coke Farms, or even smaller Bertuccio? So what qualifies and what, and how are you educating them again? And then who's in control of the food recovery? Is this another contract that's going to be out with, it's going to have to be done with Recology? Or is there another company that does it? And also, you know, Supervisor Hernandez says, this is unfunded. So this is unfunded. So who gets the cost? Does the cost all go to San Benito County? Does it get broken up? And then when I say by the cost, is that cost going to be because you have a third party that's going to be doing the food recovery? Thank you.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay. Thank you for making the comment regarding the cost, because when I looked at this item, I was looking at the cost benefit analysis. You know, what's it going to cost? Who's going to benefit? So your presentation addressed the benefits already, but what is the cost and who's going to bear the brunt of it? That's a really good question.
Yeah, so with, I guess it would depend on how many businesses apply or are applicable for Tier 1 and Tier 2. If we have 5 businesses, it's not that much staff time to go out and inspect or to enforce, right? But if we have a handful of businesses, then that might be a different story. With just putting together this MOU and the edible food recovery, we had already budgeted that in our regional agency.
Okay.
So that's you're approving that today. It's already within our fiscal year budget. For additional staff that might be needed, again, I don't. We're kind of working out all of those details on is it going to be IWM that goes out and inspects and enforces, or is it going to be environmental health? Is it going to be Recology, who's already doing it on their site visits? So we're looking at all the different options so that we minimize those costs, and there might not be any because we can fit it in with the already work that we have. Rose, did you want to add anything?
Not at all.
Question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to what Supervisor Hernandez was saying too, along that same vein, do we know how many companies are currently donating food?
I don't have that number with me, but we have been having several conversations with the food bank, and some of them are already, some of these wholesale food vendors, the agricultural businesses are already doing the donations. They just don't have that the agreement with the food bank, so that's something they would do, and then a few other things, but they're already donating. And then even with our grocery stores, when I've gone out to do site assessments, there are a few that are already donating as well.
And have there been any issues in the county of food poisoning or anything along those lines based on those donations that we're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, thank you.
You know, one comment which Elia brought up, which I think is a good point. You know, we do have within our county some very large ag companies that, you know, that are producing, you know, huge amounts of lettuce and other things. So do they fall into one of those 2 tiers? That's a question mark. I'm sure that probably many of those businesses already have a donation program. I know that the food bank and, gets donations of food. So I'm sure some of that's already going on, but I am curious, because that's when we talk about large, that's probably over in San Juan Bautista area, in some cases, or North County, you have some very, large operations in that regard. Just a comment, I would agree that it's frustrating that this is a bill that pushes it on the county to take responsibility without the cost. Although, when you look at the amount of food that is wasted and thrown away, not to mention the climate impact, I can understand the reason for this program. But at any rate, those are just, one last question. This program, though, does not fall under the waiver, is that correct?
This does not fall under
Yes,
the
so
waiver.
we must go forward with a program. We cannot wait on this one.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Rose, did you want to take a stab at that question?
So I think that you're raising a really good question about whether the agricultural producers are considered wholesale food vendors. And I think that question is best posed to the state, because I don't know that it has been clarified yet.
Madam Chair, so I had checked with staff again beforehand just to ensure that this is the absolute minimum that's required by law. I just feel like that's very important considering we're such a small community and just don't have resources. I have doubts about the resources to oversee this and the practicality of the program as a whole, just to be really frank about it. And again, I'll just reiterate, I agree, it's very frustrating that the state of California has continued multi-billion-dollar surpluses from year to year in the last couple of years, and we're looking at more going forward. And yet here we are passing the buck on to local jurisdictions once again. So why not use some of that state surplus for programs like this? And maybe it's an area where our lobbyists can get involved and say a few words on that. So if the state wants to burden jurisdictions and food producers, then the state should pay for all of the related costs. And then when it comes to feeding the hungry, I agree. I appreciate the question about the ag industry. I feel like a couple things here. I feel like it would be more, again, I'm not a state legislator, but I feel like it would be more productive perhaps to offer optional subsidies to restaurants and other producers who are willing to do this. Instead of paying all this money for staff and resources, it would make sense to offer that incentive, real incentive for the restaurants and the grocery stores to get involved in programs like this. And then the same can be said about the agriculture industry. I mean, when it comes to feeding the hungry in particular, maybe there's not as much of an impact on the methane part, but when it comes to feeding the hungry, what's really missing is, on the ground, the farmers themselves offering, perhaps, again, I hate to use the S word, but these could be really valuable subsidies if we had a program that could offer additional subsidies for farmers. I don't think a lot of people realize, but farmers go through bad crops. They go through crops where it's just economically not feasible to harvest. So what happens to those crops? Those crops get tilled back into the ground. And so to me, it would make more sense to offer those farmers subsidies, to have partners in place that can come out and harvest that food, and that's good food out of the ground. Makes a lot more sense than this just ridiculous program, frankly, that the state of California is trying to put on us. Thank you.
Okay. So then what is the will of the board regarding this item?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the action item for today on this is to introduce and waive the first reading of the ordinance, and I'm prepared to do that.
As well as to approve the MOU.
Right.
Yes.
That would be a separate action item, would be to approve the MOU.
I'll move to approve as recommended simply because it's required. Thank you.
Okay. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, so I have a first and a second. So right now, we're talking about just the waiving of the first reading, and direct staff to place the ordinance on the consent calendar for adoption for the January 25th, 2022 meeting for the establishment of the edible food program consistent with State Senate Bill 1383. So, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay.
No.
Okay, the one opposed, okay, that would be Supervisor Hernandez, 4-1. So then the second item, which we normally incorporate all of the staff recommendation at once, but I hear you, Joel, is to then adopt the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding between the Integrated Waste Management Regional Agency members and the establishment for an edible food recovery program consistent with Senate Bill 1383. So what is the will of the board for that item?
Yeah, move to approve as recommended.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Okay, so again, also a 4-1 for item number 3. Okay. All right, so that will conclude this hearing at 11:59. So that takes me to the question of, it's near the lunchtime hour. We have the working lunch for the closed session. What is,
Yeah, that's what we'd like to do, Madam Chair. So if we can go ahead and go to closed session, we have our Assistant County Counsel here. They can go ahead and start that process. We'll go ahead and meet for about 45 minutes.
45 minutes?
Mhm.
Okay. So do you want to go ahead and read out the items for the record? And then we'll go to the public for any questions regarding the closed session items.
Yes, Madam Chair, there are 2 closed session items. Both have to do with existing litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9, subdivisions A and D1. There are 2 cases. They are the County of San Benito versus the Sunny Slope County Water District, Superior Court of California. County of San Benito, case number CU 20-00068. And the second case is Western Resources Legal Center versus San Benito County Superior Court, case number CU 21-00204.
And then item 31.
31.
What's that? 31. Oh, I'm sorry. And item 31, closed session, conference with labor negotiation. With labor negotiators, the agency designated representatives are Tanya Torres Wong, Michael McDougall, Ray Espinoza, Edgar Nolasco, Gabriel Orozco, and Elvia Barocio.
Okay.
Various county employee organizations are listed in the agenda.
So do we have any public comment on the closed session items?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay. So then we're going to go ahead and adjourn to closed session, 45 minutes, so we figure 10 to 1. That gives like 47 minutes. Okay, so at 10 to 1. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and resume the session here. So is there anything to report on closed session, County Council?
No reportable action.
Okay, so it is now 1:27 in the afternoon, and that takes us to item number, item 3. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. So earlier we were talking about 1383 and the edible food recycling component. Now we're going to talk about 1383 in general. The state has identified organics as being a key greenhouse gas producer that they have now outlawed from the landfills effectively. Over the next few years, you're not going to be able to put them in the landfill. So they are encouraging private industry, public agencies to place the appropriate regulations and create the appropriate technology in place to address the organic area of the waste flow so it doesn't go into landfills. Ultimately, it's anticipated that 1383 is going to require 50 to 100 new expanded waste recycling facilities in California. Additionally, we're required to evaluate our current organics processing information and plan for new compost anaerobic digestion facilities. At present, there is a need for additional waste infrastructure in San Benito County and planning for diverting and processing these organics. So Selena and I have been working hard over the last few months trying to solve many of our waste issues. Some of them are very apparent. Some of them are kind of like the bottom of the iceberg sitting on the ocean. As everybody's aware, the landfill is applying to expand its presence, and we're working through the environmental impact process for that landfill. And as we go through that process, there's been a lot of rhetoric about vehicle trips up to the landfill. There's a lot of rhetoric about traffic at the landfill on the weekends. So RMA is listening to that and filing that away and looking for solutions to that. With my previous position at the City of Hollister, one of the things I was in charge of was the wastewater treatment plant and also the industrial wastewater treatment plant. And one of the byproducts of those processes is called sludge. Currently, that sludge is being stockpiled in 2 ponds, which are located next to Highway 156 and 4th Street. There is a tremendous amount of sludge in those ponds that ultimately something is going to have to happen with. Traditionally, the city has paid millions of dollars. A dredge goes out there, it dredges that sludge out from the ponds. They spin it really quick in centrifuges and try to get most of the water out of it, and then it's hauled to the landfill. We really don't want to use our precious landfill space for something that there's another route for. That sludge can be processed, and it can be composted, and it can be turned into a product instead of waste for the landfill. So that's something else that Selena and I have been identifying as a problem on the horizon. So many of these problems are out there and they exist, and we need to find solutions for. We are the Integrated Waste Management Agency. It is our responsibility to do this planning and try to offer solutions. Today, we're going to talk about one of those proposals. Our long-time consultant for landfill capacity, Sangeeta Lewis, her husband, who's with us today, has been working with a private agency to develop technology that will address 1383 organics processing issues. When Sangeeta was talking to him about our individual issues, he put us in touch with the company he was working with, which was Vico, and Selena and I began a dialogue with VICO, and we identified our needs, and in conversations with them, we determined that this all kind of fit together nicely and solved many of our problems with this proposal. From there, we took it to the managers, the CAO and the city managers, and we did a presentation to them. And we said, what do you think? And we got the thumbs up to take it to the task force. We took it to the task force. They gave us the thumbs up to bring it to here today. Ultimately, the goal of today is to enter into a MOU with VICO so that they can do the work that needs to be done so we truly know what is in our local waste stream. We have some numbers that are pretty good on some things. We have no idea on other things. And in order to tailor make a solution, we need a very detailed analysis of exactly how much waste is being generated locally. That is the first part of the MOU that we're asking you to look at today. After that, there are other phases of the MOU. There's a phase where they will design the facility. After that, there's a phase where they will build and operate a facility. So I think at this point, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to VICO and let them do their presentation, and then I'll come back at the end for questions. Sorry.
Thank you, Michael, and Madam Supervisor and Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity. So, as Michael said, VICO is a project development company. We have expertise in developing projects. I've personally been involved in some larger P3 projects in California, the Carlsbad Seawater Desal Plant. My colleague Brian Cullen was very involved in the Santa Paula wastewater P3 project. And as well, we have Ken Lewis from GH2, Michael referred to before. The GH2 just recently finished the largest waste organics processing facility in the city of Rialto. That processes about 350,000 tons a year, and I think that's the largest in the country, if I'm not mistaken. And then our other partner on the project is PCL, and PCL has a lot of experience building these digestion facilities. So we'll get into that a little bit later. That's our team that we have that we're bringing to this, and really there are, as Michael explained, there's SB 1383. But there are a lot of other issues that kind of dovetail very nicely with the solution with what 1383 is requiring. And the list in front of you on the screen there you can see we have organics diversion from landfill. We're proposing a phased approach to this, primarily for the reasons that Michael indicated, that we have some idea about the quantities of waste, where it comes from, what's going to landfill, but we have not done a detailed characterization of that waste in order to design and size appropriately a digestion facility to handle this. There's a lot of unknowns that we need to develop, which we'll get to. We'll answer those questions, but we don't know the answers today. So our plan is a two-phase approach. The first phase is would be a waste transfer station that would allow a point where waste from within the county and also some waste from outside the county can go and be consolidated, and loads going from, and that the plan would be to locate that adjacent to the existing wastewater plant and land to be decided, but generally that vicinity close to the major highways. And that would be twofold. One, it would alleviate a lot of the trucking going across town because the waste would be intercepted on that side of town. The second part of it would be that it would be a facility where the diversion can happen of the waste. There'd be a place where the waste can come in and be sorted and separated into organics and non-organics, and also a facility where the wastewater sludge from both the industrial and domestic wastewater plants can be blended with the organics harvested from the waste materials. But the first phase, like I said, is the waste transfer station. That's a facility. That's an integral part of this plan, and we'll get into a little bit more in the following slides. I think you touched already on the issues with waste-activated sludge from the wastewater plant that currently is being stored. This is a solution during phase 2 where we would provide a solution for digesting that material, creating a renewable natural gas that could be used for many purposes, power generation, sale of gas. The transfer station would also be we understand in talking with the, so, you know, we talked with IWM, we've talked with the task force, we've met with Recology, we've met with Waste Solutions, and we've shared this idea and gotten considerable support for it. A couple of the other issues that we think are valuable to the community would be including in the transfer station a household hazardous waste receiving area. Currently, the locations and times open for individuals to take their household hazardous waste are somewhat limited. This would provide a facility where every day someone can go. And if it's easier it's open and easy for citizens to access, they're more likely to use it. Another need for the community is a household salvage area, household goods salvage area, similar to the Last Chance Mercantile facility in Monterey, which some of you may be familiar with, which is an area where usable goods could be sold, could be stored and then resold and repurposed for citizens who need that. The second phase we'll talk about a little bit further. Let me move on. So the three areas, we have the wastewater treatment plant is location 1, and then the landfill on the other side of town, and the resource recovery area. So I'll refer to these 3 areas as we move forward, but just wanted to orient you. So this is the existing scenario that you have. You have on the left side of the screen, you have the franchise waste, which is managed by Recology, and Recology picks up the waste, the recyclables, and the organics from your community and hauls them to one of these 3 locations. Either if it's waste, it goes to the landfill. If it's green waste, it usually goes to South Valley Organics. That's the location designated in that contract. And the recyclables go to Monterey Regional Waste. The non-franchised waste, the in and out of county waste, is all going to the landfill. And so this is the material where we hope to intercept the waste at the transfer station, sort it, and sort the organics from the inorganics and other recyclables at that location, and then comply. The objective again is to mitigate traffic impacts across town, because we can consolidate the trucking loads that are going to the landfill, minimize the number of those trucking loads, because we'd be diverting a significant portion to organics reclamation and digestion. But again, the issue why we're advocating a phased approach is that we don't have full characterization of that waste material at this time. So some of the benefits of the waste transfer station, phase 1. Trucking, we've talked about that. On average, experience shows that a waste transfer station can reduce trucking by about 80%. So for every 5 vehicles currently going to the landfill, you would have 1 consolidated load, larger transfer trailer that would take all of that waste. You get a lot of traffic off the road. And then again, you're providing an area where you can divert the waste, divert the organics from the waste. And really, we're looking at this large quantity, 280,000 tons of material that is potentially has up to 20% organics inside it. And so the other part of this is about 63% of the waste that you receive today at the landfill is coming from out of county, which is a significant amount, and that's something we hope to characterize and get a much better understanding of, and so we can design the digestion facility later on. This phase 2 naturally fits in and joins together with phase 1, the waste transfer station. So once we have the waste transfer station built, you've got control over loads coming into town. You've reduced the number of trucks. The second phase is the organics receiving, where we can blend the organics recovered from the waste with the wastewater sludge from the waste domestic plant and the industrial plant. That can then be digested in a anaerobic digester, where we would produce renewable natural gas, which could be used to fuel vehicles, could be sold for pipeline injection to PG&E or other large gas companies, or used for power generation on site. And then the other aspect of that is the digestate, what's left over from the digestion process. That can be a very usable additive to compost and soil amendment for fertilizers. We're proposing to develop this project as fund the entire project on our own with our financial partners at the Carlyle Group. So we would. This first phase is that we're talking about is we're asking for an exclusive commitment to develop this project. There would be no fee to the county to develop that, and the first phase is really to identify what is on an indicative level, what is the cost of this project, and what is the revenue generating basis for this project. We obviously have to pay the cost for the capital cost for designing and constructing the facility, for operating the facility. We expect to make some return on that investment as well as any investment company would. Part of that revenue will also be shared with the county, and the county can use that for offsetting customer rates or any other purpose that they choose to. But our plan is to be very transparent and open book with how this is, what the costs are, so that everyone is comfortable with what we're proposing. Again, this is a rough schedule that looks at about a 2-year timeline to deliver the transfer station. Concurrent with this would be the development of the digestion facility. Again, the transfer station and the design of that needs to come first so that we have a much better idea of how much waste is coming in and what does that waste look like. Only then will we be able to go to the second phase of planning the digester. So that the project delivery is really 2 tasks. The first task is we get together, we figure out what is the indicative cost of this, what is the revenue sharing mechanism, and we come back to you and say, we think this is what it's going to cost. Does this seem reasonable to you? And we also provide a fee for basically an exit fee or off-ramp fee should the county decide to off-ramp from this process. And that would be the cost of designing that. So for task 1, there's no obligation. When we get to task 2, the only obligation is if you decide to exit, we would expect that our costs that we've paid our engineers to design would be reimbursed. If you decide to go ahead with task 2, that cost would be rolled into the overall project cost and there'd be no out-of-pocket cost to the county. When we get to the end of task 2, we'll have a definitive agreement because we've done about 30% of the design. We'll know exactly what it will cost. We'll have guaranteed pricing from contractors to build the facility. We'll know exactly what it's going to take to buy the equipment and operate it. And we'll have a definitive agreement that confirms our indicative proposal and outlines exactly what the facility is going to cost and what the revenue sharing, of course, is for the county. We intend that this would be a collaborative process that we would work on together and in a transparent manner. So summarizing, we have phase 1 is the transfer station, including a facility that would be used for household hazardous waste collection, household goods, and a last chance mercantile type facility. Phase 2 would follow on later, would be the organics separation facility and anaerobic digestion, followed by a gas conditioning to harvest the gas from the digesters and also landfill gas from the landfill gas system. The commitment, I think I walked through the different phases. Happy to answer any questions you may have or clarifications on that. And that's really the idea. We would ask that the county would require that waste that's collected within the county, non-franchise waste collected within the county, and from outside would be directed to the transfer station. If there's no requirement from the county to do that, then the transfer station really is not going to serve a whole lot of purpose. You want to direct all that waste going through the transfer station in order to consolidate the loads and reduce the traffic on highways, and also the corresponding damage to roads and so forth associated with many vehicles on the highways. We'd ask for the county to be the lead CEQA agency on the project, which those are our asks. Anyway, that's a brief summary of the project and trying to throw a lot in there at one time, but happy to answer any questions.
So I know we threw out franchise waste, so what the plan would be is to require all, Waste Connections waste would continue going to landfill as is. But all the private property, business, you and I, we would no longer go to the landfill.
Sorry.
Okay.
Closing you
Um,
out.
I'm much more handsome now. Anyway, we would stop that traffic from going up to John Smith, and we would reroute it to a more central location for San Juan Bautista and the city. We find that a lot of waste gets dumped on county roads, and that's because people don't want to drive all the way across the valley to the landfill. Part of it is always going to happen, but part of it is because it's a burden to take it all the way over to landfill. But, so it's my belief that if we come up with something a little more centralized between the two metropolitan areas in the county, that we can have a positive effect on some of that also.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Madam Chair, a few questions. So first of all, you somewhat answered my first question, which is we would, and I don't know if we'd have to renegotiate the deal, but we would obviously need to require Waste Solutions to have the out-of-county trucks stop at this. Okay.
No.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
Their out-of-county trucks would continue to landfill.
They would?
Yes.
Because they're already separated.
It's already been separated.
It's already been
No,
been
but that I'm
processed.
saying, they would come to us to separate it first.
No, the
They
stuff
would
they're
have to
bringing-
be separated
The stuff they're
before.
bringing in is already done.
Okay, all right. And you're saying that's the case, I'm a little confused. You're saying that's the case now, or we're going to require them to have it
That is-
separated?
That is the case now. The stuff that's coming in from Santa Clara County has already been through Santa Clara County's process, and it's already been recycled and diverted. So
Okay, because I was, okay.
we're trying to intercept.
When I was
the-
looking at the presentation, I was understanding that that it wasn't separated, but you're saying it is separated now.
The stuff that Recology is collecting locally is not, other than what you do at your house. And the stuff that people bring up there, either through their business
Is
or in their
not.
pickup truck, is not.
Is not. So that's what would have to be.
Correct. That is what
Okay.
we're targeting.
And then the location, I know you said it would be close to 4th Street area where the existing, I'm just curious about, where, because otherwise we're talking about more traffic, additional trucks potentially. And then also, to make this work, I gather that the profit, the money's coming from a tipping fee that is being charged, and to make it profitable, make sense, that's going to require outside other trucks coming in. Am I correct in that? From out of county, there would have to be some out of county to come in that would take advantage of this. Am I right?
Well, I mean, the whole purpose of 1383 is to divert organics. So
Right.
if it's material that's already been separated, there's no reason to go to, and it's already in a consolidated
Right.
large load, then the transfer station doesn't add any value. If it's not the case and the separation is needed, or it's not in a large load, then that's the waste we want to go to the transfer station, because we can then add value.
Right. But I guess what I'm getting at is where, if you're paying for this, where does,
Where does our revenue come from?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, sure. So our revenue would come from tipping fees at the transfer station.
Right.
It would also come from gas sales on the digestion in the second phase of that.
But there wouldn't be enough tipping fees just for the local county non-franchise.
It would be Recology too.
It would, I'm trying to get a handle on where the revenue's coming from, and are there, we have a concern locally here where close to 80% of the stuff that goes to our landfill is coming from out of county. What I'm trying to get a handle on is what additional out of county traffic will be coming in to this facility.
Sure. So the important thing to keep in mind is that 1383 is a change in our practice of managing waste that's unprecedented in the state. the entire state is somewhat in flux in terms of how we're dealing with it. But there will be a need for digestion facilities from food processors, from other wastewater plants within the area. This is an opportunity to create a regional facility that will benefit this community and benefit the entire region, because it'll be a resource for processing this waste that doesn't exist right now. There needs to be about 70 facilities.
Just a moment, Supervisor Hernandez.
There needs to be about 70 facilities built throughout the state in order to process this waste and do this effectively. They don't exist right now. And this could be one of the first that would assist in that process. So don't really see an increase in trucks at all. I'm not sure why why I'm trying to understand the confusion there. If anything, the local truck traffic would be reduced roughly on a ratio of 80% less local traffic.
Okay, yeah, I can see the trade-offs. All I'm saying is this would be a regional plant, so there would be trucks coming from out of town. Somewhat it's maybe fully offset by the reduction in the trucks that have to go to our landfill after. I'm just bringing this up because as a community, we are dealing with concern over out-of-county waste coming into our community. And so if what we're talking about is a regional plant where there's additionally, it's going to be used for some out-of-county, we, as a board, we have to take that into account and think about that and whether that's something we want to have happen. So anyway, that's the reason for my questions.
If I can try to address that, there's certainly unknowns that we don't know, and part of this process will be evaluating these waste sources, better understanding the waste flow, character, and composition. But in the grand scheme of things, the population of this state and this region is more or less the same. It's growing slowly, but the volume of materials going to landfill, that volume is growing a little bit, but it's not monumental. What we're doing is dividing that into different categories, but the same volume is being divided. It's going to go into different locations. It's not all going to go to the landfill anymore. Some of it's going to go to a digester. Some of it's going to go to the landfill. Some of it's going to go to other facilities. And that whole process is shaking out as 1383 and the ripple effect that has on the whole waste handling industry.
Supervisor Hernandez, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think, so you tell me if I'm wrong, Supervisor Tiffany, because I'm right on with your question, I appreciate it. So maybe if I can frame the question this way, would you be willing to agree that you would not take out of county waste into this transfer station?
County waste at the landfill, which is benefiting this community. So why would you want to do that? I'm not sure the value that what your proposal is saying. What is the value of that for the community?
Sorry, I missed the answer. It sounds like the sound is kind of cutting out. I'm not hearing on this side.
I don't know if anyone can help with that.
Maybe just speak closer into the mic.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sorry about that. Currently, all the waste is going and out of county is going to the landfill. And what we're proposing is a more effective way of sorting that and diverting the organics and preventing them going from the landfill. So I'm not sure why you would want to put that kind of constraint on the transfer station to refuse any out-of-county material. That seems like an overall negative loss for San Benito County.
Well, I appreciate it, sir, and you're a private agency, so basically where I'm getting at and what I'm hearing from Supervisor Tiffany, which is my concern also, is you have to be able to make your costs and as a private agency be profitable, which means you have to be able to have a certain amount of productivity that equals the amount of garbage coming in, right? Because you're making money off these tipping fees. So you have to generate to a certain extent, a certain amount of garbage to offset your cost to manage this thing, which means where is that truck traffic gonna come from into this transfer station? If you were to, because you're thinking within the realm of how to manage your business, which I appreciate. Us as county supervisors have to think about the implications outside of even your business, which is how many more trucks are we getting into San Benito County? What are the impacts on our roads? Where's the money going to come from to offset those impacts? There's a lot more layers to addressing the concerns that we have that we can't, or at least I'm speaking for myself. I can't just say, yes, let's do it. I personally think that it's a good idea for us to do an RFP process because this is so new. We almost feel like we have to do a lot more homework to understand the impacts. I mean, I understand that you can't guarantee anything because this is such a new thing, but that just means to me that we have to do that much more homework on my end.
Just making sure you can hear. Just food for thought and wanting to make sure it's clear. I mean, currently you have lots of vehicles coming from out of the county and from within the county that all drive to the landfill. And that comes with a lot of traffic impacts and impacts to your roads. What we're proposing is a transfer station on the far west side of town that would intercept and consolidate much of that load and reducing the number of trucks and reducing the impact to your roads.
I appreciate that. Yeah. When I think about, and I get it, you have a waste transfer station, you have trucks that are going or locals that are going, and I would imagine you'd have out of county. So let's assume just in general, you're going to have basically a certain amount of truck traffic going to this transfer station. That doesn't guarantee that you're not going to have separate trucks going to the land, how much that equals out to, right? We don't have a math of how many trucks are going to the landfill aside from the transfer station. So how much, I'm just looking at the net difference. How much more trucks are we going to have? That's an unknown. And if we can't guarantee that, then I think we have to venture into understanding that. That's probably my main point.
Supervisor Dirks has a question.
And I think, I wanted some clarification there too. And so I have another clarifying question just to be totally sure here. So do you feel like in the future that the current trucks that we have coming in from Santa Clara County would eventually be, even though it's separated now, would it eventually be diverted to the transfer station as well because of the
So you have
digestion plant?
You have two sources of trucks coming in from other areas. Our landfill does not only accept waste from 95023.
Correct.
There are contractors that operate in Gilroy that bring their business waste to the landfill.
Yep.
But Waste Connections also has contracts with agencies, Santa Clara County is one of them, which process their waste, and then the residual, the stuff that can't be recycled, can't be separated, that also is coming into the landfill. So when you say, would it be diverted, the plan would be to divert the non-franchise waste or the non-Waste Connections agreement waste with agencies that's already processed, and would be to divert those contractors to a more central location on the west side of town near Caltrans maintained roads, or anybody who has a backyard that they're cleaning up in Gilroy and wants to pay Hollister fees instead of San Martin fees, they would be diverted to this facility. But the other Waste Solutions traffic that's their business. It is separate from this option.
Okay, so then my concerns fall in line with Supervisor Tiffany and Supervisor Hernandez.
I think what we're missing is, and again, I don't know enough about this to say yay or nay, but I think what we're missing is because of the life left in the landfill, we as a county have to do something. And a transfer station is a way to sort out the refuse before it makes it out there and turn it into something usable, whether it's organics, whether it's a last chance mercantile. But it's so that whatever is then separated that can't be reused in some form or fashion, then that smaller package then goes to the landfill. And I know there's a lot of concern about Fairview Road and the landfill and so forth, and if we pick the map that's my district, I have to become more intimately familiar with it. But I do know that the traffic going out there currently has nothing to do with this. It's just saying Recology won't be going out there. Anyone who's doing yard work, side work, whatever, they would have to go to the transfer station, dump it there, sort it there, and your organization would then put it in a big truck and take it. So rather than having 30 little garbage trucks heading out there, you might have one big, massive one, big one like the ones coming from Santa Clara County. That's kind of what's happening.
And it would be 1383 compliant. Currently, we are not 1383 compliant. The current business model is not 1383 compliant. We are operating on a waiver, and that waiver ends at 70,000 people or 2026.
We heard that earlier today.
Exactly.
Yes, we did.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Peter.
just some final comments, and I'll move on. But I get the sentiment. If I'm even just leaning on kind of the best of intentions, then you're still gonna, under what you shared, Madam Chair, you're still gonna get, assuming, let's say you get 30 trucks and they were going to the landfill, now they're going to this transfer station. They're still going into San Benito County, and there's still going to be impacts, at that that station, and then the roads around it. Separate issue, I get it, but then the other element is we just have to put it in context. We're dealing with two private companies, and I get the motive. You have two private companies basically they're contingent upon a certain business model to draw a certain amount of waste. And you put it pretty well. It is about the landfill, because the life cycle at that landfill, I mean, we're right now, that's the reason why there's a whole other element that that's moving forward. Bottom line is now it doesn't guarantee. I would venture to say there's probably a chance that the speed of that landfill use is going to increase even with this transfer station process, because it still doesn't address or mitigate the fact that they need a certain amount of garbage. Whatever that means, you have two separate companies that require a certain amount of garbage for the business model to work. And I have a hard time believing that the impacts aren't going to increase. And especially since we have so much ambiguity with what's presented, we don't have clarity of what those impacts actually are. So it's a good idea, I would say, but in general, there's no real tangibles to say what the public can expect with the traffic and the roads and the landfill use. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Understand your concern. Did you have any comments,
I
Supervisor?
do have
Kazaki?
comments. Are we on to the comments now?
We haven't gone to the public yet, and these were kind of like questions for clarification. You're right, we've already kind of delved into it. Can we try to stay with questions?
I'm fine waiting for the public comment. Then I'd
Okay,
like to
good.
make my
Okay,
comments. Yep.
thank you. Question? Okay.
A question.
Questions.
It's a follow-up question. And I guess, I'm still confused. I was just in a landfill standing committee a couple days ago where we got this presentation. And what I was hearing, and then I heard you saying some of this as well, Mike, is that there was discussion about Waste Solutions trucks coming to this transfer station, and potentially there would be some separation or whatever you want to call it. And I remember Paul made the comment, gentleman from Vico made the comment that we don't know what's involved. So, I mean, but then I'm hearing some of it is saying that the Waste Solutions is not going to go to the transfer station. But then I recall there was some discussion that they would be going to the transfer station. So which is it? And then, given, if they are going to go to the transfer station, or at least some of them, does that have to be negotiated with Waste Solutions?
So
There's a lot of unknowns here. I think that's where we're all struggling with this. There's a lot of unknowns.
My information from Waste Solutions is the imported waste is already processed, and it's residual waste. which means we would not want to sort stuff that's already been sorted once.
Right.
So that would bypass this facility. This is a sort facility. There's no point in sending it to that facility. Any waste that has not been sorted would go to this facility for sorting and classification. Does that help?
So you're saying 100% of what's coming in from out of county with Waste Solution is already sorted?
That is what I've been told by Waste Solutions. Selena,
Because
do you have
that's
any
not what I
different
was
information?
hearing at our landfill meeting.
Yeah, I don't believe that that is the case. This is, I think, what we're saying. There's so much unknowns that questions you have, questions we have, questions Vico has, and what we're asking for today is to hear the presentation, but also to approve a project development agreement where if we agree to this task 1, there's no financial contribution, no commitment to a project, but we're simply evaluating the project and then coming back to you at a later date for additional discussion and hopefully have a lot of these questions that we all have answered. I hope that answers.
That, I think that helps.
May I ask a question on top of your question? Okay, because I'm going back looking at it and said till task 2, we don't have to put any expense in unless we as a county choose not to go that route. Then at that point, the county will have to reimburse costs.
There's an off-ramp at task 1, no charge.
Okay.
Then if you initiate task 2, the off-ramp for task 2 is to refund their costs.
Okay.
If you
If we proceed ahead, then there's no,
see, there's no cost either.
it's only if we have a departure at task 2.
Correct.
Okay.
And I'm going to add that with approval of a task 2, I mean, it doesn't have to just be on the county's end to pay for this. Our thought was this would be a regional agency program where we would also have to go to both cities for approval on proceeding and bring that resolution back, and then the board could approve as lead agency after we've gone to both cities and gotten their approval.
Because there'll be cost sharings involved.
Exactly, yeah.
You have a question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So would the cost be for the development of Phase 2 and Phase 1 if we decided to take the off-ramp at the end of Phase 2?
Yeah, no, phase 1 is entirely at our risk.
Okay.
And there's no cost to
All right,
the
I just
county.
wanted to be
The only
clear about that.
charge would be if you exit the project and don't proceed at the end of phase 2, then we'd ask for our design costs and you would own the work product. The county would get the 30% design product, and you can do whatever you want with it. But we're making we would be at that point making a substantial investment in real engineering work and characterization of the waste, of the sludge, and from the domestic plan and industrial plan, and figuring out a pretty detailed plan. So.
Okay, so I have one follow-up question real quick too. Going back to, is it sorted, is it not sorted from the county bringing in? Right now, you currently said this is new because of 1383, that there's going to need to be 70 facilities, that we would be one of those facilities, which I think is where Supervisor Hernandez, started to get concerned about things coming in. So here's my question though, if we have the digester, the organic digester, let's pretend like it is sorted as it comes in, the organic waste, would that get diverted? And then that would be used in the anaerobic digester?
Correct.
Okay, that's the point of clarification I wanted. I just had
Madam
to
Chair,
ask my
if I may,
questions.
I think there's along the
Our
same
CAO.
lines. So my understanding is that everything will get delivered to the transfer station on the other side of town. But the actual digester location's at the RRP park, which is adjacent to the landfill. So then at that point, you would then transfer what's at the transfer station to the RRP park. So there'll still be traffic going to the RRP
Organics
park.
would get transferred
That's
to
right.
the RRP.
So I just want to be clear with that. Okay.
If I could add to that, I mean, we had proposed to put the digester at the RRP park. That's an idea, and it's certainly not set in stone. There's flexibility if putting it on the other side of town near the existing wastewater plant would be preferable. That's certainly an option. The idea why we recommended that was, one, that area was zoned for a resource recovery area, and two, we could combine the gas processing systems from the digester with the landfill gas and harvest them both. So there's a trade-off. If you put it at near the wastewater treatment plant, the existing landfill gas would require a separate gas processing system. So that's part of this evaluation in task one that we really want to get to.
And I think one thing that you had said is, in terms of the roads, Caltrans maintained roads as opposed to county maintained.
Correct. That's
Yeah,
why we're
I heard that. And
identifying-
so I hear the concern of my fellow supervisors in terms of wear and tear on the road, but it's the wear and tear on Caltrans roads as opposed to the county, whether it be John Smith or Fairview or Best. That's what he's trying to tell us without saying that. Yes.
Madam Chair, what's the difference?
Who pays it?
Well, that's, the roads are still going to get all,
But if it's coming out of our funds versus coming out of Caltrans funds, there's a significant difference.
and when was the last time Caltrans did a repaving of 25, aside from the little bit of work they're doing now?
I'm just saying where the money's sourcing from. Again, I don't have a, one way or another. This is the first time I'm seeing it. I purposely didn't return the phone calls from either of you that had called me, and I know you did, and I apologize. I didn't mean to be rude, but this is a political hot potato for our community, and I'm sure that you know, as politicians here sitting at the dais, whether we're hoping to be reelected in 2 years, 4 years, our community is very disgusted about what has happened with the landfill in the past. Prior arrangements that were made by, I will not name that person, but the person who was in charge there, out there at the waste management, by prior board, they were in a position where they needed to do something. They thought they were doing the best for the community, and it turns out that it wasn't so much in the best of the community. So now all 5 of us sitting up here are in a position precariously trying to solve the sins of the past, and very reluctant to go down another road that just might put us in the same category as our predecessors. And so we're very, very reluctant. So it says, I don't have a yay or a nay because I'm not in it enough to be able to make a decision. But I like the exploratory option, I really do. But again, I'm just one person. But I purposely did not call you because I did go out and I did do a tour out at the landfill, and I saw the science involved. But I see all the opposition in the community. They don't want an expansion. And this is what I'm saying. When that project comes to us and on an agenda, we're going to have a very different conversation than we're having right now. Just to let you know, it's just a very difficult topic here in the community. It's very divisive.
Madam Chair, can I ask it one more question?
Yes.
I have a lot of questions, sorry.
No, it's okay, because we're in a serious place.
So this is one potential solution. I know you, Mike, you said that we're not in compliance with 1383. We do have to be in compliance. We may or may not have a number of years, but it could be just a few years away. What other alternatives have we looked at or thought about to get in compliance? I mean, possibility of doing something right at the landfill. I'm just curious, or have we even gone that far?
We are in communications with the landfill and in their expansion process about expanding diversion facilities at the landfill. But to quote the regional manager of the landfill, landfills aren't where you do diversion. I mean, that's an exact quote that he told me when I was pushing to expand those facilities, because quite frankly, they're the only facilities we have. So you come into compliance with 1383, we're going to have to get the organics out of the waste stream. So we're going to have to enter into contracts with existing facilities somewhere to process all these things, which will come at cost. And we will have to hire additional staff to ensure that it's actually happening. As you saw in the edible food part, the state has some teeth in it, and they're requiring us to police it. Now, whether my agency polices it code enforcement's policing it or environmental health is policing it. We haven't even gotten that far, or if we contract with a third party to police it. We're going to be required to police this as well as the edible food. So as far as the sludge goes, that material may wind up in the landfill, although the state's outlawing it to go into the landfill. So probably not going to wind up in the landfill. And to anybody using the facilities, whether they be Sunny Slopes or Hollisters, they're going to have a huge bill to pay to get rid of that stuff.
I know we've had some good conversation here, questions, but I still do want to go to the public. Can I go ahead and go to the public and have them ask questions? And then I will go to Supervisor Kosmicki first because he has been waiting patiently.
Here in chambers, if you'd like to make a comment, please provide a speaker card. Valerie Eglund.
I'm very much in favor where we can develop a last chance salvage. The Monterey facility is so successful. It is pleasant to go to. It is a resource, and it takes traffic off the road. So for having an opportunity to begin the development of that concept for San Benito County, it seems like it would be something that we could sell to the whole public. Everybody who goes out to the landfill and uses it, which I do, living out in the country, I'm appalled at how much there is there of usable materials that are not diverted. And they're doing a good job of green waste, reworked, and otherwise the engineering is beautiful. But we need to take this kind of a step at this point because we're behind the ball as far as the whole Central Coast. We need to be in that venue of looking ahead and staying progressive. So thank you.
Thank you.
Elias Salinas.
Thank you. Good afternoon. With regards to salvaging, I don't even know what it's called, what Valerie was just talking about. Isn't that already something that the San Benito Integrated Waste Management Company can already do with Recology? I mean, that's something they should be looking at. We shouldn't be looking at this other third party. In regards to SB 1383, here's the thing. This company, nothing against them because I don't even know them. I didn't hear about them till today. They're not giving you anything for free because in the end you're going to pay. What they're doing is, this is the first project. You're San Benito County, we're guinea pigs. That's why they're willing and they're throwing this out to you. They're dangling the carrot. We're not going to charge you, but we'll charge you at the end if you decide to back out. Well, if you're not going to back out because you've already started a project, there are 70 facilities, I believe that's what I heard earlier, and I know that Supervisor Dirks mentioned it. There are 70 facilities that are going to be built. Why do we have to be one? I was at Gilroy City Council meeting last week, and this is what they discussed. Recology, and you all know that Recology is not one of my favorite companies. They're already working with the city of Gilroy. So why don't we talk to the city of Gilroy and see what they're going to do, and if Recology is going to do it, let's transport to Santa Clara County, let's reverse it, because we're only talking about our own community. If you build a facility, more will come. And it is revenue, but if we don't want the traffic, we don't have to have this. And first, before, someone mentioned RFP, I think it was Supervisor Hernandez. You haven't done an RFP. You can't jump on somebody because somebody's husband knew somebody and you decided to get on a phone call and here we are today and everybody approved it. I'm not saying that it's bad, it's good. This is where we're supposed to be going, but this is not the company. We need to slow down. We have plenty of time. Slow down, not today. Thank you.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
My name is John Freeman, and I'm a member of the Integrated Waste Management Committee. And full disclosure, I was in the hazardous waste industry for over 15 years, still am on a part-time consulting basis. And there's a lot of overlap between the two industries. So I think I am fairly knowledgeable on the subject for a person just coming off the street. I work for a company called Romic Environmental, and we were the largest organic recycler of organic solvents on the West Coast until we folded in 2013. And I would say that the recommendations from the VICO group has a lot going for it. Establishing a transfer station and limiting the number of vehicles entering the landfill will drastically reduce pollution, road wear, and noise. I personally use the landfill about 3 to 4 times a year. And each time I drive out there, I end up in a very, very, very long line on John Smith Road. It takes me forever to get out there in my little truck to dump the stuff. Also having a household hazardous waste drop-off facility at the transfer station, it would be a huge boon to all San Benito County residents. That's a huge thing. Cleans up the environment. And I would also add to you that I know everyone's really upset at SB 1383, and I have problems with unfunded mandates also, but we have to remember that methane is 20 times more powerful as a greenhouse gas pollutant than CO2. And the object is to eliminate methane in the air. And the way to do that is to change the organics into something else that does not emit methane. And we can do that at the anaerobic digesters, and it's a valuable thing to have. I'm going to disagree with Elia. We should do it sooner, not later. There's no reason to wait.
Okay, so Supervisor Kazmicki, I'll go to you first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when this came to the Integrated Waste Management Task Force, there really wasn't an opportunity to wait public input. This is a really big deal if you go down this route or really do any homework on it of any kind. So now I've had that. And if we do decide to do an organics transfer station of some kind, I feel strongly we have to slow down this process and consider all our options. As for the location, it might be the best location, but I don't know. And then what I do know is I'm uncomfortable heading down the path of exclusivity with one firm. At some point, it makes more sense to put out an RFP, as has been mentioned, or RFPs. And what we're talking about today, to me, is not a responsible way of doing county business. Very uncomfortable with it. I'm also uncomfortable with the notion that our landfill consultant's husband is being attached to this project, and there's an obvious conflict of interest involved there. Lastly, I have concerns about the potential of buying into an analysis done by VICO under Phase 2 scenario, considering the untold dollars involved on such an important infrastructure matter. And I would like to see a breadth of alternatives and prefer starting with an RFP if we do anything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just think, I do think that we do need to deal with, methane gas. I'm all for trying to address the issues of climate change. We obviously got to deal eventually with this SB 1383. We need to find out a whole lot more about the waste that's coming into our county. This is a whole nother thing that now makes me think that we need to really look at closer. That out-of-county trash is coming in. We've got a big decision that's coming before us, but I sure would like to have a better handle on, if we're going to have to deal with the organic material through 1383, then we really need to know what is coming in with those trucks from out of county, if there is stuff. So this is raising a lot of questions in my mind, but I do feel like, although obviously we have to move forward in trying to address it and come up with an alternative, I do think I'm not comfortable all rushing into this at this point. There's a lot more questions that I have, as many as I already asked. There's a lot more questions that I think we need to answer, and we don't have answers for yet. So I would definitely not be in support of us moving forward yet. Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Supervisor Tiffany's sentiments and Kosmicki as well, that I think I just have a lot more questions too. And I'm not even sure I know what those questions are. So to be very honest. So, and I also too agree, and it sounds like it's such a new process that I don't know how many companies are out there like Vico, but I do think it's worth, and we owe it to our residents to take a look at what some of those other options might be. I think we need to know a lot more about the waste coming in too, in order to help, kind of distill that and go through that process. But, and then I think we need to look at the couple of facilities that they mentioned too, that Vico mentioned, and take a look at and talk to some of the county and city leaders in those areas to see exactly, what has happened there as well. But at this point, I'm not sure I could say I'd want to move forward with just one company.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to keep my comments brief. In general, there's a lot of assumptions, but one of the things that I think is really important going forward, if the board wishes to basically support the intent of SB 1383, but we need to have some strong local metrics to address going forward, so that way our community understands. We don't want to repeat, like you said, Madam Chair, the sins of the past with the decision with the impacts of that landfill. And I would say three things. One is the road impacts. We need a lot more clarity about what that means. Meaning, and to a certain extent, that falls under the assumption that this transfer station is not going to have added trucks at the landfill, when we just heard right now that it was considered for that actual transfer station to be at the landfill, which sounds like it's contradictory, or I don't understand why that wasn't mentioned in the first place. So just one point. But then the other part of it is the cost, right? What is the cost of implementing this process? SB 1383 in general, because we have to assume that cost, not just hand this off as a responsibility to a company, but we have to assume the cost of us managing the oversight of that. But then the last thing is the out of county waste. I think it should be a non-negotiable personally, that if it's really going to be that viable and beneficial, that we're guaranteeing that no more out of county waste will be incurred by this company. That way we're making sure that we're not doing what was done before, where it was assumed that it was a benefit, but in reality it was just a travesty of the decision that was made with the prior contract of the landfill. So guaranteeing no out of county waste with the transfer station element, I think would clarify that to the public. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, obviously, just from the four supervisors that have already spoken, you have your answer. I'm more concerned about the future conversation that has to be had. And so how soon are we going to be looking at the landfill and the landfill expansion? And the reason I say that is we have a couple of competing interests. Anyone who lives, breathes, eats is going to create refuse, and it's got to be put in somewhere. The more houses that are built, the more people we have in the community, the more refuse we're going to have to deal with. And so we have to do something. We also have SB 1383 that we have to now focus on, as everybody says, an unfunded mandate. We have the impact to the roads. We have the issue that's not palatable to at least four of us, possibly five of us up here, of the out-of-county waste in the existing landfill contract. And so help us so that we can move forward, because obviously we can't stay where we're at. So suggestions, advice.
Well, if you're looking at me, and so I will go ahead and comment on that. So I know that I've had a conversation with Selena and Mike about providing a status report to your board about the landfill. So there's going to be an item in January that the RMA department's going to bring back to your board and discuss where we're at with the process. We do know that April, May timeframe is when they reach their limit on their obligation, and they need to basically hold up to our 15-year capacity for in-county waste. So there's a lot of things that need to be discussed with your board, and I know that the department is working on it right now, gathering information and addressing options for the board, if the board so chooses to go down those options. So with that, this 1383 is important. I think we definitely still need to address it.
Yes.
And we need to understand what we can do so that way we're in compliance with the state. But there's a lot of questions, obviously. So obviously your board still hasn't taken a vote, so it's hard for me to go ahead and completely respond to that. But by the sound of it, it's going to be no vote when I'm understanding or hearing. I think we do probably need to work internally with the office about going out to an RFP.
Yes, because the RFP keeps coming
And
up,
starting
yes.
this process. We have to understand the data. We have to understand what's going on within our community and what potential cost would be, road impacts, and many other things that are associated with this.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we reject the project development agreement with VICO and give direction to staff to return with other alternatives to move forward in dealing with 1383. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I have a first and a second. All in favor of rejecting item 3, say aye.
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 So I say nay. So 4-1.
Okay.
And only because I see the writing on the wall. Not that it's this project, but we see the writing on the wall. Yeah.
Okay, we have a direction. We'll be back soon.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for the information, gentlemen. You educated me. Item number 4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this item was a continuance from last meeting. I'd like to invite up Dulce Alonso, our management analyst. She will be quickly presenting the item just to refresh your board, and then pass it back to the ad hoc and back to the chair after that. Dulce?
Hi, Board. So on November 9th, the board requested for this item to come back. I'm going to go over key terms in the agreement and what's happened since. So the term has a 30-day mutual termination clause. The split is 70% city and 30% county post-revenue augmentation fund, so post-ERAFT. And then it includes all revenue, which includes sales tax, TOT, property taxes. All taxes would be included. This item was heard by the City Council of Hollister on November 15th. And their council approved, and it subject to the terms and conditions approved by our board going forward. So quickly, that's where we stand with the agreement. So I want to open it up to the ad hoc if there's anything else that they would like to add.
Yes, please.
You want to start or you want?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Dulce. At our last meeting, I spoke extensively about that, so I won't go into great detail once again, but I'll just mention that, this has been a long time coming. There has not been a master tax agreement in place for commercial industrial development with the city for a number of years. And we really need to move forward. There's opportunities out there, and that are sitting on the sidelines as we speak. But I'm if anything, more interested in those that may be coming in and may be potentially available to us in the near future. We really need to move forward on this. I can tell you that the ad hoc committee, as well as county staff, as well as And then when I say county staff, not only included administrative, but also Joe Paul Gonzalez, and also Bill Nicholson from LAFCO. Anyway, and we all spent a tremendous amount of time on this, getting to what we feel is a very fair deal. Again, the decision comes down to this versus, frankly, nothing, and being basically just kicked this down the road further and not having something in place to move forward. There's an opportunity for the county to bring in significant revenue, and I emphasized that 2 weeks ago, that really the critical issue that I see is we need to get more revenue, and this gives us an opportunity to move forward in that area. So I strongly urge the board to support this tax sharing agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to keep it brief. I just reiterate, I feel like this is a good deal for the county. I feel like it's a good deal for the city. I feel like it's a great deal for the entire community. It's going to open up doors, most importantly, open up doors for economic development prospects and commercial industrial growth in a practical fashion around the urban center. It doesn't mean the county can't support commercial, industrial, and other areas. It just means that we have an efficient mechanism to promote and streamline economic growth while taking advantage of the city's infrastructure and services to support it. And with regard to that county-city dynamic, this shouldn't be viewed as like a Coke versus Pepsi or a GM and Ford or Apple, Microsoft. We're one community, and we should not be competing with each other or have a competitive mindset toward each other. Whether you like certain people or not, we should be working together. And the bottom line is approving this agreement is historic. It's a historic move forward with regard to cooperation, with regard to economic development. And I'm very excited and hopeful that we'll get this done. Again, why 70-30? Why not 50-50? It's 50-50 as much as, everyone would love that. Hollister's taken on, under this scenario, all the responsibility for services and infrastructure. We all know how costly those are. And most importantly, the sewer and the water infrastructure. So that being said, and then I know there was some discussion about the term, and some members might have had concerns about the term. It took us 5 years to get to this point of having a deal. So these negotiations, these alone take a long time, let alone projects that take quite a while. So in the course of, we said 20 years, and that was initially what was agreed upon by the ad hoc and the city manager. We just felt like that was a good number that would lock us in, and not, we don't have to keep coming back to the table, if we feel it's a good deal. So I would not have any regrets with that. If we did want to talk about going down, I'm hopeful that we can start at 15. 5 is really a non-starter. It makes no sense. Again, it takes 5 years just to negotiate a deal. And I also feel like 10, it's going to be right around the corner until we're there. So if we want to talk about lowering it, I'm good with 20. I think 20 is great. I would like to start at 15 if there is some hesitation there from a third vote. And then just lastly, just want to emphasize, we are not doing this for one project in particular. And I know Supervisor Tiffany mentioned that last time around. We want to see big economic development in a big way around the city, in the county. And there are other prospects that we know of. But I can tell you that the Hollister Research Park, although it's a big opportunity for us, is not the driving force here. It's not my driving force. And so I would like to get this done so we can have sustainable economic growth for generations to come. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Dirks, did you want to go after Supervisor Hernandez? Because I know this is a relatively new topic for you. Okay.
I was just going to suggest going to public comment and then coming back, but I wasn't sure if she had questions.
Oh, yeah. Well, actually, they were the ad hoc, so
That's
we're
right.
good.
That's
Okay.
right.
So,
Yeah.
sorry. So
Yeah.
public and then back
Yes.
to the supervisors. Yes. Okay. Thank you for reminding me.
I'd like to make a comment in chambers. Please provide a speaker card. Elias Linus.
Thank you. Well, I'm totally against it, but I'm not going to win on this. The major problem that I have right here is that you guys are allowing that that the exact fiscal impact is unknown. You don't even have an exact, much less even an estimate of what it could be. There's more than meets the eye. Think you're being hoodwinked. There is an investigation going on. Joe Giacalone, phone number 408-828-2926, spokesperson for Bill Christopher. Hi, ladies. Bill really doesn't say he's backing Ignacio just for the city of Hollister. There's no mention of Measure N. I'll handle Bill C if the devil wins. See you both on the 18th. Please keep this under your hats until the vote on the 18th. Joe G. Former Councilwoman Honor Spencer. This is totally illegal, and it does not mention the project on, and it does mention the project on 25. Just so you understand, you and Mr. C are accepting a bribe from the mayor. His and Roland's yes vote for your project and the unsaid no on N. Former Councilwoman Carol Lenore. Joe, this issue I cannot keep under my hat. After thinking for a few minutes, I realized that we have a chain of communication, and you have relied on me, and you have relayed to me how they are going to vote. I cannot be part of this unethical behavior. I now have to rely on this information to Jason Epperson. While I do think good things of the city of Hollister, I am not willing to make a deal with the devil. You will also not inform me of Measure No on N somehow involved. That doesn't sound legal. You should have used and will not you be part of it. See you on the 18th. And as Carol Lenore, as I have said, Bill C, do not rebut if the devil wins. There's other things going on in the background that you all should know about this project.
Thank you.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
So I'm going to go ahead and go to Supervisor Hernandez first, then I'm going to go to Betsy, and then myself. If there's an exchange and we need to continue talking, we will do that. But I think the ad hoc had an opportunity to speak the last time this was up and now, and so Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll keep my comments brief. There is no guarantee on the impacts. It's an assumption. It all depends on where the project lands. So the 70-30, it is very presumptive. As much as I do support economic development, and it doesn't matter to me. It's not about who wins, but it does matter. I mean, in general, it should be about the county, the whole community basically benefiting. Bottom line is there's too much uneasiness in me about this contract, this tax sharing agreement. Technically speaking, we lose our negotiating ability with accepting this agreement, because at least now we can say every project, we can look at the individual impacts, and then we could say, yes, 70-30 makes sense. We might even saying that we'll take 20 because there's very little to none. But you can't say that right now. You're basically cementing it into a specific percentage. And that doesn't mean that it actually ends up working out to the benefit of the whole county, including the city. So, and then my last comment, Madam Chair, is Mr. Giacalone did reach out to me. He had a meeting set with me. He was going to explain to me what he wanted to explain to me, opening myself up, obviously, to hearing everybody's input on this. And he was going to mention, basically his project, which is kind of funny because it was on the heels of this tax sharing agreement. Either way, he canceled he canceled meeting with me, which just doesn't sit well. Just in general, it sounds like there's something not right about this, and I don't agree with the tax sharing agreement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
In looking at this from my perspective, and last time I was unable to say what I could vote on since I was so new to the position. I'm still obviously very new, but I was able to meet with some other people regarding all of this, and really what it comes down to for me is doesn't have anything to do with any projects, but particularly what can the county get out of this. And I too support economic development, and I think this might be a good way to do that, especially considering how long it takes to set up these kinds of, agreements and systems. And I look forward to trying to make it so that the county and the city are working together. And that's really important to me. And so that is something that I'd want to support.
I'm coming at it from a different angle. As I said, I had Brett Miller reach out to me and met with me and gave me the whole layout. And even when our former supervisor, Mark Medina, was sitting in this chair, 70-30 was not a number that he would have agreed on. And it's neither here nor there now because he's no longer with us. However, I don't know if I would 100% agree, with the public comment that was made in the past that this is only for one agreement. This is a tax sharing agreement that will have future consequences. Granted, it was pushed and spurned on by all the supporters who were against the Strata Verde project, but yet wanted this one. And again, as I said, there's rumors out there in the community regarding the landfill. Whereas the same type of rumors out there about the strategies that the city took against the Strata Verde in order to put this one forward. So, Ms. Salinas, I hear your comments and I have my suspicions as well, but that's not why I'm not in favor of it. I'm not in favor of it because I don't think 70-30 is a great percentage split for the county. I understand that it's going to be, post-ERPA so that way it will be a little bit different than 70-30 and more advantageous to the county rather than 30, maybe about 35%, 65-35. So that gets me closer to the 50-50. I could do the 50-50. I wish I could have the 50-50. So 70-30, I can give up on that one. I did meet with Giacalone. That was the first time I had met him. I met with him yesterday, as a matter of fact. And I won't lie, it's a good project. It's going to be an awesome project when it's out there. And I can see the tax benefit. It could be significant for the community. And this could be the first of many. But because there's so many unknowns and uncertainties, for the same reason that you guys all said no to the previous item, I can't say yes to this. There's just too many uncertainties with the 20-year term. And I find it really disingenuous that we are here at the meeting 2 weeks ago, and I thought we were going to come back and look at a different term. 7 to 10 was put out there. That was presented to me yesterday from Mr. Giacalone, and now we're looking at 20. If it's a 20, I'm a no. I'm a hard no. If we can do a 7 or 10, I can, because if this agreement can prove itself to be beneficial, then we'll extend it for another 10. But if it's not, let us get out of it. If it's a bad deal, let's get out of it and do something different. But 20 years is a lifetime. It's a whole generation. And do we really want to commit our community to 20 years? I don't. Not on my watch, I don't. So I have no problem going down a hard no if it has to stay 20 years.
Can I add a comment?
Madam Chair?
When the city council approved it, they agreed it was subject to the length of terms by the board, so there can be changes here.
Madam Chair, as well, just wanted to highlight, the board asked to continue the item, so we kept the item whole. We didn't want to edit it and change it. And then basically today, the board, if they wish to look at that number and bring it down, it's up to the board. At that, so it's entirely up to.
Well, I can say yes to this if we're looking at a 7 to 10 year. I have to say no if it stays at 20.
I would like to make a motion that we approve as recommended.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
No.
No. Nope. You could ask for a friendly amendment to change something that you haven't heard that you want to hear. You're entirely up to that. And then the maker of the motion has the ability to accept the friendly amendment or not. And you can vote yes or no on that amendment. And then you can make your own amendment if you want.
Madam
You can make your own motion.
Madam Chair,
I'm trying to.
As I understand the vote that was cast, that the motion was denied. A new motion could be made for a different term.
Well, poor
Supervisor
Betsy
Dirks
hasn't-
didn't say anything.
Yeah, Dirks
Yeah,
hasn't
she
had,
hasn't
Supervisor
voted.
Dirks hasn't had a chance to. She was, and in legalese,
Oh, well, perhaps I misheard. I thought I heard a no.
yeah, so that's why I was kind of where I was at, but I hear you, because silence is usually agreeing to it. So, yeah. I know, I see your hand there, so that's why I'm saying, you can do what you want, because right now it's 2-2, and you can make a friendly amendment, and if your amendment is not accepted, then we move that motion over and you can make your own, so. The floor is yours, Supervisor Dirks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to amend it to 15 years.
Okay.
I'll accept that.
Okay, so we have a friendly amendment on the floor. We have a 15-year term. We have a first, we have a second. All in favor of a 15?
Now, I need to I'll second
Oh, sorry.
the amended to 15
Okay, so
years.
second, sorry, we have first, we have a friendly amendment, a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Those against it? No.
No.
So 3-2, with Supervisor Gonzalez and Hernandez as a no. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So we'll move on to the next
next
item,
one. Mhm.
item number 5 on the agenda. I've asked RMA to present to your board an update on RMA status. I know that it's a long day today, so Mike's going to be somewhat brief, but I think there's been a lot of great work in RMA, and I just wanted him to provide an update to your board. So, Mike.
Thank you, Ray. Chair, Board of Supervisors. I'm sure you've looked at the presentation because it was attached to the agenda, so I'm not going to read everything in there. I'm just going to highlight a few things. So starting with the administrative division, as you're aware, we kind of changed horses midstream. Benny left us 6 months into this year. Since I've assumed his chair at an interim basis, I made a couple discoveries and some changes. So a lot of our managers in RMA have been so busy, they really haven't received the management training that they should have received. So I'm requiring that training now. They're required to attend 2 classes this year. They're required to attend 4 classes next year. And that's on subjects such as disciplinary process, absenteeism, all those management skills and tools that help you do your job. So that's probably the biggest change that we made in the administrative division. As far as finance goes, we have really implemented the project time tracking system much more effectively now. Currently, about 21% of our department time is being charged to projects, which totals 7,500 hours out of the 35,000 work. So we're getting much better at tracking our time on projects.
Madam Chair, if I may, and this is like really, really important. This is something I've been pressing RMA to do for years now, so I want to thank the current team working on it. It's been an entire, like a black hole almost when it comes to that, not charging out for certain projects. And guess what department or what fund is having to fund that? It's a general fund.
Mm-hmm.
So we're trying to address that, making sure that if there is a development, that they're actually paying for that, and we're tracking it through the timesheet. So that's one of the things I've been pressing RMA really hard on, and I'm glad that I'm seeing it's coming to fruition, and they're doing it. So thank you.
It's called billable hours. Remember
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Planning, building, code enforcement. In the building division, probably the biggest thing is the building permit application process is now paperless. 100% of building permit applications are conducted online. Our staff has provided 2 classes this year for customer outreach to teach customers the interface and how to make those applications. And we have 2 more scheduled, and I think the next one's scheduled for January 12th. And then we'll do another one a little later, maybe second quarter.
We've issued 144 building permits in the last 3 months. Code enforcement, we have one code enforcement officer. It's a contracted position with 4 leave. And to date, they've received 137 cases this year. And the biggest thing that's going on in code enforcement is you approved us going out for an RFQ for a collection agency, so we can kind of put some teeth in the code enforcement program so that we can go after offenders and get those fines paid to the county. Planning department, they really have been buried. You're well aware of the cannabis changes that we've been working through. And if that wasn't enough, they've updated the entire zoning code to be compatible with the general plan. That's going to start going to the Planning Commission this month or next month. Don't hold me to that. And then once it's gone through the Planning Commission process, the updates will be in. Public Works, our engineering department has been able to, this is a good year for them. They're able to complete some long-term projects. We got the Hospital Road Bridge, we got the paving that occurred on Fairview and Best, and then there's some stabilization work still wrapping up on Southside Road. We're still waiting on that guardrail. As far as the roads department, they put out 14 million pounds of asphalt in potholes this year. And that's a huge amount with the staffing that we have. And they've also managed to clean and inspect 235 culverts. That may not seem like an important thing, but that is a huge deal, because those culverts are how we prevent what happened down in South County when the storm blows it out. In the budget process next year, I'm going to be bringing a project for your consideration, where we actually geolocate all the culverts in the county, so that then we can create maintenance tasks to send staff out so we don't miss any. Currently, we have no record where the culverts are. It's just in our long-term employees' memory banks. So that's an important project that I'll be bringing for you during the next budget cycle. Public Works, we completed the jail expansion capital project this year, the behavioral health building capital project. We have 4 projects coming before you at the next meeting to go out to bid. Roofs, ADA improvements for this building, security improvements for Southside Road Yard, and then the regional park phase 1. And then we have many active projects, the heat projects, election security, the district attorney's structural report. We're waiting for the final draft, but the good news is that the building's not going to continue to sink into the earth. It's stabilized, or that's at least what the rough draft is. And then we have the 911 project going on at our building. Integrated Waste has been busy. This has been a rebuilding year for them. We just had the 3rd of 4 staff members come on duty just yesterday, start yesterday. But Selena's focused on reviving the task force. That had stopped for many years. She's received that $100,000 statewide competitive grant for increased hazardous waste programming. And she's actually increased the diversion rates from 28% to 39% over the last couple of years. So believe it when I tell you that Selena is a rock star, and she is killing it. County service areas, as you're aware, we lost our county service area coordinator at the beginning of the year. We were able to recruit and hire somebody by mid-year, and Reed is doing a great job. Currently, we're conducting a CIP, capital improvement plan, and financial review of the entire CSA program. We are completing the transfer of the waste discharge permit for Rancho Larios. That was something that was started 10 years ago. That's a big deal. And then we have the Sila Vista and Stonegate issues that we're still working. We have some ideas for long-term solutions for both. The housing department, we got Riverview 2 rolling. The first 12 of the applicants were approved and they've closed escrow. And I'm happy to report, I saw them out there this weekend. They're working on framing up their foundations. The remaining applicants are selected and are going through the final approval and closing of escrow. And then the inclusionary housing ordinance, there was a little fumble on the contract with the consultant. That's all straightened out now. So we should be bringing that to you first quarter next year. I also want to highlight Ariel Goodspeed's work in the housing department. When we had a staff member go out for medical reasons, Ariel stepped in and she's been killing it. And for example, on the 12 loan documents, it was discovered by somebody at the state at the 11th hour that the wrong form had been used. She spent all night retyping all 12 of those forms so those people got their loans and got their houses. And that's the kind of employee that we have in our agency, and she really, really goes out of her way to serve this public. And then finally, we have parks, which we're going to be talking about in a couple items. We have the Riverview Regional Park, which I'll skip because we're going to talk about that. We have Sunnyside Park. We've completed the concept plan. We're working on the actual numbers now and what it's going to cost to maintain that park. That is a unique park in our system. 3 CSAs are required to pay for all costs related to that park. So we're going to have to set the budget, maintenance budget, and then go through the 218 process to amend the CFDs. And we're going to do all that prior to constructing the park. And then we're also working on revamping the park rules for the counties to make them more in line with the city and bring them up to date. I hope I kept that brief.
Well, thank you, Mike. I really appreciate it. There's a couple of things I wanted to add. I know that it's been difficult in hiring folks. I think you just had 20 applications, went through a process. Unfortunately, boiled down to 3. 2 individuals didn't pass the background, and the other one was not qualified. So It's been very difficult to hire folks. I do know that Mike and HR are working on revamping some of the salaries associated with some of the road crew in particular and other positions. So just an FYI with that, but thank you for trying and going through the process and continually trying. So I know it's been frustrating. As well as administration has been working diligently on impact fees and revising the impact fees, and RMA is really an important part of that process. So they're definitely been helping us out with that too. So I just wanted to thank you for all the work that you guys are doing and your team as well. Appreciate it. And back to you, Madam Chair.
Any questions from the board in terms of the presentation that was just provided?
Madam Chair, just a couple. I was going to call you, but since you're standing up there and you're talking about roads, I like that figure about potholes as much as I don't like to talk about potholes. They're the bane of my life, but that's a number that's pretty impressive. Can you give me any, and I haven't had a chance to ask you in the last week and a half or 2 weeks, any further update on New Idria and a way forward there? I know you and I have been talking about it. I've been talking to Jason about it.
Yes, so a task order has been issued to a consultant to come up with a bid package to complete that work.
Okay.
I'm guessing that bid package will be brought to you in January.
Okay.
And we're looking at maybe reconditioning the first 5 miles and then grinding up the rest.
And then grinding up the rest. Yeah, just for the rest of the board's information and the public, recently I received a notice that they were not going to be able deliver mail down there on New Idria because it was such an unsafe situation. So we really, it's difficult. I mean, frankly, not a lot of people live down there, but nevertheless, it's part of the county, and we have a responsibility, and it's critical. We try to deal with it, and we just don't have the internal manpower, you know, to Ray's point here, don't have the internal manpower to get it done. So thank you for that. Pinoch Road, did we ever get the signing out there? There was concern about the narrowness. It's too narrow to stripe, so we're gonna put some additional signings to try to
That
sign
work
it.
order was issued. I never got a report back that it was complete. Let me follow up on that.
Okay, if you could follow up. And then the last comment, and we can talk about this later, but I'm a member of COG, and as part of that, there's a regional transportation plan that's put together that eventually goes to AMBAG. I was somewhat concerned that, and I think it came from us originally, but the amount of money that is between now and 2045, I believe, is something around 450 million, which is about probably what it is right now. But for now, plus, you know, the next 25 years, it seems low to me. So I'm just thinking that maybe we should take another look at that. We can talk about that, but
Okay.
maybe something that you and Steve can take a look at.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions?
Oh, Madam Chair, one quick question. There was the road crews that we were trying to get their pay up. What's the status of that?
I took actually Supervisor Hernandez had the brilliant idea. I took it and ran with it for the first swipe, and then Gabriel and Edgar have been doing the heavy lifting, and I believe it's going to be coming to you in December.
Yeah.
I really appreciate the heavy lifting that they did. I was hacking at it.
Thank you. Okay. Other questions? Okay, so let's go to the public then for this item, please.
I'd like to make a comment in chambers. Please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and go on then to item number 6.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we have environmental health. Is it John? Yeah, so I believe we have John Hodges on the phone, or on Zoom. I always say the phone, but Zoom, to present this item.
Hello, hi, I'm here.
John, you on the phone, or are you on Zoom? Is he on mute? Can you unmute? Okay. Can you verify the PowerPoint as well? Because there is a PowerPoint on this.
That was an interesting PowerPoint that he submitted.
How are we doing?
We're doing great, Mr. Hodges, or just waiting on your PowerPoint.
Give us a
I'm wondering why you don't see me, but maybe that's to the advantage of the public. Anyway, I'm here and I'm ready to discuss the idea. We were requested, good morning, Chair Gonzalez and members of the board and public that are listening, participating. Environmental health was requested to bring information to the board about the general topic of vendors selling on the side of the road and sidewalks, and our focus is on food. And if you would go ahead, who advances the slide for me, if they'd be kind enough to do that? You can see that we have authority under the California Health and Safety Code. There is a section of law called the California Retail Food Code, and it delegates authority to the local enforcement agency, which would be the health department and environmental health. We also have if you'll go to the next slide, you'll see that we have a county ordinance speaks to this. And basically, we do not allow in the state, throughout the state, we do not allow selling food without health review. We're worried that if their food preparation is involved, that there's no health inspections, there could be unsafe practices, potential danger to the public, etc. And you know, most of our complaints are driven by the fact that a roadway or a sidewalk is blocked, or people are trying to sell near other businesses and other activities, so it causes confusion. If we advance that slide one more, please. And these are some of the things we encounter. We encounter a lot of people pushing things like prepackaged sodas, chips, candies, which are obtained from approved sources because they're become packaged from a wholesale plant. Those are not as risky as things that people package and prepare themselves, things like fruit cocktails, tamales, enchiladas, other food preparation. A lot of people will take something and they'll have these coolers that they've filled with tamal or other items that they have prepared and offering to sell. And of course, we have no idea of how they were made, where they were made, and they don't have temperature control, which increases the risk of, you know, a foodborne activity. And people tend not to be totally friendly about it because they feel, some of them express that they feel that they have a right to vend. And, you know, the confusion seems to have intensified after the passing of SB 946, which is the Sidewalk Vendors Act. And it basically lifted many of the restrictions that local agencies would have for sidewalk vending. However, even though there's confusion on this, it clearly states that you have to follow the requirements of the Health and Safety Code for food. So any event, would you advance the slide again, please? And you see that, you know, vending and you don't have ability to wash your hands and you're handling unpackaged hazardous foods. That's just contributes to infections and other situations that are negative for public health. Could you advance the slide? Typically what we do is complaint driven. We will hear a report, sometimes city code enforcement, because we work with the city of Hollister, we work with the RMA code enforcement, we work with the sheriff's office and city of Hollister police. Sometimes, depending on the situation, our first and foremost approach is we go to the location, we assess it, and see if there's a major threat to health. Then, depending on the situation, it's our action. We may say you must leave immediately, and we wait till they box it up and leave. We can also, if they have something that's obviously contaminated or would be a threat to health, no matter where it went, we could impound that. We try to get voluntary compliance. We talk to them, we explain. Many times they speak non-English, and that's fine. We have ability to speak Spanish, and we have other resources if that comes up. But we work with people, we let them know what the regulations are, and we try to give them a path to getting their permit and participating in commerce in a legal way that follows the rules and is fair for all involved. If that doesn't work, that's when we bring in other resources. Our agency does not issue citations. I mean, to issue a citation that has some teeth in it, you know, you need to have the backing of perhaps the sheriff's department or the city of Hollister PD, or something that you have to be able to identify who is that person. Many of the people that we deal with that are illegal street vendors, they don't have ID, or they don't, they're unable to tell you exactly what their address is. So it's confusing. they're just trying to get away from penalties. We understand that. That's human nature. We try to work with them, and we've been very successful at getting people to stop. And some people have moved forward to the permit. And the reason I say some people is that not all modes of business can be successfully permitted. You can't walk around with a bucket with hot food in it and selling it to people on street corners. That's just not something that we'll be able to permit. However, we can get them into an approved mobile food facility operation, and there's requirements for that. We work with these people, we give them our time, carefully explain it, and help them move forward in that direction if they want. But it is time consuming, and we're seeing that many vendors don't have food. They're selling things like car wheel covers, clothes, soft goods, knickknacks and such. And that's something that our division has no authority over. So that's another part of the mix. And is there I guess another question was, and we can move forward the slide because I know everyone's busy and such. Go ahead if you would. And we've discussed these things, and part of the thing is to make sure that not only does it have the permit, but part of the permit process is we make sure they have the basic food safety training required by the state in order to know how to handle food in a safe and legal way. And go ahead and move that one more. And when we approach in this county, you need to have a copy of your health permit with you when you're out vending. All the permanent facilities have it, and so do non-permanent facilities that we issue temporary food facility permits to, mobile food facility permits to. And so that's our first thing, is to look at that. Do you have a permit? And we have explained that to code enforcement. We've provided examples to them so they know whether they have it or not. The thing that we have that is of interest is that we issue a health permit, but we're not giving a person permission to operate anywhere they want. In particular, for mobile food facilities, they might drive up to the side of the highway and say that's a good place to set up shop, but it could interfere with traffic. It causes other issues, but that's not what we enforce.
John,
And
so-
I'd be glad to entertain any specific questions you have.
Yeah, I want
information.
Yeah, I just want to thank you and the department for putting the presentation together. It was more informational for your board. I know there was some questions over the last few months about this, and we just asked the department to present something to your board, and also a little bit educational for a new board member as well. So I think it was a good thing. So
What is the range for a permit for someone selling something on the side of the street? The questions, as I started looking through the agenda, I had put process, and that explained it there. But cost of the permit, does it range? Is it a set figure? Because I did write down that you must have your food permit with you at all times if you're selling. But what is the cost?
John?
Yeah, that's that. Yes, happy to address that. We have environmental health fees, and we try to set the price based on recovery of cost and the time. We have, for example, a non-motorized unit. That's what we call the push cart, and it might be an ice cream push cart. And the fee is set at $174 a year. And a full-on mobile food preparation unit, mobile canteen, or lonchera, those are about $400 a year in permit fees. We also have other price points in terms of restaurants based on how large they are, how many activities they have going on.
No, I just figured just the vendors, so that way, there's an idea. If I'm ever asked, I have a range of $175 to $400, depending on the type of facility mobile facility that they're operating. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, that's exactly right.
Okay. Any other questions? No?
Yes. So I understand that there's some things that are just not going to be permitted, foods, tamales, enchiladas,
Yeah.
even though I love them, that are made at home or what have you. But I am curious, there was a picture of, strawberries and oranges. You see a lot of that because obviously a lot of fruit, in particular berries, are grown, regionally. So I'm wondering, are people that you see that, is that kind of thing that can be permitted? And then my other question is, where are people allowed to put up a stand, assuming they get a permit? For example, I often see flowers being sold or berries or what have you, maybe at the corner of Airline Highway and the entrance to Ridgemark, for example, or you see something like that near the post office, or I'm just curious, are those legal if they have a permit?
Well, if they have a permit. However, we issue a permit. For example, a good thing is we issue temporary food facility permits. Those are to be associated with an approved community event. Just because you have that doesn't mean that you can go to any site that you wish. You need to have essentially permission of the property owner to set up on private property, roadway. The county, neither the county nor the state likes people set up like that. And in order to sell berries, a farmer can sell on their property, open air farm of produce and vegetables and berries, as you say. There's things for the farmer, but you can't just acquire the berries and go and set it up on the side of the road. Those are difficult to permit. They would, to permit those, they would have to have an associated vehicle, and it could be just a cold truck, just a truck that's clean, can be rodent proof, and that we allow those people under a mobile food facility to set up a little small display table so they can show what they have and sell. That is how that could be permitted. But as for saying that you can be at Union and Southside and set up in the walnut orchard there, we would not allow that.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Kazmicki had his hand up. So
no, I was Supervisor Dirks was going to comment. Sorry, and I had a quick question after her.
Okay, so Hernandez, Dirks, and then Kazmicki. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe add to that, Supervisor Tiffany, because and I appreciate the question. Maybe to clarify, because obviously I have a mobile business along with my shop, but bottom line is there's an expectation with the business to have they have a plan check, as an example, that kind of shows what is your modus, your way of that you operate, that makes sure that there's all the layers of food safety to make sure that when you're providing a product to a customer, that you're protecting public health, and that's where public health comes in. But yeah, there's layers to making sure public health is being addressed, and that's why some of these mechanisms that are out there aren't practical for protecting public health.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the things that I wondered about, and I'm just for the sake of clarity, this is prepackaged and unpackaged food, or just unpackaged prepared food, right?
Oh,
both.
Yes, if you're asking, the health and safety code applies to both prepackaged and unpackaged foods, yes. But the risk is different. I don't want to jump up and get pilloried because we're sending people out to stop the sales of, let's say, Girl Scout cookies. That's in a different echelon of risk as compared to homemade brisket or sausage. And with the limited resources that we have, we focus on risk. Now, if we are out and about in our business and we see something, we mention it. We talk to them. And once again, it depends on the risk involved in the type of vending and situation that they're doing. But I'm not going to be the guy carrying the flag out to shut down the Girl Scouts if I can avoid it.
That was actually exactly my next question. Having been a Girl Scout troop leader for 5 years, so yeah, because I didn't want the trickle down effect to have to. So is there Is there actually like nonprofits, like schools that do food fundraisers and things? Or sometimes there's like a community drive to raise money for a family in need, or, you know, something that has happened. Can they get temporary food permits? Is that how that works?
Yes, Supervisor, we have a program for that, and we definitely do that. That's a regular thing. Boy Scouts, various not-for-profits do that. It doesn't always trigger it. For example, if a church is having a feed amongst its own membership and they're not open to the general public and they're not selling to the general public, it generally doesn't trigger a temporary food facility permit requirement.
Thank you. That answers my questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a real quick question. So I know you mentioned education first, and I appreciate that personally. Do we give out any fines? Have there been any citations for this sort of thing?
No, there haven't. Not often enough to make it. I mean, the health and safety code starts really small. They talk about a $25 price for a misdemeanor on some situations. There's a lot of expenses involved in that. So no, we haven't issued citations, but yes, we have gotten people on the right path, and yes, we have had people not do business in our county because we told them that that's not going to work. And so those are crews that get their fruits and vegetables from wholesale or some method of acquiring it, and then they come to our county and set up shop to push their products. And many of those people don't even live in our county, that's for sure.
Want too much extra work for staff, but maybe it's worth looking at setting up a program, certain areas where you can sell food. I just, I'm sympathetic to people who are on the street selling food. I tend to be a believer that if they're on the street selling food, that they're probably lower income, and a lot of them are migrant community members, and I just I don't want to have a disproportionate impact on our lower income residents. And so I see some of the conflicts here. When you're talking about a church, it's okay, and Girl Scouts are okay, but the lady selling tamales on the street is not, and to me, I just doesn't really add up for me. Thank you.
Yes, just to make the distinction, what you said there's a difference between tamales and the risk of tamales and someone selling a prepackaged in an approved food facility box of cookies. And I do agree with you, health equity. We want to help people live and have an opportunity to make a fair living. It's a balance between health and safety, and also you're bringing competition into business commerce, and we have to align it with the existing rules and regulations and try to find that balance of equity.
It sounds like you're doing a good job. Thank you.
See, this is why we have to remodel the chambers. Go ahead, Supervisor Hernandez. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with John. I mean, with the tamales example, not to belabor that, for me, it's a good point that we obviously have to make sure we address public health or protect it. But I think if we really want true equality or equity, then you opportunity, which is one of the things that I think is limited in this community. So if there's a way to basically get businesses or prospective businesses to be up to speed with the code, but then at the same time afford them opportunity, because I know, like in the city, which is obviously not under our jurisdiction, the municipal code doesn't allow for a business to a mobile, which is fully licensed, insured, everything. They understand, they have a clear process. They're not allowed to set up for longer than 15 minutes, I believe, which basically means that there's no opportunity for those folks. And that, I think, is fair, especially if you're comparing it to a brick and mortar, just because I think for a lot of businesses now struggling with brick and mortars, mobile opportunities are opportunities. And this is just speaking to the rest of the community. I'm not speaking to even myself. I'd like to see other businesses to be successful in an opportunity and starting off. And a lot of the times the mobile is the way to start for folks. So anyways, hopefully there's a future conversation about this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, so we haven't gone to the public on this
Yeah,
one.
go ahead and go to public comment.
Make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. Alia Salinas.
I thank you for bringing this one to our attention.
Good afternoon, thank you. So, yeah, I've been complaining about this, but I'm complaining not so much about the paleta man, because that's basically what you see in town. I have an issue with the mobile vendors that are lining themselves up on 25 within the county. They're on Fairview Road, they're Shore Road, they're all over the county. They're at 129, and they're competing with businesses that go through the process of getting all the licenses and all the business permits and going through the health department, and yet you have a catering truck that lines up just down the road from, a small mom and pop. I prefer, obviously, to any business. I want them to thrive, but I'm more small than I am for corporations, and these, just like Supervisor Hernandez said, they have to start somewhere. That's right, they do have to start somewhere, but they must start legally, and they must do it the right way. You're not allowed to be on a state highway. You're not allowed to be on a county road selling whatever it is that you're selling. And we're talking about people selling, coffee and lattes and, whatever kind of drinks. And then you've got somebody selling tacos, and you've got somebody selling Chinese food. You have all types of vendors out there, and that's great. But they're doing a disservice to the regular people that are going to the county offices, and they have the health inspectors coming to their facilities. I didn't hear that that's actually who they're not even going out and really enforcing anything, because I actually would like to see if they can tell us within the last year how many businesses have been cited. Well, thank you.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Thank you. Going back to John, what is the permit then for something like a taco truck, coffee shack, those that, if they are permitted, what are those fees? Because you gave me a quote of 174 to 400, but did that include those types of sellers?
It does. That's the mobile food preparation is $397, so that's the $400 per year. And the mobiles that we have operating in the county that we're aware of, they have the required permits. They've gone through inspection, they've paid their fee, and they're out operating. The location where they operate, we ask them to get permission of the private property that they're on, and that's where most of them stop. However, as a mobile food facility, we encourage them to go out to the fields and help the workers get their meals, go by the industrial parks, and they typically have a route, and they stop in different industrial parks for 10, 15 minutes to serve the needs of that particular company. Some larger firms, like some of the wholesale vegetable places, True Leaf and such, they actually have on site a mobile food preparation unit that is there most of the day, so it can serve the employees, because it's better not to have them leave the site. It interrupts the workflow sometimes.
Right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions, concerns at this point? No? No? Okay. Supervisor Hernandez?
No further comments, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. So then we don't need to...
No, it's just an informational
Okay.
item.
Let's go on to item number 7 then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is out of our RMA office. We have, he's a regular guest here today. We have our interim RMA Director, Mike Chambliss, here to discuss the park.
Yeah, me again.
I like your little tabulator. I had fun with that.
Good. So, at the last meeting, I requested direction, which was provided, and the direction was to come back and go ahead and form up a phase 2 on the $3.5 million that we have in the bank on park impact fees. We put together a little tool here that if the guys in back can put up on the screen, if they're listening. Thank you. This tool will allow us to, on the fly, add features and know exactly how much they're going to cost. The $750,000 that we're starting with is going to be the cost for plans, bids, inspections, etc.
For
Did I do
the,
something
what area?
Regional.
No, but particularly, the reason I said that, I played around with your little checks, and I said, how come I can't get it to 0? And it kept saying at 750,000. I said, oh my God, that's a parking area.
Yeah, that's 20% of the 3.5
Yeah.
million, which is the thumb, of how much the plans and specs, et cetera, engineering are all going to cost. So that's where we're starting out of the 3.5. So each decision we make is going to affect the 3.5. I don't know, I do know we have 2 members of the public here that want to speak on this. So I don't know if you want to listen to their input and then start the interactive process.
Did you have any more of a procedure other than this, that slide there?
I'm looking for direction from you on which boxes to click.
And I know the 2 ladies, when you say parks, they're synonymous with both Robin and Valerie. So is it fine if we hear from?
Public comment first, and then, that sounds
Okay.
great. Yep.
Come on up, ladies, one at a time. I'm sure you submitted your speaker card.
I hope I didn't put them on the spot.
Well, you say, Robin, you know parks. You say, Valerie, you know parks.
All right. Well, we'll let Valerie clean up whatever I say, but I don't have a particular thing I would like to see on this, other than just saying that I really appreciate that I first heard about this regional park in Vision San Benito 2000. So it's 21 years now.
Wow.
And to have it actually begin is really exciting. And whether you do any of those check marks, it's all going to be used. The public loves that area. And to make this regional park and the River Park Trail, 20 years ago, they didn't talk about how it would help us economically and how physically it would improve our county and how emotionally it would improve our county. But now there are so many studies that show a good community has parks. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm really beside myself, and I know you all realize that, to have our regional park come to this point where we can say that these kinds of elements have been planned, they're feasible, there are grants out there, we have a certain amount of money to do things with, and to have an RMA director who is visionary and is able to put those elements there for us to really feel the grasp of, that we can go out and find funding for each of these elements and have him show us the value of each one, what it's going to cost. And this is a place where REACH is supposed to have been instituted for, is to go out and find money where it can to help with all these different elements to bring the park forward, to aid the RMA, to aid the county, to bring in what we can, and to be a pass-through for funds. So we're excited to be involved with the grant-making possibilities. Right now, we're working with the Caltrans Clean California for the bike path going from San Juan to Anzar High School, and putting that under our belt, the administration, working with the grant writing, working with the RMA, working with our public works. All of these machinations bring us to a level that make us useful. And the public-private partnering that is encouraged from the federal level down was made very aware in a grant management class I just took. So we feel very validated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No other comments.
Okay. So how do you want to do this? I'm sure each of us have 5 different choices of how we would like to spend the 3.5 million. What I did is I just kind of cleared all the boxes, and I was going through hitting it, and whenever I went over the 3.5, I said, okay, uncheck it. And so there's a few combinations to stay in the 3.5. Of course, the parking area is included, but I had fun playing with it. So I don't have any preference per se as to what we put out there. I love the presentation that both you and Benny, the time you took to include the public in it, the ability to do the survey where they couldn't be there, and the way you guys cut the little scan, so we're able to give those to people who were just out on their walk and didn't have their phone with them, and they were able to take it. So how many total people submitted ideas for this on the various sessions that you guys had?
About 400. I think it was 382 or 386. I can't remember exactly.
When we do a comparison of population in the community, it's not a big number, but 400 itself is, because that means 400 people came in and took the time to give their input. And
When
so
we did the master plan for the parks at the city, we had 60 people involved.
Yeah.
So 400's huge.
So
Madam Chair, I was
however-
just going to suggest maybe we each go through a few of our preferences, and then we have a list of, and then maybe we can delete from there, and we can kind of hash it out, or does that seem
Okay.
about
That,
right?
that,
And
that
I don't
sounds
need
good.
to start. It's just
no,
a
no,
way to
that's
get
that's
things
okay
going.
because we need to. So go ahead.
Okay, this is such a it's a good list. So a couple things. I thought the just to be on the basic level, to start with the basics. I think the access trails seems to make sense. The personally, I would hope. I know 750,000 is a lot, but the adventure playground, if we're trying to get kids involved as well. But maybe some other priorities over that, I'm not sure. The exercise stations seem to fit in line with the regional park sort of scenario. And I was going to ask sport court. What is specifically? Is that just?
We put one of those in up at Valley View. It's it can be used for multiple sports. So it's basketball, soccer with walls, field hockey. There's goals at each end, and then there's basketball courts up above with walls around it, or it can be done without walls.
Yeah, that seems to make sense to me. Some of the ones that I'm a little less enthusiastic about are maybe some of the redundancies with the high school facilities right nearby. And I know maybe the public doesn't necessarily have access, but I'm hoping that at some point, maybe I'm just wishful thinking here, that we can have some sort of an arrangement with the high school. But to spend, for instance, $1.4 million on softball fields, I'm not so sure. And then the cross country, I'm not so sure. Public art, I think public art is a good thing. Personally, those are just a few, just throwing them out there. And the disc golf, actually, $30,000. That's I was surprised by that. If it doesn't take up too much room.
It's a good bang for the buck.
Yeah, but that's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That was the lowest price item on the agenda. Supervisor Hernandez, I'm going to go to you next, and we're going to go around the table. I'll go then to Supervisor Tiffany, and then Dirks. Supervisor Hernandez, you still with us? Okay. Yes?
I'm here. Sorry, I was like toggling through this thing, and my screen got big, and I couldn't get out of it. So, anyways, but I'll try to keep it simple. The public-private partnership is really, really important. But granted, some of the amenities that I think are necessary for sure is the softball fields, as an example, just because of the opportunities it's going to create. But the cost is really high. I definitely think we should start off with kind of laying the groundwork for this thing to become really successful. And so probably getting the most bang for our buck in the first round. I think the importance of getting the public excited and getting them to see that this will be a functional park is probably the most important right now. So the universal access trails, I think, are really important. The open lawn area, you want high activity because the more visible, the more active, then the less chances of issues with, the people abusing the park, right? It's like, especially for, that area, you're going to have folks that take pride and take ownership over it. So I see that more eyes is a good thing. So picnic areas, an exercise station. I do agree that disc golf, and I would say the RC car facility. Um, so I didn't mention public art. I think it's really important, but I think that could be phased in, so yeah, basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different items. But I didn't mention the public art, Mike, by the way. Or the adventure playground. So I stayed under. I'm at 3.5 right now with what I just said.
Some of the bigger ones I really like, but I mean, I'm just playing around, like pickleball complex, even though I'm a tennis guy and tennis battles pickleball. But, that's really pretty cheap, and pickleball is very popular. I know that Dunn Park, that it's one of the few places other than at Ridgemark, which you have to be a member. So things like pickleball complex, the sport courts, disc golf, exercise stations, certainly the trails are critical, picnic areas, those are all pretty big bang for your buck. I'm only at 1.835 right now. I really feel, and it would be, I think the playground, I'm not exactly sure what the adventure playground, but I think there should be some playground of some sort. And then, yeah, I would agree with, I was just going to say, I like softball fields, but that's pretty expensive. The two that, I think are important, but they're very expensive, the open lawn area, I would agree with Supervisor Hernandez on that. But I guess, it's $1 million. I guess that's.
And that's just your entry cost. Nothing is more expensive.
Maintenance, yep.
Than grass.
Right.
Because we're going to be buying city water to irrigate it with.
Right.
And we're going to be battling every critter in that river to keep it nice.
Right. Not to mention, as you're talking about water, I'm thinking, to be a good citizen during, the era that we're in, I don't know, it makes sense to put in a huge lawn that's going to be water dependent. Although I think, it's great for getting people out and about, but the bathrooms I'm a little hung up on. Maybe we just put in a lot of trees so people can go behind trees. But, to have a nice park, I kind of feel like you have to have bathrooms. I know there's hope too. I know, we have a lot to talk about, but we were in a meeting.
Yesterday.
Was it yesterday? Yeah,
Yes.
just yesterday, talking about American Rescue money, and maybe that would be used for it. Maybe there's a grant. I hate to spend a huge chunk of money of our 3.5 on the bathrooms. Anyway, I'd like to see as many of these features as we could get in there that are less expensive, maybe. And that's kind of would be the way I would lean. But somehow we got to figure out the bathrooms, I think. Thank you.
So I'm looking at the two grants right now that are out there for the bathrooms specific would be ARPA or Clean California.
Right.
And we're going to shoot for both. Well, I'm shooting for both right now. you're going to make the decision on ARPA. But if you made the decision to go with ARPA and we got the Clean California, that would free up the ARPA funds. So I'm trying to have backups on backups. That's just the way I operate.
On that same question, the Clean California, that would be both bathrooms, the one that with and without the utilities? You're looking
Yeah,
at
that'd
both
be
of
all
those?
three.
Okay, so 1.4.
Yes.
Okay.
And the majority of that money, I mean, like $1 million of it's the infrastructure, just the pipes, because there's no pipes down
Right.
that street. So we got to run them from Nash and San Benito for the sewer lines and from San Benito and River Parkway for the water lines.
Excuse me, as a follow-up, I don't know if this makes any sense. You know, some places do have the, a nice porta potty thing. Is that even something to consider? I don't know. I'm just
It is.
throwing that out there.
I don't like putting porta potties in because they're quite flammable.
Oh.
And
That's a scary thought.
And they get torched often.
The chemicals inside or just the units?
No, I don't want to go into methods, but we could talk.
Hey, we were
offline.
talking about sludge earlier today. What the heck?
No,
you know?
I'm talking about.
We're on that same level.
I'm talking about arson.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, we didn't mean to make light of it.
Thank you. I'm in favor of the universal access trails, the open lawn area, the adventure playground, the picnic areas. I'm about $55,000 over budget with mine. But I did have a question about the interpretive signs. That's translation, I'm assuming, or what is that?
So the park is a unique place. So the plan would be to teach people about the biology, the geology, and other things out there at the park in both English and Spanish.
Okay, I like that idea. So I also would like that. And I did put in the disc golf as well, and then the cross-country course. I've heard a lot of people talk about how there's not a safe place to really run in the county, and so I think that would be a really nice thing. That's kind of centrally located. They wouldn't have to drive all the way to the De Anza Trail if you're in the Hollister area, or go too far to be able to get access to that too. Same thing with the access trails too. So actually those two things are really important to me, along with the open lawn area and the adventure playground, because for me, and having a younger family, but knowing a lot of people who have even younger families than I do, having the ability for all ages to have something to do and participate in, either together, individually. Maybe you go for a hike on the cross-country course and then take the kids to the adventure playground, have a picnic. You can bring food. People are used to takeout now. So I just, in that open lawn area, I just feel that's really important, especially it's in a part of town that, there's a lot of apartments on that side of town, a lot of smaller homes with not huge yards. And so I just think that opens it up for some kids to play some football or throw a regular Frisbee around or whatever the case may be. And then that way they have access and the ability to do that where they didn't prior to this. So I understand about the maintenance, but there's that equity issue I'm also looking at as well.
Okay. Well, I heard a lot of people suggest the open lawn area. Once I hit it and I saw it was $1 million, I took it out of my shopping cart. It's like I can't spend that on that. I also thought about the softball fields at $1.4 million, but I figure we have still that open fields. There are vets and there's quite a few parks out there, fields that at least there's access to it, and then the one at Rancho. So I kind of went more the most bang for my buck in terms of how many things I can get. So of course the universal access trails, the cross country, the adventure playground, the picnic area, the exercise stations. It was a 50-50 split between the disc golf and the skating because they were both the same price at $30,000. But I figured the skating circle, was that the concrete pad?
Correct.
Okay, you called it a concrete pad on one and then skating on the other. But So one or the other, it doesn't matter to me. But I like that idea because then you can also use that as a gathering point too. You had said for stargazing. I really like that because that was going to be so dark out there. The sports courts, the pickleball complex, the interpretive signs. I gave you the maintenance building because you would need to put something if you're going to be doing any kind of work out there. You're going to have someplace to lock it up. And we're looking at that other piece of property. I know that was one thing that was important, was having a maintenance building. And then the public park just adds a nice thing. And of course, you got the parking area for the disabled, but we don't have the bathrooms. So mine was at $3,505,000. So you have a tough job to figure out how you're gonna.
Madam, oh, go ahead, you're gonna.
I was just going to say that I also included the maintenance building. I forgot to mention it. It seems like an integral part of the situation.
So now, I didn't want to color your decisions. I wanted to get your input raw. So there's also a $3 million regional park grant that we are applying for. And we stand it's not a large field that is going for that money. Unfortunately, the amount of money is low. There's only 28 million available in the whole state, but it is limited to counties only. So there's 58 counties that can apply for $28 million. So there's that opportunity which we stand to score the best in. There's also a regional tourism grant, which has also a limited $3 million. And I think it's a little more money in that one. I think it's about 100,000. And that's for any rural area. So the competition's going to be a lot higher for that. And then there's the fourth or fifth round of the Prop 68 competitive park grants. That limit is 8 million. And that you're competing with anybody in the state, city, county, organization, whatever. You're competing for that money. But that's at 500 million that they're awarding for that. So we are also going to do those exercises, we're going to apply for grants. So as we start to pull stuff out now, we can throw it to those grant programs. I've gone back and forth on this a lot, and I think where I came down was to put the bathrooms and the grass in the grant and put everything else in the park. Because I think it's going to be a lot harder for them to say no to basic park things in the grant process than it would to be for the icing on the cake.
Mm-hmm.
And Madam Chair, do we want to then start to reduce, so we have these layers? This is kind of the top layer, and then maybe we take off. You said $3 million grant, so we would need to get to 6.5, and then maybe we painfully take off another 3 to get to 3.5, so that we have 3.5, 6.5, and the ideal of 7.5. I don't know if that's, because otherwise we clicked on everything. So
right.
Otherwise we're just,
That makes perfect sense. Yeah.
What is exactly is the pump track? Is that for the bicycle, like the little
it'd be
the hills?
3 different bicycle tracks, one for the little guys, one for the medium-sized folks, and then one for the big kids.
And I would suggest, as we kind of talked about, as much as we want softball fields, there's a lot of softball field facilities. That's a lot of money. That could be an easy pulling that off. I would be in favor of that. And then that's just to get the conversation started.
I echo your sentiment, 1.4 million, so.
Do I hear a third?
We have a third. They're taking up the softball.
Just to clarify, if I may, Madam Chair, are we talking about taking it off like?
Not period, but just as a top priority right now to get the 3 point.
Yeah, okay. That's fine. I just want to be sure, because there's an economic development element to that, the softball fields. It's really, really important as far as the public-private partnerships.
I would think maybe any kind of rental fee or whatever. But, okay, so do I have a third person to taking up the $1.4 million price tag of the softball fields, just for right now, initially? Yeah. So, okay, so you got 3 of us, so go ahead and take that off for right now. Oh, you already did. Okay, so, man, the bathrooms are such a necessity, but 1.4 million, and I like the idea of looking at the other funding, ARPA or the Clean California. So it's not coming off the list per se, it's just coming off the top at the moment.
Coming off your park impact fee list.
Yes, but you're gonna get it in another way, I know you will.
What
Right?
I'd suggest is we wait till next meeting and he'll come in with available 6.5. That's what's gonna happen?
We're not going to know the results of the regional park grant until the end of September next year. We can certainly do that, but that'll delay putting shovels in the ground till
Okay.
2024.
No. Okay. A question, what about, and I think, I know you've touched on this, but what about maintenance? And, you know, cost for that? And also, does the money we're talking about here impact the park we're talking about at Sunnyside Estates and Riverview Estates?
So if I can take those out of order, Sunnyside, we currently have $800,000 set aside for that park. You allocated $400,000 of the $4 million in park impact fees, and we have the matching grant from the state for $400,000 for that park, and we're keeping that design under that $800,000 for that facility. As far as maintenance goes, I tried to include the lowest maintenance amenities here. The most expensive item on the list is the turf. It's going to be a battle, a war. It will need a full-time staff member out there just to chase gophers around that place, just like Caddyshack. I'm not kidding. We can put in expensive measures that currently are working out at the airport dog park. When we did the airport dog park project, we lined underneath that grass the entire 3 acres with a 1/2-inch stainless steel mesh. My staff hated me for doing it, but there's been no gophers. So that does work, and that will be my recommendation for this, but that is very expensive, and that'll take your turf from $1 to $2 million. That's why I'm thinking it would be good to apply for the grant for the turf, because then we can go ahead and put those measures in to keep that maintenance cost down.
How large is that lawn area that you're talking about?
It's about 9 acres.
About 9 acres. So another possibility might be, if we can't get a grant, to maybe, you know, transition and start with a smaller area or something.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
The only thing wrong with having a nice lush green area is that every vermin and critter in the dry area will be using that green area for a waste, to burrow, and you're gonna put money basically down the drain until we start disturbing the environment with some sort of construction, then put in the grass. Because grass, whenever you landscape something, grass is always last.
And also understand that the huge cost for the lawn is going to be running the 8-inch water line down from San Benito Street and Riverview Parkway down to the lawn area.
So
that's a huge amount of that.
Can I suggest that, I think we have to, you know, if it's in the second layer, it's in the second layer. I think that's pretty good, but I think to get to 3.5, we have to keep the open lawn area in the second priority, drop it for now. That's just my view. And if we did the open if we did the open lawn area and the bathrooms and maybe the couple other things, we can get there.
Mm-hmm.
You're there with the open lawn area and the bathrooms.
That's exactly what I got.
But again, I'm not trying to.
No, I'm
I
just
want
saying
this to be collaborative.
Yeah. 3505.
If you guys think the bathrooms are essential, then we would have to, obviously we can start lopping off some other things.
Well, when you gotta go, you have to go, and so they're essential.
Well, we can send them to Ohana Shave Ice. It's right down the road,
Yeah, and then
right?
little kids, and then kids, you know, if you're a parent out there taking your kids, you wanna have the comfort in the facility. But if we're still planning and it's on the table for the next phase, then we could forgive it for a little bit.
And the other option is perhaps when we talk about committing other funds in the future, we lop off the conventional bathroom temporarily, and you just go with the 2 vault bathrooms, which would reduce the cost for bathrooms down to $100,000.
I saw that 120.
Or $200,000. Because the majority of the money of the bathrooms is the conventional restroom up at the parking lot.
Yeah, you have 165,000 for, without the utilities. Yeah.
You know, I'm just, the RC car facility, what is that now?
That is a potential revenue source for the park. It would be a area for people to operate remote control cars. It could host events. There is no facility like that in this county. There used to be one in Gilroy on Monterey Street. I think it's even gone now.
It is
but there is a possibility of entering into a vendor agreement with the local RC store. So he sets up a trailer down there on the weekend to sell spare parts or whatever. It is one of the potential revenue items that I put in here. The other ones were the pump track, and then the other one is being constructed in phase 1, which is the food court area.
Well, I'm wondering, you know, I think maybe because some of us didn't know what it was, I'm wondering if we're underselling the pump track. Because, you know, a lot of kids love riding their bikes, and if there's different, you know, for young kids and older kids, that might be a, you know, something.
Valerie
that would
just
be
ran
real
up here
positive.
to tell you there's
It's
huge
highly
demand.
unusual. Speak, Valerie.
Come use mine.
Anyway, the state park fellow was there along with the other rangers and a group that does these pump tracks contractually. They've worked in Santa Cruz. They work out of Santa Cruz, but it is one of the most popular items on the agenda in most counties because it develops children's interest in bicycling because it's a sporty thing, and we want young people on bicycles that will last their lifetime. That's one of the positive things about it, working through the multimodal kind of interest that we have for the future all over the county. The other thing, so when I was out there, we spoke about getting a bicycle trail from Hollister out there because that's the closest state park element to the city. And it gives real open space possibilities, and it gives a nice bicycling area. So that's something that we're kind of putting in the future idea pack to introduce whenever that might be possible. If the pump track gets going, to really work on that, as well as the transport, county transit, to have a county transit head out there a couple of times a week to give kids opportunity, especially in the summertime. But going back to the regional park and the baseball element, we do not have a place where a family can go out to the park and take a baseball bat and a ball, and dad or mom hits that ball to the kids. You get that element of beginning to love the sport. And we do not have that. It's all contracted out to teams, organized teams. We need a place for family-free play. And Brigantino Park does satisfy a lot of that, but a dirt space where you can hit a ball is maybe not as expensive as it would need to be if you were looking at contract teams. So forgive me.
There are facilities at Dunn Park for baseball, Park Hill for baseball, and
There are
a new
several.
one's going in at Valley View Park for baseball. And those
Earl
are not
Hardin.
contractual.
There's schools
but-
with baseball.
And at 1.4 million, it's,
Yeah.
kind of a luxury right now.
So do we
So-
want to take,
Can you put your thing back up to see where we're at budget-wise?
I wish I could.
Yeah. Oh, you,
It's the man behind the curtain.
I was going to suggest
There
if
you
we go with the pump track, maybe drop the RC thing for now. Again, these are levels, so we're still hoping to do
Yeah,
those, but if
I
we're going to
came
do,
up-
I don't
I
think we
was-
can do both.
Right, I was
Yeah.
at 3,505. You know, maybe the five of us can help kick in or something to get at the 3.5.
I could cover
But-
the 5.
Okay. But I put in the pump track, I took out the RC car
right,
facility.
that's what I have too.
And without the open lawn and bathrooms, skating circle and softball fields and RC car facility, that's where I ended up. Seems like that's pretty good from my point of view at least.
And we could put in porta potties as a temporary.
Yes. Away from everything else.
Just a quick note, there'll be a disc golf.
Madam Chair.
Somebody was speaking, sorry. Yes, Peter, Supervisor Hernandez.
Okay. Sorry, was someone speaking? I didn't want to interrupt.
She was mentioning the skate.
Disc golf will be, we'll have disc golf very soon.
What are you referring to?
You want to come up to the mic just so you can make it public?
There's a group that's putting in a disc golf on Park Hill, and it's going to be a gift for the city of Hollister.
Woohoo.
Just
Okay.
so
Don't share any more secrets.
I
Okay.
know that's my
So-
secret,
so
but I
uncheck-
just wanted you not to.
You want, yeah, skating circle. Okay, so put the concrete pad back and, because it's a $30, it's 30,000 for 30,000. So that, and we're still at 3.5.
Correct.
Okay, good. All right. We good? We switched out the RC for the pump track, which was both 250,000 each. So it was one or the other.
I'm good, Madam Chair.
And it sounds like, I heard Tiffany say his total was 3,505, and that's what I printed out, and so that's what you had. May not be exactly the same items, but over 5,000 budget, but. Oh, hey,
I could definitely cover 5,000.
okay.
So
Did you hear that? He could cover it.
we have a consensus.
This is gonna be so cool when this gets, started and we're able to go out there and enjoy it. Yes, okay. Thank you.
Thank you for bearing with me through that exercise.
Thank you for letting us play. Yeah, that was nice. All
I
right.
appreciate it.
Item, that was your reward for staying all day. Item number 8, go ahead. Now, this one kind of surprised me that we had 4 individual things wrapped up into the one item, but I see the way you budgeted it on, so I just, and
Yeah.
it wasn't on the agenda when we spoke on Monday for agenda review, because I went back and checked to say, where did this one come from? I would just like to see it separated in the future,
So,
if we can.
yeah, so just I can just share with you quickly that this particular item historically has been created in this fashion for years. So we just mirrored it and with some slight edits, and Dulce is going to present the item. There are some slight edits on one of the contracts with the chamber that she'll present, and then the allocation of the funding, we can discuss that, but basically that's historically been built this way. If your board wants to see that differently, we can do that next year.
But we've been
differently.
anything but historical since January, this board. Yeah.
I understand that, but again, like I said, this is the way it was packaged in years past. We can obviously change it for the future. And if your board wants to do that, we can do that in the future.
No, there's some crucial things on it. I'm just saying, it wasn't on the agenda review when you and I met on Monday, and then I saw it, so there were just some surprises in there. But that's fine, we'll go ahead and look at it.
Yeah, what specifically, if you don't mind me asking, was not on there?
This item itself was not on the agenda review when you and I sat on Monday.
The title changed.
The title is slightly different.
Yeah.
It was on the agenda review. Instead of it being EDC, because we didn't want to actually confuse people that it was Economic Development Corporation, we wanted to label it a little bit more appropriate to what the topic was. So the item is still the same. We still did talk about it. It's just the name was is just edited for
Title
clarity.
change. Yeah.
Go ahead, Dulce.
Oh, thank you. So I have a PowerPoint. If CMAP can share my screen, please. Oh, there we go. As Ray mentioned, historically, we've invested $150,000 into economic development. We currently have a 5-year MOU with EDC, and that's $100,000. In the past, we've had MOU with the annual MOUs with the Chamber of Commerce, and this year will be the first year we would do an agreement with the Chamber Foundation. But that's the $35,750. CalCoastal does trainings for us, and they do 4 trainings tailored to our jurisdiction, and we've done it in the past, and they're really good. They have certain topics they cover, and we can choose to what suits our community best. And then $9,250 is for membership fees, and I'll go through each one separately. So the Chamber Foundation, this is our first year actually contracting with the foundation as opposed to the Chamber. And part of that is they're changing their organizational structure, but the foundation provides opportunities for all businesses and individuals. And so attached, you'll see a proposed MOU. There's slight modifications from what was proposed, and I'll go over those with you guys at the end. But so before you, it would be a 3-year MOU for $35,750. And essentially, the key terms are they're supporting economic development and tourism, and they'll help us get there. The second item's for $5,000, CalCoastal. They promote economic development, growth, and they support small businesses and inspiring entrepreneurs in both Monterey region and San Benito County. They provide consultation, trainings, workshops. They've helped businesses set up their business plans, and they do that free of cost to business owners. So they would provide 4 workshops tailored, and there's an O missing on shops, tailored to our community. Our membership is 9,000, a little over, 9,250. And we're members of the Monterey Business Council, Monterey Bay Economic Partnerships, California Association of Local Economic Development, Cal-OZ, and then also we're members of the Chamber of Commerce. So all of those adds up to a little over 9,000. So before you, for your board's consideration, there's 4 items. One is the appropriation of the non-departmental division, totaling $50,000. The second one's the MOU. So I want to go over what was attached and key changes. Historically, we've had an MOU with the Chamber as opposed to the Chamber of Commerce. So there's some minor modifications we would do to the agreement, but otherwise we would keep the same key terms. Those include, instead of a 501c6, they're actually a C3. So we would update that in the agreement. We would essentially remove some of the identifying tasks that their staff would do. We would just take that out and as cleanup. We would delete the partnerships because we can't, it's a liability for them, as we have no control over boards of other organizations. So we would just clean that up. And then the third change is there's a new, Eduardo Navarro is now the executive director of the San Benito Chamber Foundation. So we would update the MOU to have him as signer. So those are the key changes. And the staff recommendation did not include foundation, so I want to clarify and add that on here if the board chooses to move forward. I do have both Michelle and Eddie on the line if you have any specific questions related to the chamber, and I can answer any other questions regarding any of the organizations we're members of or any further.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
I'm not really clear what the Chamber Foundation is. I saw an announcement they had a new executive director, but I think it's a new organization. It seems like it's an arm of the Chamber, maybe a fundraising arm, but then there was mention of scholarships and other things. So if there can be some clarity on what that is exactly, I'd appreciate that.
I have Eduardo on the line and also Michelle, and can one of you guys explain?
Yeah, of course. Hi, everybody. This is Eduardo Navarro, Executive Director for the Foundation. So just a quick recap on the slight differentiation between the Chamber and Chamber Foundation is essentially we work in tandem, but it's just really kind of a structural organization differentiation between the 501c3 status and 501c6. Chamber is going to remain as a membership-based organization, versus the 501c3 is going to allow us to really do extended and expanded outreach in the community. So traditionally the chamber will, kind of do a lot of its network and outreach events for its membership, its business membership, whereas the chamber will have a kind of a diverse reach where it's tourism, hospitality, small business advocacy. We'll have a scholarship arm, which is what you've probably seen online as well. So it's really the same team. We're going to work very collaboratively together, but just for structural kind of purposes, making sure that the MOU is with the 501c3, because that's where our tourism program sits. Just for, again, liability and cleanup is mainly the differentiation between foundation and chamber. But again, we're just an arm of the chamber, still the same team. We're going to work very collaboratively with Michelle Leonard, who is the CEO of the chamber. And of course, we have Jen Rodriguez, who's still our director of tourism. So nothing is really changing there. It's more like in the back end organizational structural piece to just keep things cleaned, clean for the long run. And I can answer any other questions as well.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, yes.
So just follow up. So basically what, from our point of view, from the county's point of view, the benefit that we're going to see, whether it be tourism or working with businesses, this change will not really impact that. If anything, you're going to be reaching out to more people, including businesses that are not your members. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. So, and this is why I think Dulce mentioned that the key terms stay the same for economic development and tourism, just to make sure that the purpose and the goals and the objectives of the MOU continue in line, and that they don't get confused with the business membership. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I did have a comment or question not related to the chamber, or are we going to just
I can answer that.
Well, I was just going to make a comment. In fact, I double-checked this morning, but for those who might, I see Monterey County Business Council membership might beg the question. We're also members of the San Benito County Business Council, and the funding for that, I guess, comes through different source.
Yeah, that is correct.
So it's not listed here, but anyway, I just wanted to clarify that. And the county's been a member for, quite some time, and is very, active with the Business Council.
Yeah, just to clarify, historically, what we've done is we're invited to those meetings. Listening, but we're the ones actually presenting. So Health and Human Services, Behavioral Health, RMA, administration, the board members are agendized on those items to discuss certain items. So what we've done is actually use those fundings, the subvention funds for Health and Human, other offices to cover some of those costs. So it kind of relieves the general fund. We still pay a portion, but in general, we're using different pots of money to cover those fees. Anyways, just an FYI on that.
And
I was gonna, excuse me, I was gonna say that's exactly the reason why these are primarily straight impacts to the general fund compared to that one that's more spread out within other funding sources.
Okay, great. And then just a comment, I think that, for the amount of money for these memberships, I'm talking about specifically, other than Chamber and the EDC, I think it's money well spent in that it's not a lot of money and it supports regionally economic development and certainly we're all about that. I will say that, I was talking to Ray about this a little bit this morning, I think in some cases we could certainly make better use of our membership, be more active in some of these, like the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership, for example. I say that with hesitation because that means that some of us up here might have to attend some of these meetings, and we already attend enough meetings, so that's where the rub is. But anyway, I think they make sense. I'm just saying that there might be some opportunities for all of us to participate more in some way. Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and go to the public then, in here, public comment, and then we'll come back to the supervisors.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 or raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay. Just for fairness and transparency, Ray, I have a copy of the agenda that we looked at on Monday, and it was previously item 12, and it said approve appropriations for economic development funds for the fiscal year 21-22 in the amount of $50,000, SBC file number 865.
Yep.
One sentence, that's all that was there. So
Staff report. Yeah.
I know, but I'm saying one sentence, and then you go back and you look at the other 4 items.
Yeah,
you know,
and the
that are on
reason
there.
why is because we wanted to have more clarity. That was important.
And
one of the
and
things
it
that
was on the
occurred,
consent item, and then it got moved to the regular item, so I appreciate that.
yeah, and one of the reasons why is that this item was brought to your attention on more than one occasion. I highlighted this during the non-competitive, competitive
Yes.
item when Jovenis received funding, and the question was, it may have even been raised by you, was what about the chamber? I said, this item's going to come back. We have other memberships, other nonprofits that we're going to be addressing at a later date, and we'll take this back to your board. So that item is this item today, is what I was talking about back then. And I also did highlight that during the reports, a list of agenda items that we would be talking about that I actually highlighted as well. So the reason why, again, we wanted it to be very clear and concise, and we didn't want to have just a one-liner in there, so.
Madam Chair, I would hope we can just move on. This is really not productive to keep going back to this.
No, I'm just talking about in terms of the items, because we're going to be voting on 4 different items on this one, item 8, and it is productive, it is important. Specifically, Supervisor Hernandez and I are both on the ad hoc committee for tourism, and something is happening in January, the symposium that we really haven't had a chance to really discuss much about, but I'm kind of reluctant to give the Chamber of Commerce a 3-year contract when we don't know what the symposium is going to yield. I understand that they are conducting the services of doing tourism and marketing tourism, but I was not included in that conversation in that meeting. However it happened, then it was relayed that, well, Supervisor Gonzalez refused to attend. That wasn't true. Supervisor Gonzalez was not invited. It was not mentioned to her until after the fact. So I'm just trying to be clear. And then Eddie Navarro called me to introduce himself, but I knew him in other situations and from the community. And a small 5-minute conversation turned into a very long 45-minute conversation. So there are some things that have not been said. So with all due respect, Supervisor Kosmicki, there are some situations in this item that are not clear. And I know you had asked about the Chamber's Foundation. That's one of them. Okay, so I says, it's not that I don't think that they don't do a great job for the community, because I know the Chamber of Commerce does. I'm just concerned about giving them a 3-year contract when in January of 2022, the county is hosting a symposium regarding tourism, and we may go a different route. It may be an event that doesn't go anywhere, then I would want the chamber to come back and ask for the 2 additional years. But we don't know what's going to happen because we haven't had that meeting, we haven't had the discussion. So that's where I'm coming from. That I don't mind giving them a 1 year, but I don't want to give them a 3. That's all. Supervisor Hernandez, did you want to add anything to that?
Madam Chair, yeah, thank you. So 35,000 to me is honestly not enough. So I don't want to make this conversation go sideways fast. I think the 3 years is valid, especially if we're actually, even to a certain extent, justifying what you just said about the tourism, focus. That by default requires, if you think about tourism, and I've said this before, it requires literally a build out of a whole new element in our county. It's like starting a new business. It takes a long time to flesh it out and make sure that it's successful. And I know that, that's why I've always been a supporter of the chamber, because I know that they've already been the ones to do the heavy lift of understanding the tourism element in our county. So 35 grand really to me is not enough. If it was up to me, I would say that the 100,000 from the EDC should actually go to the chamber. Just because I know that there's metrics that we were expecting from the EDC, and I haven't seen those results that we set in play from the get-go. So bottom line is I think the chamber needs more, and I've always been a supporter, because they've not only are they part of our community, they've been long established, but they've also been really, really successful in the last 2 years through this whole virus and the shutdowns and stuff. They were literally in the thick of things, making sure that they were supporting the business industry. And I can go through a laundry list of explanations of the things that they did to support the business community in the midst of a lot of chaos. So anyways, I'll leave it at that, Madam Chair, but obviously it depends on the will of the board. I still support 35K minimum for sure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So what is the?
Oh, Madam Chair, I haven't commented yet.
Yes. I'm so.
So, first off, on the memberships, I respectfully disagree, Supervisor Tiffany. Unless we have a tangible benefit out of those memberships, and I've never seen any benefit, I guess it's one thing if we start going to these meetings. But to me, $5,000, $10,000 here and there adds up. And I've harped on these small little dollar amounts that we've been loose with over the years. And I see zero benefit out of. I don't even know what these groups are. I don't know who their directors are. I know MBEP asked us randomly for $5 million of our ARPA money, but aside from that, I'm totally against the memberships outside of I think the chamber membership is fine. But then when it comes to this subsidy, look, I've had a problem with this from the outside for a long time, that we as a county we're supposed to be protecting these taxpayer dollars as if they're our own, and just to throw this money at what I consider this a non-essential taxpayer subsidy to an organization that essentially promotes that it's doing services that it's been doing for years. These aren't new things that they're doing for us as a county. So I'm against spending anything. I'm against the 3-year MOU. I'm against a 1-year agreement. To me, the chamber's one of almost 200 nonprofits in our community. And it's never made sense to me that the county financially supports the chamber and doesn't necessarily support. Now, we did recently have this ARPA round, and the chamber had the opportunity to apply for funds during that process. And so to me, that's the right way of doing things. We had a one-time opportunity with ARPA funding. We set aside $450,000, but to establish this as an ongoing part of our budget in perpetuity, to me, is just wildly irresponsible. I have concerns over, I know the thing was brought up about the membership issue, but, whether it's the Chamber Foundation or the Chamber, there's a lot of gray area there, and I'm just not buying it. It's basically the Chamber, and the Chamber's a membership-driven organization. Its duty is to support its members first and foremost. So for the county to be allocating taxpayer dollars, $36,000 to me is a lot of money. To be allocating taxpayer dollars on an annual basis to an organization that its main purpose is to serve its paying members, including Supervisor Hernandez, who's an active member in the chamber. And that brings up another issue. I feel like there's some conflict going on here. Supervisor Hernandez is a very vocal member, an active member of the chamber, and I feel a little awkward bringing this up, but we also have three county employees who are on the chamber board, and we have a Samuel County Planning Commissioner. on the chamber board. So there's a lot going on here that just makes me feel uncomfortable. As for the direction of the chamber, I feel like the chamber needs to reestablish itself and, and get on a cleaner path. I don't like that they've been doing political advocacy for the, last several years. I feel like there's a huge conflict for us as a county to be supplying taxpayer dollars to an organization that's supporting measures and candidates that a lot of our residents don't support. So I'm not too pleased with that part of it. And then lastly, I want to reiterate, I think we were disagreeing on. I was concerned about just the staff report thing. I agree with you on the tourism direction. I feel like we have to pick one direction or the other. We can't just keep going in all these. We're trying to focus our tourism efforts, and so we're holding this symposium coming up, and we're hiring these two firms from the outside to help us with tourism. But then we're still continuing this chamber relationship that, frankly, I just don't feel like we've gotten the benefit out of. So I'll be opposing everything except for the $500 for the membership. Thank you.
I'm not sure where to start here.
There's four real important items on here. It's hard.
Yeah,
But go ahead. You do whatever you need to do.
Well, first of all, full disclosure, obviously, although everyone knows this, I've been, in business for many years. My former business was probably maybe the longest tenured business with the chamber. So I've had a long-term relationship with the chamber. Also, I was the president of the Samuel Business Council for 5 years before he was elected. Thankfully, that's not on here for right now. But I guess to suffice to say, I've been always very, very supportive of supporting business organizations because I think that they can, and I agree that we can make better use of some of these, but they can be really very inexpensive ways to move things forward in terms of economic development. And so while I understand Supervisor Kosmicki's concerned about watching taxpayers' dollars, I would argue in many cases the opposite, that using these kind of organizations that are largely, not in all cases, but largely voluntarily run, it's money well spent. And so and specifically the chamber, I would say that it was my understanding, now I'm not on the tourism ad hoc, but that even though we were going down that road to explore how to move forward in tourism, that it was my understanding that the chamber and for that matter other organizations that deal with tourism in our county, like San Juan Committee, the HDA, that they would probably continue and very likely continue to play a role in tourism as part of all that. And so I think the money for the chamber is money well spent. I don't have a problem with the 3 years because, again, I believe we will support the chamber for 3 years, and to have some kind of a where they know that they've got that commitment, I think is helpful. I think the chamber has done a lot for our community above and beyond just for their members. I mean, we look back at during the pandemic, they took the lead on Great Plates program and a number of other areas that helped the community and not just their members. So, I've always been a strong supporter of the chamber. Addressing what Supervisor Hernandez comments was, comparing the chamber and the EDC is really apples and oranges. The EDC is in economic development, bringing in businesses, working with the county, the city, in terms of trying to get more economic development in our community. Supervisor Kosmicki and I have worked together on economic development ad hoc and an EDC ad hoc, and We've had, I think, some very productive meetings with the EDC, and I think there's some real positive things that are coming from the EDC, albeit I think some of them are still to be fully fleshed out. So my last, I guess I'll just end with, I would be supportive of the chamber for the 3 years, certainly supportive the continuing with the Economic Development Corporation. If there's any area where I could see us stepping back to save a little bit of money, it would be in these areas, Monterey County Business Council, or the, CalAuS or California Association for Local Economic Partnership, or Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. These are ones that, like I said, I'm not sure we're taking full advantage of. I can see the argument on both sides, be supported because they are regional. But if we wanted to save, we could save close to, $8,000 or $9,000 there if we didn't re-up with those memberships. I would be okay with that. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, can we go back to him? Let's go ahead and hear from Supervisor Dirks first.
Okay, so not to rehash everything, I'm going to say that I agree with Supervisor Tiffany about the Monterey Bay. That was my first question. Obviously, I'm new to all this, but I was like, why? Like, what are we getting out of this? And so that was going to be my question, and I guess it still is a question. And so that's $7,000 right there. And in the Coastal one as well, it says 4 workshops, but I'm not sure. Are those workshops here in San Benito County, or are they really beneficial to, the small businesses here? And would that kind of overlap with what the San Benito County Chamber is offering and doing as well? I'm not sure. And so, anyway, so I would be willing to not support those things. The Chamber of Commerce seems like it would be something that's beneficial, because I am so new, and it's the first time I'm hearing about the tourism symposium. So that feels like a redundancy a little bit, and so I can see that, but because I don't know enough about that situation, I'm not sure. Can you talk about that a little bit more so I have some clarity on that?
Sure. Dulce, can you explain?
Here, if I may, for clarity, some of these items, the reason why, as an example, there's been an opportunity zone that we have a lot of property in our county. And one of the reasons why we joined CalAuS was to help us navigate through that, provide presentations, and then they also provide presentations to staff and the community within our county. So if there's any businesses for economic development, they could take advantage of that. Well, what is it? What is an opportunity zone? Well, that's CalAuS actually helps explain what that is, provides benefits to our local residents. So most of these items, there's been some, the reasons why past boards have been wanting to be a part of this is because of those partnerships and those in the Tri-County area. And some of these, are, Dulce can probably elaborate a little further on like the Monterey Bay Partnership, Economic Partnership. I know that they're instrumental. They are requesting myself to be to be a part of their board and other things, and just they want to have a collaborative between the multiple jurisdictions, because we work on different things: traffic, roads, AMBAG. There's a lot of things that we work together. And so again, your board seriously does not need to move forward with those items. This is a new board, so you guys have that opportunity. It's just historically, those are just a couple of examples. Maybe Dulce can elaborate further on others.
Yeah. So Monterey Bay Economic Partnerships, the pre-pandemic, they would provide a summit, but they cover various topics. They focus on, I think, broadband economic development, housing. And when we were going through our initial updating the ordinance, they have subject matter expertise that would come and provide their perspective. They would come to all the meetings. So having a subject matter expertise in certain areas is beneficial to staff, especially when working on them, and you get a perspective of what other jurisdictions are doing, which I feel is beneficial for our team. Cal OES, like Ray mentioned, we do have a huge opportunity zone in the county, and they work on keeping us up to date on the latest changing in regulation, and we could certainly reach out and have them do presentations at the board level too, as well. The second question is Cal Coastal. So this would be a unique agreement with us, and they would provide custom trainings that we think are beneficial for our local businesses. They could do it in person or in Zoom. In the past, we did in person. We didn't have the high participation, but because of the pandemic, we can do a combination of in-person and Zoom. So, these are workshops that aren't currently provided by other organizations, but it's certainly up to the board for consideration, and if we want to continue to provide tools and resources for our small businesses. And I think.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you. Yeah, so the partnerships, it sounds like they're basically for to support staff, and maybe inform them. I don't know if it's worth it to pay that kind of money just to have a listening ear on their organizations, but I do agree that Cal Coastal is important. I can say firsthand because I actually witnessed what they did to provide for our business community. Because a lot of folks that are startups, they don't understand what the process is for opening up a restaurant, or what does it look like to go after funding, to have a business plan. There's all these different layers that they're specific to helping them literally start their business, which is an economic development component. So that seems consistent. Yeah, just to clarify, Supervisor Dirks, when it comes to the symposium, it's actually focused on creating a whole new layer of business network. It basically becomes a focus on getting businesses to focus on tourism, and long and short, it could lead into, which is part of the conversation, and this is just to start it off, which is the way it works. And I don't know if you've ever heard of a T-bid, but basically what that amounts to is like if you can go to a community that has a tourism element to it, you go to a hotel and you'll see like a tourism tax on there, and that is something that's paid by an outside, basically consumer from outside of the community. So it's not like a local tax, but it creates an opportunity because those fundings are specific to be applied for tourism, and the requirement of a T-bid is for there to benefit the actual businesses that are part of that membership or that relationship, that network. So just to clarify, so it's not redundant with the chamber. Honestly, the hopes is that thing becomes its own machine, business-like, which is one of the focuses of the Board of Supervisors. Is we don't want to keep funding things that aren't obviously panning out to benefit our community. If this works out, the idea is this literally starts to self-generate funding, tourism funding, and then by default, it's like its own business entity in our county. And this is just the entry-level opportunity, especially since the ARPA funds, to clarify, the ARPA funds actually are specific to apply to tourism. They can. So this is a good opportunity, and this is why we're trying to strike while the iron's hot. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Symposium if desired.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Ray, not to bite your head off earlier, but this is the confusion that I saw what happened with this item, with everything lumped in together. I went ahead and I just kind of cut and paste, and I did the spreadsheet that we had on the agenda transmittal sheet to kind of break it down. And the 4 items really talk to the little spreadsheet. So item number 1 on the agenda, to approve the $50,000. That is everything from the Monterey Bay Business Council list all the way to the $36,750 for the Chamber of Commerce for Economic Development / Tourism. That's item 1. Item 2 is a separate, different one, but it's 3 years of $36,750 with the Chamber of Commerce. Item 3 is a delegation of authority for specifically Cal Coastal, which is the $5,000 figure. And then item 4 of this agenda is specifically the 100,000 per year for the economic development. So that's why I'm just saying how it's a little confusing the way it's all put on one spreadsheet, you know, and if they're really truly separate items, we should probably look at them that way. But I understand that you put them in the guise of economic development in general. And I'm not interested in declining any of these memberships. I truly believe that membership, you know, it has its privilege. I hate to sound like a cliche, but there are benefits that you receive from being a member. And, you know, we said that about the Chamber of Commerce members. You know, there's benefits that are there. And so I know that we're a new board and working 5 of us together. You know, we've only had a few meetings together. I'm not interested in really disrupting the apple cart totally. But if we could do it a year at a time, maybe, as opposed to a 3-year span. I know it's more, but we'll start getting used to seeing it this way with 4 items on it. I'm just saying, giving my 2 cents. I want to move on to item 9 and 10.
Madam Chair, can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Clarification. I don't see anything involving the EDC. So the EDC, it's listed there.
But it is item number 4.
Doesn't say anything about EDC.
If you look at, and for clarity and on staff recommendation, it was added on the title so we can talk about because historically we've grouped them all together.
I see.
We're not allocating anything.
We're not
today
allocating though.
for the 100,000.
We've already allocated money to.
Right. And it says
Okay.
19, 20, 21.
Yeah, so that's the
and
background on the
It's
staff.
listed there, but we're not actually voting on it today.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to,
You're correct.
Okay.
The 4 items for consideration are
Yeah.
the 50,000.
yeah, okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So, I just knew confusion because I know personalities. Some of us have our pros and some of us have our cons. And after working together for the last, 10 months, I think I can probably tell you who's in what camp and who's not. So I was just using my background and my experience and trying to enlighten you, Ray, not chastise you. Sorry. So what is the will of the board? Have we gone to the public on this item? I don't know. Yes, no? Okay, so what is the will of the board? We have 4 specific items in one item number 8. How would you like to deal with it?
Madam Chair, maybe we walk our way through this, because the first one is the allocation, as you say, the 50,000, which includes the chamber.
Yes.
For 1 year. And then the second one, though, would be 3 years, which it sounds like there's some differing of opinions for sure there, if I'm reading this right. And I guess the third and the fourth, then, if we already appropriate the 50,000, haven't we pretty much already agreed on 3 and 4?
And that's kind of what I'm seeing, that we're
It
seeing
is a little
doubling up
Not
things.
necessarily.
It's just how we have to allocate it properly or something.
If I can provide a little bit of clarification. So number 1 just provides essentially the 50,000 breakdown, and then the other item number 3 is then to approve just specifically the Cal Coastal piece.
The contract.
The contract.
To
and then
execute the contract.
Delegate authority to the CAO to execute that contract. And then number 4 is the breakdown of those other memberships.
And it says add to the existing economic development of 100,000.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
So item number 1, it's item 8.1. What is the will of the board for item 8.1?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve appropriation for totaling the 50,000.
Okay. Do I have a second on item 8.1? If no one else.
Second.
Okay, so I got a first and a second on item 8.1. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed? Okay, so we have a 4-1 for item number 1. Let's go to item number 2. We have the 35,750 for the MOU for the Chamber of Commerce, and the amount of that amount, 35,750.
And minor modification to include Chamber of Commerce Foundation.
Okay. Oh, thank you. It's on there. I omitted it. Chamber of Commerce Foundation in the amount of $35,750.
Okay.
I want to go for 1 year as opposed to 3 years.
Madam Chair, can I make a motion?
Okay.
And then if it gets voted down, then you'll make a motion? Is
Okay,
that
you
fair
go,
enough?
that's fine.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve item number 2 for the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce Foundation for 3 years.
Okay, do I have a second for the 3-year vote?
Second.
Okay, so I have a first and a second. All in favor of the Chamber of Commerce contract for 3 years, say aye.
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 Those
Okay.
So 3 years didn't fly with that one. May I make a motion for item number 2 for the $35,750 with the Chamber of Commerce Foundation for the term of 1 year? There's my motion. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. All in favor for a 1-year term, say aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so item 2, it's a 4-1, with Supervisor Kosmicki being the no on item 8.1 and 8.2. Then we have item number 8.3, delegate the authority to execute contract for the Cal Coastal SBDC for $5,000. Can I get a motion for that one?
I'll make that motion.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so I have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so I have a 4-1 on 3. And then item number 4, which is a $92.50 for all the membership fees, which to me it sounds redundant, but okay. Can I get a motion on item 8.4, please?
I'll make that motion.
Okay. Can I get a second? I'll second it for the sake of a second. Okay, I have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Wait, hold on.
No.
Sorry, Betsy.
Sorry.
Wait, okay, I'm going to go back. We have a first and a second for item number 8.4. You got to catch up with us, Betsy. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
No.
Okay, so I have a 3-2 for item number 4, 8.4. Okay? Sorry. I knew that was coming. Sorry, Ray. Okay, are we finished with that one?
Yes.
Let's go on to item number 9. Let's give the Ag Commissioner what she needs. I think she's been here all day just for endurance. Thank you.
Yeah, we need to do this alphabetically with ag.
I saw you here this morning before we went to lunch. I'm sorry.
No, I wanted to listen to the edible. That was good. Our budget officer, Gabriel, here did put together some slides. I'm actually pretty free to just talk about it. If you prefer, we can move through it, or.
Yeah.
Yeah. The county ag commissioner, this is probably something you don't hear much, is because it kind of just moves through my budget, and but each year I'm required to produce an annual financial report, and staff has to allocate all of their time, hours, miles, any equipment to a specific program on a daily basis. Then that gets distributed for our total costs throughout these programs. And it's a very important document because we get 2 large distributions from the state based on that annual financial report. One is pesticide mill, which comes from our pesticide use enforcement program, and the other one is this unclaimed gas tax. The pesticide mill is based on where our hours are, based on a matrix that is in statute. Unclaimed gas tax has certain requirements that we have to meet. The gas tax comes from off-road use of fuel for agricultural purposes and even landscape maintenance. It's very easy for farmers to determine their diesel usage, because they have the red diesel that isn't taxed, and the clear diesel that is used on the road. But with gasoline, they would have to put in a claim, and most of them just take kind of a standard deduction, and that creates this balance. So in order for a county department to receive this money, they have to have an ag commissioner. They have to prepare the annual financial report, and they have to meet their maintenance of effort. The maintenance effort is based on a 5-year rolling average of our net county costs. So it's the general fund contribution. The good thing is it's based on that rolling average, and it doesn't vary with as our total budget increases or revenues increase. So it, basically, if we have about a net county cost about $200,000 a year, we will receive our gas tax. Over the years, the gas tax has increased, and mostly due to the SB1 gas tax. We used to receive about 40 cents on the dollar on the net county costs. Now it's almost 1 to 1. I have some hard numbers for you. Sorry, I'm sitting too long. It was almost $32 million is distributed to the county ag departments based on this criteria. But it's always based on the prior year that we received the money and would be in the current year. So in 2019-2020, we had a net county cost of just under $196,000. In 2020-2021, we received over $194,000 back in gas tax. So that net county cost was basically eliminated, but it's always in the following year. This year, well, I did something I'm probably not supposed to do, is I made a profit. I think I'm the only department head that complains to our CAO that I have too much revenue. But what we are allowed to do is we can either put money away into a trust fund, or we can do a capital allocation, but it has to be spent on ag. And so what we're asking to do is, because of our facility needs a lot of repairs, and then I think since I've been here, you know, they've talked about either moving us or finding a new location for us. So this is money that the county intends to spend in the future. We're not tied to any particular date, but it will allow us to do is expense it off in a year where I have excess revenue, and then therefore meet our maintenance effort, and then we will receive gas tax this coming year.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, as our ag commissioner kind of covered, what we're recommending to the board is to approve what is essentially about $250,000 of which will go towards an ag commissioner's future budget building concerns. As I kind of covered in the previous slide, earlier on in the fiscal year, actually not in the fiscal year, the calendar year, Banner Construction Management did a facilities need assessments of all their county facilities, and the ag commissioner, as you can see from on the sheet, was placed as essentially a replace facility. And it was actually my first time that I went out to the ag commissioner, because I went to go talk to Karen just to make sure that we were on page. And when I got to the facility, I was like, wow, this really needs a lot of work. So noting that this was some project that was designated within the Banner's facilities master plan, and knowing that it was something that through the CIP project and looking at building out the capital projects for the year, this was something that was laid on in a 3-year plan. I figured this could be a good opportunity. The ag commissioner needs some funding that we can allocate for her to claim the gas tax in upcoming year. So this is something that essentially it's in the works. We can put something towards it, and it'll give us a little bit more time, and it'll allow for the project to move forward in the future. So there is more or less our recommendation to approve kind of setting aside $250,000 out of the general fund, fund balance 2021, for the Act Commissioner's future building obligations for her to meet the MOE requirement for the unclaimed gas tax.
Okay. So,
Madam Chair, can I ask a quick question?
yes, please.
How much is you may have said and I missed it, how much is the gas tax money that we would likely get roughly?
We're probably 220,000.
Okay. So we're putting aside the 250, and that will allow us to get that money in. But we have to look at this every year, basically.
Actually, I think the only other time I had to do this was in 2016, 2017.
Yeah, it was about
where
5,
we made
6 years ago.
Made an
Yeah.
allocation at
Yeah.
that time, too. A lot of it is, it's been a different year, 2 years with the COVID and staffing, and we fall into the same issues as other departments as retention. And then when we bring on staff, we bring them on at an
Right.
entry level. And so right now, we're fully staffed. I think we're probably in a good spot right now.
Yeah, I had to read through this a couple times because it is a little bit, you're actually they're trying to encourage you to lose money, basically. So
Well-
that sounds like something the state would do, but.
Well, they're actually encouraging counties to not defund their ag programs.
Yeah, I guess so.
Kind of where they're holding.
And I find a little ironic that just as you retire, we're putting money aside to upgrade that building.
Going away present.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I had a quick question too.
Yes.
So there's this $218,000 figure. Would we be, I know seems like you rounded up to 250. Could we just set aside 218 and save that $32,000? I'm a stickler for those dollars. I would prefer that instead of rounding up to 250 personally.
Yeah, that'd be perfectly okay.
Yeah, and if anything, then it won't increase our rolling averages, so it's probably a good move.
Are we all finished with questions? Okay. I did have a question regarding the document that says in order for the county to be able to do the transfer or the reimbursement, that there was a criteria that we had to meet. With your departure, are we still going to be eligible to departure, retirement? Not like we're making you leave. That's your choice. But will we still be in compliance with all
Yes,
those requirements?
Yeah, I know the county's going to move forward on hiring someone, and as long as you're actively searching, or you can contract if you're having a difficult time meeting it. But yeah, there's lots of ways to meet that requirement.
Okay, because I just wanted to make sure that we didn't somehow make ourselves ineligible with your separation from the county. Okay, all right. So we have to go to the public? Yes.
Alias Linus?
Almost good evening. Okay, so unless you have personally stepped into their office, don't even consider cutting what she's already asking for, 215. She's saying she'll settle for 218. I have been there in the winter, and I have been in their summer. And they have to make up for either being cold or being hot. And that's just the heating and air conditioning system. If you've never been there, I encourage you to go into that office. It is outdated. I'm afraid to say there's probably asbestos in there. That's how bad it is, and that's how old it is. So do not do any shortcuts for this. I encourage you to support her. Also, if you choose not to support her for whatever reason, then find her another facility for her and the staff where there will be no health issues whatsoever. Thank you.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay. So we'll bring it back to the board. What is the will of the board on item number 9?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Real briefly, I'll just respond if it's sort of a rhetorical question. Have you been on our roads lately and seen all the damage and all the costs that we have? all the liabilities we have, because that's why I'm interested in being the quote penny pincher. I'll recommend that we do set aside the $218,000 to the agricultural commissioner's future building concerns.
That's your motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
So cutting it back from 250 to 218, which is the minimum.
Okay.
That we have to allocate. 218 is the minimum according to the presentation that we have to allocate in order to still retrieve the gas
Keep
tax
her whole.
going forward.
That's right.
So the 250 is actually just a rounded up number. I'm just saying, why not just do the number that we have to actually do, since that's the point of why we're doing this.
I was going to make a quick comment. So the 218 is just so we can claim enough in order to apply, or I guess be eligible for the unclaimed gas tax. At the end of the day, in 3 years' time, or when we do move forward with the project, if the project ends up being higher, then that favors the ag commissioner, because then she can claim that difference in that upcoming year. So in a way, either
Right.
way, if it's
Right.
just getting us that amount, that's perfect. That's just what we need for this year to move forward to claim it. If we claim more, then that helps going forward. But if we don't claim it, it doesn't affect us in any way in the future, because we'll still get that difference in cost in the future year. So.
And I'll just add to that, it's better to claim it in smaller pieces, and that maintains our rolling average for something that we can meet, and then doesn't increase it so that we don't meet it for a few years, so.
Okay. Was that a question?
I have a question. So how much is the needs for the building? Is it over 250?
Yes, the simple answer is yes.
We had a capital improvement project report that would
We'll
have
have to
knocked your
come back
socks
with
off.
the complete
Yes.
capital project.
Yeah, if you want to
review
get
for
into
you.
all the buildings, you're talking
We-
100-something
yeah.
million dollars. so
It's
that's-
hundreds, yeah, it's millions and millions of dollars, yeah.
If I can just address this specific project, it's to address the exterior structure of it. So that's just this specific figure. It's a little bit, it's about like 240,000 or so. It's again, it's a project in a 3-year period, so we're incorporating a little bit of contingency and maybe some run-up expenses. But at the end of the day, what it's going to turn out, like I'd mentioned with the previous question, it could be higher or it could be lower, but at least this 218,000 gets us over the hump for this year. And then later on, we will address the exterior in the coming CIP project, and then hopefully address a full-on structural needs assessment of, a new facility or something like that later on. But making sure we're at least addressing and taking care of what we can with what we have on hand.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Now, just to go back to the parliamentarian aspect, we had a motion on the table, and there was not a second. So generally, a motion will die for lack of second, but we went into a conversation mode. So you want to restate your motion, and so.
Yeah, I'll just
Yes.
move to, we transfer the $218,000, the minimums, and committed to the agricultural future building concerns.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. Then would have been time for conversations, but that's okay. So we can continue talking. I don't know if Supervisor Hernandez had a chance to chime in, because, did you, Supervisor Hernandez?
I don't have any comments, Madam Chair.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's even better. Thank you. Okay, so now. Getting giddy here. I get silly when I'm tired, and I think I'm silly. So going back to, we have a second on the table. So all in favor of approving this, say aye.
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 Those opposed? Oh, I got a 5-0. So there's no opposition. So I guess you're getting the 218. But thank you, and thank you for your service and your time. We appreciate it, and your patience today, very much so. Okay, so that takes us to item number 10. So who would like to report out on ad hocs? I would take a motion to table this one for the next meeting, if you guys don't
Madam
mind.
Chair, may I ask for a comfort break?
Oh, yes, because now we're in overtime. Okay, so.
Oh, we're almost done.
Yeah, well, no, we still
Comfort
have the
break.
consent. We still have the
Can we-
entire consent. So let's go ahead and take 7 minutes. Is that enough? A 5-minute comfort break. I like
Yeah,
that.
let's,
Comfort break. You're laughing at me. Are you getting giddy too when you're tired?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Normally we'd go to public comment, but how about if we go ahead and do our presentations, and then if there is any public comment for that after. Any supervisor want to make an update on the ad hocs or any kind of committee assignments that they have been attending that we haven't already talked about?
Madam Chair, I'll keep it brief. Monterey Bay Area Resources District, we had seniors council training. The library ad hoc, we had an update on a possibility of a kiosk that we could be getting in the county through a grant. So I'm happy that our library staff is pursuing that, and there'll be more to come on that. And then we had our landfill committee meeting. We talked about the 15-year capacity coming in April/May, and then lastly, I've been personally harping on related to that, the growing problem with litter and illegal dumping. And Waste Connections at that landfill meeting announced that they have a commitment to send out crews to help clean up the county, which I'm really happy with. And along with our county RFP that we're doing on that, I feel like we're going to really make a lot of progress there. And then Recology as well is now showing an openness to taking care of some of that as well. So hopefully we can get that triumvirate of efforts and we can get our county cleaned up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others?
I'll be very brief as well. The library ad hoc, Supervisor Kuzmicki mentioned, we talked about the kiosks, which is exciting. Had an EDC ad hoc, discussed in particular a new incentive plan idea for existing and expanding existing businesses and attracting new businesses, which I think is exciting and will eventually I think come before the board. As we mentioned earlier, Supervisor Gonzalez and I had a American Relief Rescue Plan ad hoc yesterday. Was in an AMBAG meeting. They're working their way through RENA numbers for Monterey in Santa Cruz County. COG in our county is responsible for those same RENA numbers. Those will be coming before us soon. I briefly listened in on a behavioral health board meeting that Supervisor Gonzalez primarily sat in while I was in Gonzalez at that press conference. There's a COG meeting, working our way through the regional transportation plan and other things, the landfill ad hoc as mentioned. And I think lastly, there is a number of us know there's a CSAC meeting, annual meeting coming up next week in Monterey. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hernandez? Supervisor Hernandez, are you available?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you heard me. Yeah, so the only item was, and I'd be repeating what Supervisor Tiffany said, so the COG meeting that we just had. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dirks, but I know we haven't assigned you an ad hoc or a committee. However, that will come, right, people? We will be sharing our work with you, and you can have some of the assignments. I will not be greedy. I just want to remind people in my district, any of my constituents that are interested in a Parks and Rec Commission, I have still one open, and then I have possibly two on the Community Action Board, and so I'm meeting with some constituents tomorrow, so I'm hoping at least one of those positions will be filled. It was a positive conversation, but at this point, I have a Community Action position open and a Parks and Rec Commissioner position open for District 5. All right, so then that takes us to the oh, yes. Oh, you're more than welcome to give your announcement because you are a supervisor, even if you don't have a...
No, since you said about the Community Action Board, I have an opening as well in District 1. I've talked to a couple constituents, but if anybody's interested, please contact me.
Mm-hmm. All right. So then, on that note, let's go ahead and go to the consent item. So shall we hear from the public first before we... Okay, let's go ahead and do it. Anyone?
In Chambers, Elias Salinas.
Hey, welcome people of the public. We are here alone for a little bit.
Got which ones I pulled. What did I?
11, 16, and 26.
11,
Okay,
16.
11, 16.
I'll discuss number 26 with Mike.
Okay.
So just 11 and 16. 11 and 16 is the AB 361. And just to reiterate, Mike, can you guys hear me? Just to reiterate again that I've been doing for so long is that according to California Government Code 54953, all the members of the board are supposed to report whether they're going to be on in the dais or not at the dais. And if a board member wishes to participate remotely, teleconference requirements by the Brown Act of California Government Code 54953, Subdivision B, this requires, among other things, that the agenda be posted at the remote location from which the member is participating, that the agenda list all the locations from which board members will participate, that the remote location from which that member is participating is made accessible to the public. This was the opinion at the League of Cities that was just done training a couple of weeks ago, or maybe a week and a half ago. So I keep reiterating, and Supervisor Hernandez still does not appear here at the dais. And I think the legal counsel should be looking into that. And then I have a question with regards to item 16, the appointment of Scott Reese. I don't know who Scott Reese is. I had to look him up. He's not a resident of San Benito County. It's under the consent here to be appointed to the Workforce Development Board as a public sector representative for a term of 3 years. I reached out to several people in the community, and no one seems to know how this process works. And how does someone from San Benito County find out the information? Because I didn't see this. This was not mentioned by any of you. So this is from the Public Health Department. So what's the process so that San Benito County residents can apply for this position and have the opportunity to find out whether or not they qualify to be appointed to this? It seems that to have someone who is a resident of Gilroy representing San Benito County just doesn't make any sense. So I'd really like to get some information on that so the public can be aware of how to apply for this. I don't know, and I don't know who else knows who this Scott Reese person is, other than I understand that he does work with union, and part of the work with the unions he does do here in San Benito County, and that's what makes him qualified. Again, not a resident of San Benito County, so please, let's find out how we can get San Benito County residents involved. And I know you guys are just said there's 3 openings, but this is a really important position. So if I can get some information, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay. So what is the will of the board in terms of pulling any items? Supervisor Kosmicki, I'll start with you, then I'll go to Hernandez, I'll go to Supervisor Tiffany, and then Supervisor Dirks. So were there any items you wanted to pull?
26 and 27.
So 26 and 27, okay. Supervisor Hernandez?
No items, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Tiffany?
No items, thank you.
Supervisor Dirks?
No items. I had a couple of questions, but I was able to ask and get those answered.
Okay. Sorry to be the Debbie Downer. I will go ahead and pull items 11 just to address the concern that was raised. 12. 16, because I had that same question. I have the address as San Jose and not Gilroy. Item 11, 12, 16, 22. That's it. So we have items number 11, 12, 16, 22, 26, and 27. All the other items numbers 11 through 29. Can I get a motion on those items that were not pulled?
Move to approve.
Okay.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 So we have a 5-0 on those that were not pulled, the consent items. So thank you, department heads, for those of you who didn't get yours pulled. Item number 11. I not that I'm sending you home, but you guys all came in. All of a sudden, you had taken a little, what did we call it, Joel? You said a health break or a comfort break, yes. And so we all decided that we were going to go alleviate ourselves and, avail ourselves to the comfort. And I come walking in and the chamber is full. So welcome. Thank you. Item number 11, because we have the extension of the AB 361, am I correct, and this is just clarification, legal counsel, am I correct that when a supervisor, specifically, I don't care about any other jurisdiction or municipality, I'm just talking about us, if a supervisor does not show up, do they have the reporting requirement to show and say where they are, make that public and so forth?
Madam Chair, I am not prepared to answer that question. If the board so directs, we will prepare an opinion from County Counsel's office to respond to that question and provide it to the board as a whole.
It was my understanding we did not have to because of the extension of Governor Newsom's when he postponed and stayed the Brown Act, and then when Assemblymember Rivas went ahead and brought in the AB 361. That was my understanding. So if we are not doing it right, then maybe can we then get a legal opinion from you so that way we know that yes, we're okay, or no, we're not? Because I do not want to violate anything and be improper. But I thought Supervisor Hernandez or any other supervisor who can't be here has the right to Zoom in from a remote location without any issue.
I'll be happy to address that in a legal opinion to the board.
Okay.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm pretty sure you're absolutely right.
Yes.
In fact, it was just like during.
You are right, Madam Chairman.
Yeah, during the time that we were, there was time when other people were Zooming in during the height of the pandemic, under the emergency orders.
And we just had to renew this every 30
Pretty
days.
sure that's the case.
Yes, and that's why we're seeing it at every meeting, and so just in case there was a gap in that time frame, but we have to renew it every 30 days.
That's correct. It has to be renewed every 30 days
Okay.
For the duration of the pandemic emergency.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're behaving properly up here. So if you can do some sort of legal opinion and then get it to the supervisors, I will withdraw my my opposition to consent item number 11, and I'll make a
Madam
move
Chair,
to
I'll
approve.
make a motion that we approve item number 11.
Okay, can I get a second?
I second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. All opposed? Okay, I wasn't sure if I heard you, Betsy, so it's 5-0 to pass 11. Okay, 12. I pulled that one because as potentially the outgoing chair, I was holding if we can kind of put item 12 aside. And again, though I love the law and the Brown Act, sometimes it's really hard to conduct business when you can only talk to one other person, and so I'm not trying to break the law at all, but this year has been a tumultuous year for us as supervisors. Tiffany Kosmicki, myself, we came in fresh in January with Mark, and then Mark left us in May, and we were kind of in a lurch, and Betsy just joined us, but it's been and Supervisor Hernandez, attending remotely. It's just been a very tumultuous year. When you all gave me the confidence to allow me to be chair, I had maybe 2 weeks of emotional stability, and then I had the loss of my ex-husband that really threw me into a tizzy for almost 2 months, and so it was probably difficult having me as chair, but I think since then, things have gone smoothly, or some of you might not agree as smoothly as I think it is. But I'm thinking for continuity, I'm asking you all to consider, I don't want an answer right now, but I want you to consider allowing me to remain on as chair for one more year. I was vice chair before assuming this position. This 2022 would have been potentially my year had you all decided that that was your will. So I'm asking you to extend me the year and allow me to sit and be the board chair for one more year. We will have to make that decision in January, but if December. But if I tried to speak to each of you, that would be a violation of the Brown Act, and I can't do that. I won't do that. So I'm taking the public time right now to not even look at item number 12 right now. Let's delay that possibly 12 months. And then another reminder that this year is going to be election year for potentially 3 of you. And so we all know from when we ran for office that how busy it was and stressful, and being board chair, there's a lot of responsibility. And so I'm just asking that you consider that. This position requires someone with a level head and a positive person who won't try to push their personal agendas, and I think that I have done that. I've stated sometimes when I didn't like something, but if the vote didn't go my way, it was the will of the board and not mine. I think I was a team player today when one of the votes that I cast, it wasn't the way I wanted, but that was the will of the board, so it is what it is. It would also give me time to prepare with the committees. If you could allow me to sit in for one more year, and the ad hocs, we'd have at least until the 10th at least of December to kind of think about it and get your wishes and desires. We are going to have to sacrifice some of the ad hocs and committees that we have been on, because we have to make sure that Supervisor Dirks has the opportunity to share in some of the work. And so I'm just putting that out there, okay?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So I look back, and we have historically in San Benito County, we've switched from year to year, and having somebody go for a year and a half would be the first time in modern history, at least until 1981, we've had revolving year to year. As long as you brought it up, I feel strongly that we need a fresh chair, and this has been a tumultuous year.
For all of us.
Partly, I feel like you need some time to learn how to be chair, and I was, particularly frustrated throughout the year. I feel like I've been censored throughout the year, and very inappropriately, and this isn't personal. I just feel that it's time for a new chair, and as like I said, as long as you're bringing it up, I want to make that clear. We're here as a board, and I can tell you right now that I will be supporting Supervisor Tiffany, the vice chair's chair, next year. Thank you.
Well, I didn't expect you to agree with me, and I figured if anything, it would be a 4-1, but that's fine. You and I have a personality difference. I feel like there's white privilege coming from you, and you tend to push that off quite freely, and so it'll be the will of the board in December, whatever happens, and so that's fine. That's fine. So,
Madam Chair, if I may say one item, this item, just in regards to this particular item, every year. This is done. Historically, the board members have covered the cost the last year with the pandemic and just a lot of going on. Actually, staff covered the cost. We felt that it was best that it was taken to the board to get this approved. We've already started the process because it takes time to make it. So, the discussion that you're bringing up, I think would be good, better had in December. You guys can discuss it at that point. But this particular item is to move forward with it. And if
I figured I didn't want to waste the expense if there was a following year, but I hear, Supervisor Kosmicki's comments and concerns, but there's no secret that he and I have issues. I've tried to approach him and told him that I don't want any kind of hostility or anger, and he says it's nothing personal, but some of the jabs and comments that have come across over the last, 7, 8, 9 months, they have been unacceptable. And some I have responded to and some I haven't, but to each his own. And so I'm putting this out there because I do not want to approach more than one supervisor and violate the Brown Act. So I'm putting this out there, and if the vote is not for me, then that's the will of the board.
Yeah.
I'm
And
just
I
putting it
think
out
at this point, that conversation should be done in December, I think, when it's agendized.
Well, when we come
I'm getting,
back,
I'm
yes.
getting poked by county council.
Yeah.
It's not
Well, I'm
technically
just-
on the
that's- I'm just
agenda,
putting it out there.
but with
You know,
regards
and
to
in all
pulling the
reality,
item.
I only had 6 months to sit. And then I was also asked to, to be chair with somebody else's delegations of committees and assignments and ad hocs and somebody else's agendas. It wasn't my agenda, and so I'm just asking for fairness, that's all. Yeah, okay. So on item number 12, do we have to do anything with it now?
Madam Chair, can I ask a question? Is there anything wrong with, if you are reelected, that you get 2 plaques?
She's gonna get 2 plaques. She'll get this plaque, and then the next year, the next
Just
plaque.
put 2 little plates, if I am 2 little plates on the 1 plaque.
Yeah.
It saves
I mean-
the funds. That's just why I brought it up, but, so what must we do with item number 12?
I recommend that the board either
I'm
approve
going
or
to make a
disapprove
motion
this.
that we approve item 12.
Okay,
Second, Madam.
so we have a
Chair.
first and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, I say no, so I say 4-1 on item number 12. Okay. I also asked to pull item number 16 because I did question Scott Reese's appointment to this, and I'm looking at it, at his application, and it looks like because he is the workforce development person, that he is from the local, looks like pipe fitters? Local 393, steam fitters, excuse me. And so, who put this agenda forward?
This is out of Enrique's shop, and I have not received a response from Enrique or Tracy that really outlines this particular item. He's on? Who's on?
Okay,
Sylvia.
yes,
So
'cause
Sylvia's
Sylvia
on,
covered
good.
this morning.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just had him check a few minutes ago, and
does
nobody was on.
does this individual live here in Hollister?
So Sylvia, can you answer that? Sylvia Hawkes.
Sylvia, you've been unmuted.
Hi. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. So, yes, I just wanted to provide a little feedback as far as this type of membership. When the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act was enacted back in 2014, there is a required membership that must be met in order to comprise the workforce development. So that includes the majority of the businesses has to be at least 51%. There's also members from labor union organizations that has to be at least at a 20% minimum. There's a representative from the adult education or higher education. There is also economic and community development entities, along with employment services and the State Department of Rehabilitation. So this is a mandated position. And as far as Mr. Reese's application, he does not have to reside in San Benito County as long as the labor unions serve San Benito County residents, which this one does.
Exemption from the Hollister requirement or Samuel County requirement, that's fine. And is it because he is from the public sector? I mean, rather than the business sector? I'm just
So,
try-
yes,
yeah, I'm
he
just trying to
would
make the
serve
logic
under
here.
the-
Mhm.
He would serve under the public sector. The business majority is either from small business owners or private employers.
Is the will of the board then on item number 16? To approve to appoint Mr. Scott Reese of the Workforce Development Board.
Madam Chair, I'll it's recommended to us, and I see no reason not to go forward with it, so I'll make a motion that we approve this.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Second.
So first and a second, all in favor, say aye.
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 Oppose? Nay. 4-1 on item number 16. Item number 22. I asked that one to be pulled because I know last year there was some concern about the offices being closed during the Christmas holiday. And I don't want to take anybody's right to be off, but I want to know how we're going to be communicating these facts to the public so that they know they won't be able to be calling the assessor's office between the 24th through the 31st, nor the auditor controller's office 24th to the 31st, nor child support the 24th to the 31st, nor county admin office 24th to the 31st. COG will be closed the 23rd to the 31st. County council will be closed the 24th to the 31st. The library will be closed December 23rd through the 31st. And then the tax collector, treasurer, and public administrator will be closed the 23rd through the 31st. And again, I don't want to begrudge anyone their holidays because I know that was something that we as a board agreed to. I just want to make sure that we adequately convey that fact, because I remember a year ago during the holidays that we had people in the public trying to get a hold of the county offices, and of course they weren't answering because we didn't have staff there. And as a supervisor-elect at the time, it was frustrating because I didn't have that answer. But if we can put that out in advance, I don't know if it's appropriate for Nixle, but definitely put it somewhere where it's very prominent so that everybody knows they can go ahead and get whatever their need might be during, before the 23rd or the 24th.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, we can do that, Madam Chair. As you're aware, your board just went ahead and authorized
Right.
the contract, so at that point, this is why this item's on the agenda today. We will definitely use social media, use our PIO. We'll post it on our website, as well as posting signs immediately on everyone's door to make sure everyone is aware of the closures during the holidays. Did you have anything further to add, Assistant Deputy CEO?
Yeah.
Great point, Ray. So one thing we do is when all of our voice messages have information there letting people that they're closed, how this year's calendar falls, the 24th and the 31st are county holidays,
Right.
everybody's closed. And the other days is something that we've done historically for our staff for those departments who can close and aren't mandated to stay open. And we do put signage. Admin staff usually, they're still on call and people still call us. Last year there was an incident with an individual with a gas line, and Mike Chambliss, even though they were closed, move staff in order to help that individual. So when events do happen, we do mobilize and provide services to those members of the public.
So if we can start advertising now as we go into the holidays, after Thanksgiving, just so that people know, so they can take care of their business prior to the last part of December.
Will do.
Yeah, if we can do that, that's all. Okay? So for item number 22, then I withdraw my objection on that. So I'll make a motion to receive the 2021 Seminole County holiday closure schedule for all departments, adopt a resolution for the Seminole County Board of Supervisors authorizing the hours of operation during December 2021 for holiday closure period, Exhibit A, and provide the 2021 holiday closure schedule for all of the county departments. Can I get a second?
Second.
Yes, I have a first and a second. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we have a 5-0 on that one. The next item's item number 26, and Supervisor Kosmicki, I think you had pulled 26 and 27, yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm just curious on 26. It looks like maybe they're expanding the scope of can you explain the need for this and what, I see the additional units, so developers don't just add affordable units out of the goodness of their hearts, I guess. So I'm just wondering what the scope increase is related to.
So Michael Kelly's online for really specific questions, but this is a $73,000 contract amendment to update the EIR to accommodate the 38 affordable units. and an intersection change, and to make some clarifications on the commercial portion of the project. But Michael should be able to figure out whether that came from the Planning Commission or the developer.
Yes, good evening. Michael Kelly, Associate Planner. Just a sound check first. Good. Well, I'll presume you can hear me. First, on the question of the affordable housing, that is the requirement of the county from the inclusionary housing ordinance. And this is something that the project proponent, the applicant, has worked into. Well, we have worked with the applicant to see that this be complied with, this regulation for the affordable housing. And so it has been presented in the notice of preparation that's gone out to the public in September and October, and 38 units proposed. And this is one of the project changes that is addressed in this contract amendment in order to properly prepare the EIR. This is one of the features that needs to be added and studied appropriately. The letter that is provided from the EIR consultant lists the purposes of this contract amendment. Among those are the transportation analysis and also the noise analysis from the various parts of the project as currently proposed, including the affordable housing. There is also, in addition to the affordable housing as a change, there is the access to the south into what's now called the promontory development. And this amendment follows a couple of prior amendments and the original contract. That's all for the sake of getting this document prepared so that the public hearing can happen, so that the public can review the effects that would be said to be coming from this project and be informed, so that when the public hearing happens, there can be a proper discussion and a proper decision made on this project.
I've mentioned this before, but if it's possible to have more broader context on these housing projects, especially we have a new supervisor, and it's, the staff report itself was fairly ambiguous. It's sort of assumed that we've all been in on all these approvals throughout the process. So it's just my personal request. I know I'd asked for that, and I didn't see it in the staff report by the time the agenda went out. That's fine. I know everybody's busy. I know your department especially, a lot on your plate. But for me, I would like to see like backup material so that we have those steps and we understand the context of what we're approving at what point in the project it's being approved. My main thing is making sure this isn't a final approval. We're not endorsing the project, right? This is just, we're approving this amendment to the consultant.
We're updating an environmental impact report.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, and just for clarification for us and the public, this is paid for by the developer.
Correct.
There's no additional cost to the county.
Pay it, obviously, and then we bill the developer.
Right. And to Supervisor Kuzmicki's point, there'll be plenty of time for us to weigh in on specifics of the project.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Hannes, did you have any questions?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. So then, what is the will of the board for item number 26?
I'll move to approve.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, so I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0. Item number 27.
And this one's similar. I know it said 4 lots. I just want to be clear, how many, that's the number of units we're talking about this potentially, or what are we potentially talking about down the road? I know these are, again, sort of ambiguous.
On this one, I really need to rely on Mike because this predates my employment by 6 months.
Oh, okay.
The Planning Commission action. Michael?
Yes, hello, Michael Kelly, Associate Planner again. This project is a minor subdivision. It's a fairly standard, typical kind of a minor subdivision with 4 lots. And during the review of this subdivision, it went through the CEQA process, and it had an initial study that identified it as having habitat characteristics. And the current step is simply a follow-up to implement the mitigation measure that was in that CEQA document. And that was part of what was presented to the Planning Commission and what they approved in July 2020. So the mitigation measure talks about dedicating a conservation easement to that was found to be adequate mitigation for the issue. And so presently, this is implementation for the county to accept the easement deed to finish that step.
Michael, how many homes are in this project?
Oh, well, it's 4 lots. Well, actually, it's in 2 phases, so it would be split first into 2 lots, and then one of those would then be split further. So in total, it would be 4 lots. One is already built, so it would be as much as what the lots in that zoning district would allow, which is generally 1 dwelling per lot, possibly an accessory dwelling unit. So you would have that level of intensity of the land use.
So what is the will of the board for item number 27?
I'll make a motion that we approve 27.
Okay, so then do I have a second?
Yeah, I second.
So I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So we have a 5, oh, I'm sorry.
Nay.
Sorry. Okay, so a 4-1. Sorry about that, Supervisor Kozmicki. Supervisor Kozmicki being the no. Okay, so future agenda items. Any suggestions for future agenda items from the supervisors? On recall, we need 2 supervisors to agree on an item to return to the agenda.
Madam Chair, if I may add one comment to this. So I just wanted to give the board a reference on some of the requests from before that we've been working on. Obviously, there was a lot of items on the agenda today that were part of your request. Tax sharing and other things. The one that we have planned for in December 14th is a Brown Act training. We're going to be discussing charter counties versus general law and Robert's rules and other housekeeping that we talked about before. That'll be on the 14th. We're also looking at creating a timeline and looking at bringing janitorial service in-house. That was another item that your board did discuss. We've been working on it. And so that one, we may have another item with an amendment for one department in between, just until we actually get up to speed with that. But we're going to discuss that on in December, as well as you know, the vice chair appointment, and then just one for clarity, the appointment of committees and commissions will be done in January, but there will be a need for a couple of them in December. So I believe it's CSAC and RCRC that we have to have in December. So just whoever is elected as chair will need to make sure that that's done. Redistricting is another one, as well as we plan to have an RFP plan from behavioral health to review all the contracts. That's also going to be in December as well. So, and I have a whole lot more as well, but I think those are the highlights.
When we do the RFP information, can we have them specify which contracts that by statute don't have to go through the RFP process versus those that do? So that way we're not so that way we're not requiring every single contract to be an RFP when some have the legal ability to not have to go that route.
Yeah, and that's basically the presentation is going to be about, is to discuss state contracts, hospital contracts that that they're in contract with that you really can't go out to RFP with, and then obviously the RFP items potentially that can go out, and there's really going to have to be probably a multi-year plan if that's the case. So just FYI on that.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, can I ask a quick question?
Yes,
of Ray?
please.
Are you, I brought this up before, so I don't think we need to, but we are going to come back at a future agenda. There were 3 items to be addressed on the cannabis ordinance. We're going to look at the taxing, different alternatives. We're going to look at local background checks. And we're also going to look at least a kind of a timetable for adding sheriff deputies. So I just want to be
Yeah,
sure.
and that was also on my
Don't
list too. I
forget
didn't
to that.
actually write say that, but
Okay.
Robin's trying to get those on December.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Was there anything else other than the list that Ray enumerated?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Hernandez.
I just had one item that I wanted to consider, and that's talk about the county investing in its own sewer infrastructure, basically, possibly using the ARPA funds to do that.
Okay. I know that that's a side conversation, and so I'll be his second on that, but that's going to be incorporated into a bigger conversation. But yes.
Madam Chair, if I may. The plan for the ad hoc is hopefully we'll hear some more news from the feds about what we can and can't spend the ARP money on. Once we get more clarity from the feds, then we'll plan to come back with a recommendation to the entire board. But we're looking in January, fingers crossed, we'll have some more clarity. So then we can discuss that at that point.
Okay. All right. Well, if there aren't any further items, I'll go ahead and take a motion to adjourn to the next meeting on December the 14th, last meeting of the year. Yes? Oh, a moment of silence. Yes. Yes. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay. I'll take a motion to adjourn whenever you're ready.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Second. Okay, I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Have a great evening and happy Thanksgiving, everyone.